A glorious weekend awaits us as the UIM Moto Surf World Championship descends on its third weekend in the calendar in one of the most luscious and delightful locations in sport. We are here in the glorious city of Stockholm on the Vindsbrücken, the sea bay of Sweden, for the Huski Grand Prix of Sweden, round 3 of the 2026 UIM Moto Surf World Championship. Baked in history and incredible culture, we are ready for this third weekend of the championship. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson here. You're about to witness Formula One on the water for a third different type of challenge. In Turkey, in Çeşme, we had an ocean race. 3 weeks ago in Prague, we had a race around the reservoir. This time, it's the glorious river that traverses the city of Stockholm that awaits our competitors in all 7 categories. If you've never been to Stockholm before, boy, are you in for a treat. So before we get started with sporting competition, let's take you a little bit behind the scenes of this glorious and fantastic location, the third round of MotoSurf 2026. And this is one heck of a location too, an amazing spectacle. The Vindsbrücken, it is the King's Land here, right in the heart of the Royal Motor Yacht Club of Sweden. And we are getting ourselves ready for the first bout of the day. It is sure to be an exciting encounter as we start the day off with the Masters Men category. These are for the competitors over the age of 40. And over the course of what promises to be a really intense and exciting day, we're going to have plenty to get excited about. A really exciting challenge for all of our contenders awaits, and everyone is very much up for the challenge. We have the Masters Men and Masters Women over the course of the day, as well as the Junior Boy and Junior Girl titles, the Stock category, which is the IndyCar or the Formula 2 of our sport. We also have the Electric Challenge making its first appearance in 2026, as well as the Elite Women and the Elite Men. We start with the Masters, and it's the legend, Kim Down, who's on pole position, along with Jiří Stavacek, Jiří Renner, Petr Faltasek, Jaime Hincache, Brian Leet, Abraham Tibor, and Pavel Matoška. So for the first heat of the day in the Huski Grand Prix of Sweden, across all of the categories, the riders will venture out onto the water. They will get a practice start, and then they will get themselves into the actual starting position. So the first start you see out on the water is a test start, and that only happens in the first heat. That's because, of course, nobody had actually ventured out onto the course in anger until yesterday. 2 practice sessions per rider in the build-up to time qualifying. All of the riders pretty much telling me we needed one more practice session really to get the handle on this course. But into qualifying they went yesterday, doing as best a job as they possibly could. It was Kim Down who was on pole position in the Masters Men category. No major shocks there. He has won 12 of the 13 previous Grand Prix that have been held in the Masters category since the beginning of 2024. And this weekend, he is going for lucky number 13 out of the 14 that have ever been raced since the 2024 season. So Kim Down qualified in first position. He's going to be in front of Jiří Stavacek, Jiří Renner, Petr Faltasek, Jaime Hincache, Brian Leet, Abraham Tibor, and Pavel Matoška. We get the first practice start underway very quickly indeed. But with this being Heat 1, of course, this first start is merely a practice demo run. So we're going to get a little taste of what the slalom has on offer. It's a very tricky course here on the beautiful river, the traverses the entirety of Sweden's capital. And it's a great location. We wait for the hand to go up from Kim Down as he slows down the field. Indeed, he does. So that is the practice start all done with. It only happens in the first heat, by the way, folks. You don't get a practice start for heat 2, 3, or 4. So it's only in the first realm of the competition that it ends up becoming part of the schedule. And so the riders are ready for another exciting mission out on the course here, and it is going to be a very intense battle. Everybody putting on a great showcase. Great to hear from you all. Stuart Reed watching along down under once again. He never misses a broadcast. He loves this sport, as do we all. Fascinating battles await us, particularly in the Masters category, as everyone in the field is trying to thwart the onset of Kim Down. He leads them around from pole position. This is a circuit that breeds mistakes from what we've been told. But let's see what the first start of the 2026 Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden in the men's Masters category will give us, as Kim Down gets ready to charge away from Stovacek, Renner, Peter Faltasek, Hinkache, Leet, Tibor and Matoshka. And we are under starters' orders. To the first turn, Kim Down has a measured start here in front of Stovacek. Not a lot he can do to get in his blind spot as they work their way to the slalom for the first time. They are in the slalom. Stovacek's gone with Kim Down. Looks as though there's already a push from further back to try and work their way further forward. We are in racing conditions now for the first time this weekend, and Kim Down has got himself into a decent lead already. Good start for the Korean, who has already hit the front. Second position, Yuri Stovacek in front of Renner, then Peter Faltasek P4. Now, of course, the heats for the Masters men, 7 laps in duration, 3 of which are long laps, which are mandatory. They have to take them. The riders have been telling me that the course here in Sweden, the long lap will take anywhere between 10 and 12 seconds. It is very long and very fast, so it'll add 10 to 12 seconds to the lap for the riders. But it's a short and technical, very tight circuit here. The 2 slaloms are very close up against the bank. And there's a fall already. That is a bit of an issue in the first lap already, trying to figure out who it is that's gone. I wonder if that's Abraham Tibor. Certainly the 72 sliding around. That's Jiri Renner trying to keep himself up on the board. Oh, and a fall straight away after already getting a dip. Oh, it's a very tricky one. I wonder if that's the 5 of Jaime Hinkache who's gone in there. We'll try and get a double check on that one. I think I was wrong. I think it might actually have been Abraham Tibor the first time I was right. So the Hungarian having a bit of an issue there, unfortunately, at the start of things. There is the 3, that is Jiri Renner, who's actually on double duty this weekend. He's doing the Masters and the Elite. So Jiri Renner definitely cutting the candle at both ends this weekend. And you could see the pace of the race is really tricky for the riders to maintain here. It's a tricky and very technical course. Stovacek has come through with Renner getting a little bit of push from Peter Faltasek. Oh, they've actually changed positions, so Stovacek's actually been overtaken by Renner. They're now together in the slalom. Who's going to get out of the slalom first? Is it going to be Renner? Yes, it is. So Renner's beaten Stovacek out of the slalom. They were very close together, but Renner has managed to get in front of Jiri Stovacek. Very physical course, this one. Very demanding of the riders. Looks like Stovacek's gone for the long lap now that Renner has been able to get in front. And that's exiting the slalom. Was that Kim Down coming out in front of everybody? I think it might have been. Yeah, so he'd already extended a decent enough advantage over everyone that he's still got a decent amount of time on his hands. And so Kim Down still doing a grand job. I think Faltasek and Hinkache have already taken 2 long laps, so it might actually have been one of them that's come through, so my apologies. There is Jiri Stovacek, though. He's already gone on to the long lap for the first time, as Kim Down is trying not to get bulked in the traffic. That's very sporting indeed of Brian Leet, the American, getting out of the way as Kim Down raises his hand in the air and goes straight onto the long lap. Pushing a little further out towards the Old Town and the Vasa Museum in the background. That beautiful building is just in front of it. The Vasa Museum hosting a 300-year-old galleon that sank 6 kilometers into its maiden voyage. It's been resurrected and surfaced in the 1960s, and a museum built around it. It's quite an incredible sight if you get a chance to go and see it. So Kim Down running in front of Jiri Renner, who has also gone onto the long lap behind the boats. Got to keep it upright. Not easy on the long lap because they don't have a lot of experience running on it. Only had 2 practice sessions yesterday, of course, to get used to the configuration of the circuit layout here. And as it always does on water, it changes every single lap. But it was a little bit stronger, the wind this morning compared to yesterday. So already, if you add to the fact that this is a river, so the current will be stronger in windy conditions, and it's already quite close proximity to the bank because, of course, they have boats going along in the background as well. So that's quite an important factor to take into it as Kim Down goes into the second long lap. 7 laps must be completed. All 3 of the long laps must be taken. If you miscount, you will obviously get a penalty. Jaime Hincache getting an interesting run for it. So Jaime Hincache and Brian Leet, the Americans, so both of the Jet Surf Orlando riders have decided to take their long laps nice and early to avoid any doubt. So all 3 laps completed. You can choose when to take the 3 long laps. You can do it whenever you like, essentially, once you've come out of the slalom for the first time. Some riders choose to get them all out of the way straight away, as Jiri Renner is now on his second long lap. So when he comes out of that part of the course, he will have completed 2 of them, the same way that Kim Down has. Kim Down just working his way through the slaloms. Not an easy slalom section, this. The buoys very close together, the riders were telling me, and both sides of the slalom are actually very close proximity as well. So Kim Down goes into the last lap of the race, and it will be a long lap, demonstrated by the fact he surges forward and goes on to the far side of the course. So Kim Down has now completed all 3 of his long laps. And so it's a fairly plain sailing first race for him. Doesn't have to worry too much about the opposition. He's already well clear of them all. If anybody was hoping to keep Kim Down at bay in this race weekend, well, the early signs, both from qualifying and the first heat, are not very indicative of a man who's looking weak. Stovacek through in second place. He goes on to the long lap for the last time, as does Jiri Renner. Petr Faltasek will also do so. Jaime Hincache, taking all 3 of the long laps quite early, has actually brought him back into the play for the top 3. So Hincache actually making a very solid strategic choice. He could end up in the top 3 by the end of this race quite easily. So here comes Kim Down, working his way through the slalom for the last time on the first heat of the day. And it's heat 1 for Group A. Only 2 groups needed. Checkered flag in the air. He'll come out of the final buoy across the line. There is the flag for Kim Down. No worries at all for him. Easy pickings victory. And the Korean starting the day and the weekend as he means to go on. Pole position in the qualifying, victory in the first heat. Look how far back everybody else is as they race for second position further back, trying to get round that buoy. In close proximity, it's going to be a tight one. Is that going to be Hincache, who's actually broken through to second place? It is indeed. So Jaime Hincache initially through to second, but Stovacek managed to beat him out of the slalom in the end. So Stovacek to second, Hincache is third. 4th place for Petr Faltasek, and then Jiri Renner is P5 in front of Abraham Tibor, I think it is, although Tibor has only taken 1 long lap, I notice, out of the 3 he should have done. So I'm afraid Abraham Tibor is going to end up with a penalty because he's only taken 1 long lap. The rest of the riders finishing off their race and coming through. No major catastrophes in the first race. A slight fall early doors from Abraham Tibor, who did actually complete 2 long laps in the end. But it's Kim Down who gets the victory by 26.4 seconds. That is just about half the length of this course. Well, I think Masters men, as early as 9:13 a.m. on a Saturday morning, is already looking like a bit of a foregone conclusion in the Masters men. Try and keep up with Kim Down if you can. 26 seconds the advantage he has in the first heat over Jiri Stovacek. Jaime Hincache, great strategy to bring him back into 3rd place. Petr Faltasek, P4 in front of Jiri Renner. Abraham Tibor will get a penalty. He only completed 2 of the mandatory long laps rather than 3. And then Brian Leet and Pavel Matoska completing the race safely. So for Kim Down, that is an emphatic start to the weekend, nearly half a minute in front of everybody else. So he's certainly laid down his gauntlet to everybody else. The Heat 1 Group B race will now come up, and it's going to be Arkadiusz Janora, the silver medalist in the Nations Cup of the World Games Chengdu 2025, lining up along with David and Petr Poznik, Michel Ular, Roman-Lisha Kratishvili of Austria, then Murat Yogin of Turkey, Nikita Antonov of Israel, and Andrei Atanasov of Bulgaria. So the riders will venture out into the water. Fascinating location this, because it's part of public land. It's part of the King's own Royal Motorboat Club. And of course, in order to get into the water, they actually have to cross the pathway, which is regularly being used by cyclists and joggers. It's not been closed to them. They've got a World Championship event right on their doorstep. Kim Down has taken the first victory. Who will take the second? Arkadiusz Janora, David Poznik and Petr Poznik, ready to go to battle. Giving them chase, Michel Ular for the S4F racing team, the 43-year-old from Novi Jičín. Roman-Lisha Kratishvili, the Austrian hotelier from Pest-Tolstov. Next up, P6 on the grid, it is Murat Yogin, the man who gave MotoSurf Turkey its staple on the calendar. Nikita Antonov from Rehavam Javi, twice last year in his first campaign a racer, hoping this year will be a full-time assault. And finally, the man of Sofia, Andrei Atanasov, the 42-year-old from Bulgaria. This will be the 6th time he has ever raced in the MotoSurf World Championship. Racing in the Twin Z outfit, which of course, the ambassador of Twin Z is here racing in the elite women's category. Linda Lukscheider, we'll see her out later. But the Masters continue their journey in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, Round 3 2026. Perfect start to the weekend for Kim Down. What are we going to get to see in the second heat? It is going to be very tricky indeed. Great to have a message come in from the Electric Challenge Champion 2025, Jano van Kersbilk. Good morning, says Jano. Looking forward to hearing the great commentary all day. Bless you, you flatter me to deceive. Good luck to all the racers, ride hard and safe. Wish I was there and be part of it. Next year, I'll be back. Of course you will, Jano. Thanks for sending the message in, buddy. We miss you. Get well soon. Suffered that injury, of course, in the qualifying session all the way back in round 1 in Turkey back in June. But very early on the Friday evening, it was very clear he was done for the year. Very unfortunate. Hopefully, he'll be back in 2027, ready for more, ready for war. So out on the circuit, that's Petr Poznik, just getting himself dialed in and ready. And as Stuart Reed rightfully points out on the YouTube chat, Kim Down, unstoppable. So true. The man is just lightning when he's in the zone. He likes this place, he feels comfortable, so if Kim Down is feeling particularly chilled, be afraid, be very afraid. Mind you, Arkadiusz Janora is definitely a decent powerhouse in his own right. We got ourselves ready for the practice start. All riders get one practice start, which is at the beginning of Heat 1. Arkadiusz Janora signaling to the rest of the riders to get into position. He leads David and Petr Poznik, the two brothers. David is the younger of the two, 44 years of age, raced in Poland and Croatia in his first year in 2024. Third in the Masters Championship last year, got podiums in Italy and Croatia in 2025. Has already started in a good measure. There is the marshal. That's how you know that the start is underway. It is, of course, still the practice start. But if the flag drops, the race gets underway. If it oscillates, they've got to go around and try again. So this is a little preview as to how the riders are going to get under starters' orders. They get a practice start to warm themselves up. And then it's all down to them when they're brought around again. Practice starts only in the first heat, so the timer is not on yet. Arkadiusz Janora goes through the timing line and slows right down. That's how you know it's a practice start. You wouldn't do that otherwise. You go straight into full race chat. It's quite incredible to think that this particular body of water, the Jøsgaards Vinsbrucken, has not had a world championship on the water of any kind or description. No major athletic competition on it for 114 years. That's quite astonishing when you think about it. But it's quite impressive when you think that this place played host to the 1912 Summer Olympic Games water disciplines. The swimming, the diving, the rowing, the water polo, and the pentathlon were all based here. That was 114 years ago. Over a century we've waited to see this place give World Championship competition again. Well, it's here for the UIM Motosurf World Championship for the Huski Grand Prix of Sweden. Arkadiusz Janora lines up the field. The Pozniks, Michel Ular, Romanisha Kratishvili, Jorgen Schiele, Antonov and Atanasov. The flag drops, we're going racing again. Now this one is definitely going to be a bit more of an open competition, as out of the line drops Michel Ular. He's got a bit of a strategy here. He wants to drop into the whitewater and get a better inside line for the slaloms. So we'll see how that works out. Certainly for Arkadiusz Janora, the silver medalist in the Nations Cup at Chengdu last year, when he and her daughter, Rosalia Janora, brilliantly vanquished Slovakia to grab the silver medal in China. Now they're going to try and work their way through with Arkadiusz in Masters and Rosalia in the Elite Women's, of course, as they continue to battle. Good start for Poznik. Oh, and he's gone! Poznik drops it just in behind Petr Poznik. Petr Poznik's gone. So David still has a decent run, but Petr Poznik drops it in the far part of the course. That's a big hammer blow for Petr Poznik. That really ruins his chances. He's going to have to try and make up a lot of ground, but it's easily done. One lapse in concentration is all it takes. But Arkadiusz Janora leads the way. We're going to see it again. Watch Petr Poznik. He's the man on the left. Oh, stuffs the board in very hard. Just a little bit wide of the whitewater. But there's enough there. Oh, and straight out of the slalom. That's how close it was between Arkadiusz Janora and David Poznik. Nothing in it between them. Clearly, Janora had lost a little bit of time initially, but he had to fight to stay in front of David Poznik. That's how tight it can get when you're racing parallel in the slalom. Feisty from Janora. He really wants to win as many heats as he can so that he can take on Kim down in a straight fight. Fabulous battling from the pole. Not going to lose any lead. He doesn't have to. That's worth another look if we get a chance, because Arkadiusz Janora absolutely fighting tooth and nail to get to the ragged edge of the lead. It's not always about the falls, it's about how hard you push as well. Arkadiusz Janora 1.39 in front. Into the slaloms again. And this is where, certainly on the bank side, looks as though David Poznik is particularly strong. They're going to go parallel again, out of the slalom again, very close, and for the second time in a row, Arkadiusz Janora is just able to beat David Poznik out. Very impressive. So when is the first long lap coming? Well, Poznik decides this is futile. I can't get him in the slalom. I'm going to get him on the long laps. So he blinks first. So David Poznik deciding, I'm faster than him in the slalom. I just need a little bit of oxygen. I need to get a little bit of a gap over him. So he decides to take the long lap early. You've got to take 3. It's mandatory. Janora hasn't taken his first yet. So all 3 of his last laps have got to be long laps. Poznik decides to shape it up a little bit in terms of the strategy, in the hope that he can bring himself back in. And David Poznik, the 44-year-old from Pardubice, great opportunity to bring himself back in a little bit. This is a great chance, and into the water. Who is that that's gone? Is that Arkadiusz Janora? Is that the pole? Has the leader gone? Everyone else trying to work their way through, and it is Arkadiusz Janora. That is devastating for the leader. Makes the mistake on the outside bank, and that's cost him a lot of time. There is David Poznik having taken his first long lap. So that cost him a good 10 seconds, that fall. And so it doesn't matter now for David Poznik. He just needs to keep it upright. Here's the fall. Oh, the front of the board stuffs. He catches it, buries it back in. That's so unfortunate for Arkadiusz Janora. He thought he'd saved it initially, and then it all got away from him. So David Poznik doesn't even need to pressure Arkadiusz Janora here. He can just follow him for the remaining 2 long laps, because Janora is out of sequence with him. So Poznik only needs to take 1 more long lap now. Arkadiusz needs to take 2. And he's got traffic to deal with. Once you're in the white water of the slower rider in front, that's very tricky. And that is Andrei Atanasov, the Bulgarian. Very charming and very friendly bloke. I'm sure he's going to be a sportsman and let them go. Indeed he does for both riders. So no worries at all there as Andrei Atanasov doesn't cause an issue. So David Poznik has all the cards in his favor here. He just needs to follow Arkadiusz Janora. Doesn't need to put pressure on him at all. He knows that Janora's got to take one more long lap than he does. So all he's got to do is just follow him. If I'm David Poznik, I go onto the long lap now, the same time as Arkadiusz Janora, and just follow him, just hassle him. And then Janora's got to take the last long lap as well. Poznik does exactly what I thought he might. Just pursue him. You don't even need to push him. Just stay on the board. Because Janora's already had a fall. He's going to take a third long lap. This is the third long lap for David Poznik. So he's already taken all of his mandatory long laps. He's just got to stay on the board and gets parallel with Michel Ullard. Goodness me! That is as close as it gets between the two riders. My goodness. David Poznik just hanging on to it round the outside of Michel Ullard as they rejoin the circuit at the same point. And David Poznik, wow, he's having a great season in 2026 and he's not afraid at all of mixing it with the best of them. That was scary. But David Poznik hangs on to it. That was so close between Poznik and Michel Ullard. Really tricky to get that right. And so now Poznik can just cruise in the last lap. He's done all three of his mandatory long laps. He knows Janora's got one more. So Janora goes on to the long lap now. And there goes David Poznik, takes the left-hander. Thank you, I'll take the lead. So I'm afraid the fall in the slalom for Arkadiusz Janora has been his undoing. He can do the best he can to try and put pressure on David Poznik just by pushing. But Poznik is under no pressure at all. And so now it's Poznik who leads, Ullard in second, Janora is third. And it looks like Petr Poznik is going to take his final long lap on this lap as well, so he's going to drop behind them. So David Poznik should take the win in front of Michel Ullard and Arkadiusz Janora in third. There is Michel Ullard, second place. Good ride from him, just took it nice and steady. Got the long laps out of the way early, fought closely to get on terms with Poznik. He knew that that was who he was really racing. But here comes David Poznik, the checkered flag is in the air, and it will be David Poznik who comes through for it first. Michel Ullard second, Poznik's going to take the victory. There he goes, beautifully done for Poznik. 3 done of the long laps, 7 laps completed in total. Where's Ullard? He was right behind him. So Ullard has actually chilled out and lost a bit of time at the end, but he saved and secured second place in the end in front of, oh no, he has dropped back. So Michel Ullard having a problem then. Arkadiusz Janora has got into second. Ullard was right behind Poznik. They rejoined parallel to each other. So Ullard comes through for third. So a good 20 seconds or so lost. I wonder if Ullard had one more long lap to take. That's why he ended up losing that time. Petr Poznik recovers to fourth. And it's fifth position for Roman Kratishvili in front of Nikolai Antonov, Murat Yongachila, and Andrei Atanasov. Well, certainly fascinating battle, but David Poznik so mature and so calm and consistent throughout. Stayed on the board no matter what was thrown at him, and a lot was. Arkadiusz Janora under pressure on his own in the slalom. I wonder if Janora deals better with having someone right on his tail. When you are out there on your own, it's easy to lose focus. But on this occasion, it's David Poznik who puts one over on the pole man, Arkadiusz Janora. Michel Ullard is third from Petr Poznik, Roman Kratishvili, Nikita Antonov, Murat Yongachila, and Andrei Atanasov. So the Masters men are complete for the moment. The first heat is done. They'll be back out on the water for heat 2 a little bit later on in the day. A great start for the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden. Already some big action out on the water. And already an indication that Kim Down is going to be a very tough man to beat here in Sweden. Next up It's the juniors, and they are definitely going to have a tough day at the races. Yesterday, qualifying went the way of Nela Pozhnikova, alongside her best bud and championship rival Ellen Bardova. Then the boys, Stan Kahut and Max Rushka, from Bibiana Bubnikova, Adela Pokorova, Leo Lishil-Kratishvili, from Nico Sawangwan, the returning American, Filip Pesha, and Natalie Odorova. So the juniors getting themselves ready for the start, and it's going to be a very exciting weekend. Nela Pozhnikova, 13 years of age, third in junior girl last year, the joint championship leader on points, and she's alongside her bestie, Ellen Bardova. They're tied on points. Bardova has the 2 Grand Prix wins from the first 2 weekends. Number 3 could be enough to put her back in the championship lead. She is the junior girl world champion from 2025. Next up, Stan Kahut. He races everything he can. Motorbikes, motocross, karting, and jet surf. The man is quick in everything. Max Rushka, the 13-year-old from Brno, 4th in junior boy last year, currently 2nd in the junior boy world championship. 5th position, the new superstar, the 13-year-old from Mielnik. It's Bibiana Bubnikova. She only made her debut in the world championship 2 months ago in June, and already flying. Next up, it's Adela Pokorova, so much stronger in qualifying yesterday. Her first race was 2 years ago in Croatia. She's relaxed and she's confident. 7th position, everyone's favorite Austrian powerhouse, Leo Lishil-Kratishvili, the teen from Pestolsdorf, top 5 in the junior boy for the last 2 years. Hoping to go better than that. Welcome back to the paddock for Nico Sawangwan. The young man from Seattle last competed in the Motor Surf World Championship 2 years ago. Filip Pesha returns to the foray. He made his debut in Croatia last year, raced at Prague 3 weeks ago. And welcome back again to Natalie Odorova. From Odry, she raced in Sweden in 2024 to make her debut, and Croatia last year, currently P5 in the Junior Girl World Championship standings. This year is likely to be her first full-time campaign. So great work so far from the junior boy and junior girl categories. They race against each other until the finals, and then the junior boys get their own race, the junior girls get a separate race. It's always fascinating watching the junior boy and junior girl category riders race against each other, because when you're about 12, 13, 14, body weight is actually quite an interesting factor, because in general, girls are lighter than boys at that age, and so the girls have a tendency to be quicker. But if you're going to be a very top competitor at this level, you also need to remember that there's quite a propensity to build strength in the muscle depth. So that's an important part of what you've got to be able to do. You've got to look after your inner core and build up your upper body weight to cope with the change and undulation in direction. That starting grid that you've got there just on the far side, they actually cross the main thoroughfare for cyclists and joggers. So they've got to time it right. They've got officials there to check that there's not going to be any cyclists or joggers crossing their path at the wrong moment. But this is now an official championship mode, and those covers behind them, they're actually covering rental kayaks. So the general public can come here and rent a kayak and go out onto the Vinsbrücken whenever they like. It's a 24-hour service. As a former kayaker myself, when I was living back in the UK, there's nothing quite so special as waking up in the morning and heading over to the river for a quiet kayak in the early morning dawn. I absolutely love it. Need to get one now that I'm in Asia. So the juniors venture their way back out onto the Vinsbrücken, affectionately known here in Stockholm as the Bay of Sweden. If you walk all the way up towards Old Town from here, there are so many vast different water sports. There's wakeboarding, there's kayaking, there's jet skis available, there's boats, there's yachts, there's pedalos right at the edge of the park. It's an absolute pilgrimage to leisure time on the water in a fabulous, fabulous location. Our third different type of racetrack. We had an ocean bay at the start of the year in Çeşme in Turkey. 3 weeks ago in Prague, we were on the reservoir. And now, here we are on the beautiful river that crosses the city of Stockholm. a city which in itself is a series of 14 islands that goes all the way from Lake Mälaren out to the Baltic Sea. Quite an incredible location. There's not really a capital city in Europe quite like it. In terms of landmass, you've got to think about Japan until you really come up with something that's similar in its dynamic. Quite an incredible location. Quite an honor to be here. And of course, being Sweden, the friendliest, most excitable and most charming of people. Such an amazing place. So the juniors get ready for their practice start. And of course, the practice start will give them a little bit of a build-up to what is coming next. They're obviously getting themselves dialed in and ready. So this is the practice start where they get a bit of an understanding as to what is coming. But of course, it doesn't really tell you the whole story yet. They're still working on that. So everybody gearing up and getting ready for the exciting battle that awaits them. Gives us a little bit of a preview as to what's going on. My goodness me, it's going to be tight when we get there. The juniors are so evenly matched at this stage. So it's definitely going to be an exciting one. And so for the first heat then, the riders have had their practice run. Into the race itself we go then. For the junior class in the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden. Pole position to Nella Poznikova, alongside her great rival and great friend, Ellen Berdova. The two of them are inseparable when they're walking through the paddock. They are both kind of shy, they are both kind of reserved, introverted, but they hang out together. And it's incredible when you think that they're in different teams, they are battling each other for the World Championship, but they are so inseparable. It's really wonderful to see. Stan Cahoot, Max Rushka, then Bubnikova, Pokorova, Lishel Kratishvili, Sawangwan, Pesha and Onorova. The flag will drop. Are we racing straight away? We are! Off we go then for the junior category. Look at the start from Ellen Berdova. Jumps in front of Nella Poznikova, who resigns herself to her fate and allows Berdova to grab the lead as round the outside comes Stan Cahoot in a bid to get into second position. The riders wear their way through. There's a couple of fallers, 3 fallers have gone down. That's a big incident in the slalom. 3 riders go together, and that's a nasty one as they come out side by side. That is Berdova and Poznikova so close together on the exit. And through has come Rushka. He's come through into 3rd position. But a very nasty start to this one, as 2 riders have immediately, both the boys have gone onto the long lap as Berdova and Poznikova have stayed out on the course. So it's Bubnikova, Pokorova and Pesha who all went together, unfortunately. They all dropped at the same time. I think it was an initial mistake from Bubnikova. Pokorova was so close to her and didn't have time to react. Fortunately, all 3 of them are back on the board and racing again. That's great news. We don't need to stop the race. They have carried on. Very good news indeed. It was pretty nasty for a moment there, but all 3 riders can continue. Well, we were certainly not going to show any replays until we ascertained the health and fitness of the riders. Again, these 2 so close together, as again Berdova slices back up the inside of Poznikova, who takes the lead back again in the final bend. Great racing between these 2. They are the implacable rivals of the Junior Girl World Championship, and they're swapping positions at every buoy. Great racing. They have the same amount of points in the championship. Berdova is only leading by virtue of the fact that she won the Grand Prix finals on both occasions, but they have the same amount of points in the championship fight. This is going to be amazing here in Sweden, where we're finally going to figure out who is going to be the championship leader heading to Marbella. But great racing already here in juniors. A very nasty first lap incident, followed by an absolute battle royale between Poznikova and Berdova. And it's Berdova who decided to go on the long lap first. Maybe that's how she's going to get one over on Nella Poznikova, who has really stepped up her game in the winter season. joint championship leader, third in the Junior Girl World Championship last year, and there's not much to choose between the two of them as they battle away for supremacy. So Berdova trying to find the time to get back on terms with Nela Pozhnikova. These two absolutely even Steven through the first couple of laps. Berdova deciding to go and blink for the first long lap. Only 2 long laps required in junior, 5 racing laps total, and Berdova's going to get the second long lap out the way. So this is 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward. Can she get back on terms with Pozhnikova, who has gone on to her first long lap, and the last lap is going to need to be one. So Berdova really working hard to get back on terms here. Both long laps out the way. The gap between them at the last timing point was 17.2. That gives Berdova a little bit more work to do on the chase back. The riders were telling me the long lap takes anywhere between 10 and 12 seconds at the best of times. Maybe in the junior a little bit longer just because of the slower top speed. But it's not going to be much in it. There is the American. That is Ryder Sawangwan. Nico Sawangwan, I should say. It's his younger brother who's getting on with things now. Ryder is in the stock category. How times change. The last time I saw Ryder Sawangwan, he was in the juniors, but he's 17 now, so he's up in the stock category these days. And there's a fall in the middle. That's Leo, I believe. I think Leolisha Kratishvili has tumbled in the slalom, so he should be able to get himself back up to speed again. P6. But that is a little bit of time lost. Berdova doesn't need to go on a long lap. She goes into the last lap. Berdova's crossed the timing line. Now it's going to be a race to who gets out first. Is it going to be Berdova? It is! She's made the jump. So by taking the long lap first, Berdova has jumped in front of Pozhnikova. Beautifully done. And so Berdova using the tactics to work out in her favor. Pozhnikova doing the best she could, but Berdova got into a rhythm. She didn't want to go parallel to Pozhnikova for much longer. She wanted the space. And so now, as they come into the last section of the far side, a double left buoy to come. There's Bibiana Bubnikova, who's recovered well after her fall on the first lap. Now into the slalom for the last time. Berdova's just got to be even, careful, not push too hard. Checkered flag is in the air waving. She'll come through the timing line. An absolute masterclass race from Ellen Berdova. Started beautifully, finished beautifully. Second Pozhnikova, only 2.9 back. These two are going to be at each other's throats all weekend long. But a fabulous ride too from Max Ruska. It looks like he's going to come through as the fastest of the junior boys. Brilliant work. That's Ruska's first heat win, I believe, of the 2026 season. If not, certainly a real confidence booster heading into the remainder of the weekend, because when all of the riders are out there together this time, he's beaten Stan Cahoot and Leolisha Kratishvili in a straight fight. He's one of the most nervous people out there, Max Ruska. He doesn't have a lot of confidence in himself yet, but that win will certainly change that for quite a long time. So Wangwan comes through for P6, and then comes the 3 riders who fell on the first lap along with Natalie Udorova. Such a shame. Bibiana Bubnikova, Adela Pokorova, and Filip Pescia. All 3 of them, though, perfectly okay. It was a nasty fall from the 3 on the first lap, but they got out of it without so much as only a bump or a bruise. So Adela Pokorova coming through. They'll get another chance in the following heat. So the first junior heat goes the way of Ellen Berdova, the reigning world champion in junior girl. Nela Pozhnikova in second place from Max Ruska, the first of the junior boys. Stan Cahoot, Leolisha Kratishvili, Nika Sawangwan, Bibiana Bubnikova, Adela Pokorova, Natalie Udorova coming home in 9th place. Filip Pescia, also a lap adrift. Headache for a couple of the juniors then, but a very good start. And what a battle it's going to be here in Sweden between Nela Pozhnikova and Ellen Berdova. Just getting started, but wins for Berdova and Ruska in the battle that awaits us. Great run for Ruska in particular to get one over on Stan Cahoot and Leolisha Kratishvili. That'll be a great way to bounce back after being quite nervous in the qualifying session yesterday. Next up, it is the Masters In the women's category, the championship leader on pole, Lee Jun, along with Teresa Bekikova, Jennifer Beckman, Terza Sawangwan, and Ekaterina Antonova. So we were going to have a sixth competitor in the Masters women category. It was going to be Kim Min Kyung, the wife of Kim Down, but at the last minute she decided she wasn't ready. She decided and elected to sit out this one. Hopefully she'll be back in the competition in Marbella in Spain. That'll be taking place next month. For the moment, of course, still soaking up the spoils of Sweden. What a fantastic location. And you can see people just ambling through on foot and on bicycle. We're not closing the cycle path route. We're just allowing people to enjoy the spectacle of the 2026 UIM Moto Surf World Championship right before their eyes. The fans are flocking in. They're starting to realize that, wow, we've got a World Championship playing out on open water here in the Jøsgaardsvindsbrücke for the first time in 114 years. Lee Jun getting ready to start her mission to go for Grand Prix win number 3 in a row. Getting some help as well from Rosie Janora. And there is Teresa Bekikova. What an opportunity for her. Only made her debut in competition 3 weeks ago in Prague. And now she's got a chance to go for a victory. What a chance for Teresa Bekikova. Lining up alongside her is the German star Jennifer Beckman, raced for Team Germany in the World Games 2025 in Chengdu. When she's not racing, she's a solicitor. Terza Sawangwan, great to see her back in the World Championship paddock once again. The 41-year-old from Seattle, mother of Ryder and Nico, husband and youngest son are watching back home. And there's Ekaterina Antonova, one of the newest faces in the paddock. 39 years of age from Cyprus, made her debut 3 weeks ago, switching from the world of jet ski racing. And she only actually had 6 training sessions on a jet surf before she made her competitive racing debut. I've had 1 training session and it went very badly indeed. Massive thanks, by the way, to Nicholas and Yeri Blaha for allowing me the chance to do that. So I take my hat off to Ekaterina Antonova. If she's ready to race in the World Championship after just 6 sessions, that's absolutely astonishing. So the women ready for competition in the Masters category. New for the 2026 season, racers over the age of 30 can compete in the Masters women class. And it was kind of a necessary need, really, because there are so many Moto Surf women racers who want to keep racing. But like so many sports in the world these days, it's all about these young whippersnapper teenagers. And so they all want to race. They want to be competitive about it. But when you're racing against people 15 to 20 years your junior, it can be quite demoralizing. So the Masters men have their own class. So why not the Masters women too? So a very good decision from the UAM Moto Surf World Championship. The team led and coordinated by Martin Janšelík, with so many great members of the team around to continue making this sport what it is. And it's certainly turning into a nicely growing monster. That's what we like. Growth is always good, expanding into new races, new territories, and new location. Prague 3 weeks ago was quite an incredible show. This one is going to be too. Certainly not the quantity of riders that we were hoping for here, because although we are in the nation's capital, it's not the easiest city in the world in terms of flight path for people to get to direct, because the main thoroughfare for the Nordic countries for direct flights is, of course, Copenhagen, at the foot of Sweden, just over the border in Denmark. And, of course, it's not easy to get your equipment from there over the Øresund Bridge cleanly to get to Stockholm. It's quite a mission, quite a long drive from Copenhagen to Stockholm. We're just having a quick technical break before we get back underway once again. We will, of course, return to the water when we're ready to with the Masters women, the Electric Challenge, the stock category, and the elite men and women's competitions coming up very shortly. Stick around. We're not going to be too long before we're back into race trim. There we go then, ready for battle as the women make their way to the water. Looks like the technical break is actually coming after this race. My apologies. So the championship leader, Lee Eun-jin, winner of the Asian Championship in Sri Lanka back in 2024. Second in the Motosurf Open at Saudi Arabia last year. Regularly top 10 material in the Elite Women's Championship, despite being a good 20 years older than a lot of the Elite Women's competitors. Was really glad when the Motosurf World Championship decided to give us a Masters Women category. And she's certainly taking advantage of it. The 38-year-old from Seoul in Korea. She's afraid of water. Would you believe it? And yet, every time she goes out onto the water, she faces her fears and quests to battle it. She had the race of her life 3 weeks ago in Prague, going up against two absolute powerhouses. Miki Tori, the Japanese superstar who she had never beaten in direct competition until the final in Prague. And of course, the original queen of Motosurf made her return after 3 years away from the sport. Aneta Sasharova couldn't resist getting back on a Motosurf in the Czech capital of Prague. She is a mother these days. That takes priority. But despite no training whatsoever, she still managed to come through in second place. Very impressive indeed. I don't know, Aneta is watching. She can't get Motosurf out of her system now, especially now that she's returned. So hopefully she's enjoying watching the spectacle of the Masters Women once again. This weekend, my eyes are on the very impressive Tereza Pekakova. Made her debut 3 weeks ago and actually has a genuine chance of not just grabbing a podium, but maybe even a victory. She's making massive progress in terms of speed. She's not quite at the same level as Eun-jin Lee yet, but you never know what's going to happen in Motosurf. So all sorts of problems already starting for Eun-jin Lee. This is what I'm talking about. Looks like there's an issue with the throttle for Eun-jin Lee. No power. And this is a terrible way for the Koreans Grand Prix to start. She's out of the water, so she's going to miss the practice start by the look of it. Whether or not she'll actually have a board that can go racing with in the first run. Now, normally in these situations, there's a spare board standing by if they can't get it started, but there was definitely some problems for Lee Eun-jin initially. She was struggling and getting some assistance from Rosie Janora. This is not good news at all for the Korean, the championship leader, Grand Prix winner in Turkey, Grand Prix winner in Prague. But clearly some problems with the board. Now the throttle cable is going to go back into the handle. That's how you get it started. There is Rosie Janora to help. Top-level competitor in the Elite Women's category. They raced against each other last year. Still very good friends. She's friends with everybody in this paddock, is Eun-jin Lee. And they're trying to figure out what it is that's causing this issue. That's the thing I love the most about this paddock. Nobody likes to see a rider on the sidelines with difficulty. It looks as though the throttle cable is almost stuck in position in one place there, but it looks as though they seem to have fixed it. So Lee Eun-jin can put her gloves back on. The people helping her on the sidelines, they're just cable tying the throttle cable in position so that it doesn't come loose. But clearly it looks like it's a temporary fix rather than a full-scale solution. So I have a feeling that for Heat 2, they're going to need to do a bit of hard work. So back out onto the water. They've waited for Lee Eun-jin. And she's got the engine running on the surf, so hopefully it's all going to go according to plan this time. She gets back into the water. And now the adrenaline is pumping for Lee Eun-jin. So she will really be wanting to get herself back to the front, get herself to the starting procedure. And that might just be the catalyst for a victory. Certainly looks as though the board is working again now. But there will be a slight concern in the back of Lee Eun-jin's head here. Is the board going to go the distance? Certainly looks as though she can go the distance, although she had a rather precarious start to the weekend. She arrived in Stockholm, got on the bus to the terminal with all her bags, and the bus braked rather abruptly, only for the bags to topple on top of her. And she's not the tallest rider in the world, is Lee Eun-jin. So she almost got flattened by a whole series of luggage. and she came up with a bruise that's bigger than what you usually get if you fall off these. So she had a rather precarious start to the week. So Leonjun certainly having some adventures here in Sweden. Not quite the start she was hoping for, but this is the practice start. So they drop the flag. This is the practice run. I think that's taken the pressure a little bit off Teresa Bekikova as well, because in her second ever weekend, I don't think she was anticipating being the one to lead the field off the start. And if Leonjun hadn't made the start, that would have been the fate that befell her. So Leonjun turns that little bit of a scare into speed. She bails out of the slalom, ready to push again on the actual start. Jennifer Beckman looking to find the hunger again as well. As the hand goes up, because of course the race start was only a test run. In the first heat, it's only ever a test. So the racers getting ready to fall back into position. It'll be Lee Eun-jin, the Korean, pole position. Teresa Bekikova second, Jennifer Beckman third, Terza Sawangwan in fourth, and Ekaterina Antonova in P5. This is a course that rewards intelligence. The riders have been telling me it's an intellect that's going to win this weekend, not just speed. So as the riders get themselves into position, they wait for the flag to drop from the marshal. If the flag drops, we're racing. If it oscillates, we go round again. Leonjun, hand in the air to guide all of the riders into position. Some of them are still getting used to the idea of starting these races. You've got to remember that Bekikova and Antonova are still very new to this. Flag is in the air. Does it drop? Leonjun has guided them into position. It's oscillating, so they're going to go round again. Unfortunate, as I think they were all dialed in and ready. Big opportunity for some big racing in the Masters women category. I think the battle for second place in particular is going to be a bit of a nail-biter here this weekend. Leonjun, if everything's going according to plan, she's certainly got the pace to run away and hide up front. And as for second place, well, it's unpredictable. Bekikova and Beckman are very evenly matched in terms of one-lap pace. And for Teresa Bekikova, this is only her second ever event in the World Championship. Very impressive. So Lee, Bekikova, Beckman, Sawangwan, Antonova. We wait for the flag to drop from the marshal. When we get the command, we will be in racing trim. Sawangwan forms into position. Looks like it's a good one. Hopefully we're going to get the command to start. Flag is in the air. Does it drop this time? The Huski Grand Prix of Sweden is delayed for the Masters women. They're not in position yet. So we have to wait again as we go back around. And the riders ready for another go at the start of the Masters women competition. Gorgeous weather here in Sweden. A lot of the locals here, and certainly everybody at Team Huski, was rather hopeful that the weather was going to be good. When they arrived here on Thursday, they couldn't believe it. It's not only sunny, but warm. It's a proper heat wave as far as Sweden is concerned. Top temperatures today likely to be 26 degrees Celsius. Doesn't sound like much considering what's going on in Britain, France, Spain and Italy at the moment. But for Sweden, it's practically the Sahara Desert. So the riders getting into position then. Lee, Bekikova, Beckman, Sawangwan, Antonova, ready in position to start the first Masters Women Heat of the Huski Grand Prix of Sweden 2026. We get the command from the marshal. When the flag drops, we will be in race trim. Is this going to be the start that works? Yes, it is. Off we go. Brilliant start from Beckman. Makes the jump on Bekikova. Can she cross the white water to hold on to that second place run? She can. Beautifully done from Jennifer Beckman. A fantastic start from the German rider. And as they work their way through the slalom for the first time, no worries at all for Lee Eun-jin and none at all for Beckman, who manages to go toe-to-toe with Teresa Bekikova. This is how it's done. And Beckman has the position. Second place, giving chase to the Korean Lee Eun-jin. Fabulously done so far. Beckman with a terrific start. She's going straight onto the long lap. She's got her strategy nailed to the mast. And so it's going to be Beckman versus Bekikova for second place, hoping that there are problems for Lianjin. Well, not hopeful of problems, but certainly if there are problems, they'll take advantage of it. Then it's Antonova and Thursday Sawangwan. Sawangwan's gone for the long lap nice and early to get it out of the way. Back out onto the course goes Beckman, rejoining behind Pekikova. But she looks like she's made good time on the slalom and on the long lap, so that's really good. Here is Pekikova. So impressive, considering this is only her second ever event in the Moto Surf World Championship. Very impressive indeed from the 30-year-old. She is the youngest in the field. Made her debut in Prague 3 weeks ago. Oh, and into the water. Who is that? Is that Ekaterina Antonova? I think it might be. So Antonova sadly looks like she's come off the board. Beckman still trying to put pressure on the riders around her and put on the steam. We're going to look. It is indeed. Oh no, it's the two. It's Pekikova. Pekikova's made the mistake. So in fact, it is Teresa Pekikova who made the error. Easy to understand, considering it's her second ever weekend in the World Championship. But the mistake comes regardless. So Lianjin leads the way. Beckman in fourth place, courtesy of the long laps. But of course, that's going to come back to her later in the race. Antonova has come through in second place, but she has now made her trip onto the long lap. There she is. Yesterday, she was a little out of sorts. She said, I don't know whether it's me or whether it's the board, but something's not quite right. Today, it looks like they've got on top of whatever it was. So there is Jennifer Beckman, the German, doing a great job. Really starting to work hard. She actually works in product law of all of the various areas. It's all to do with legislation of products and manufacturing. She says she doesn't get the same day twice. It's one of the things she loves about her particular discipline and vocation. Lianjin pushing hard. Goodness me, you would think that Aneta Sasharova was hot on her heels. Really is going for it. But then Lianjin only knows two speeds, flat out or stationary on the bank. Wonderful to watch. She's got pure energy. Really working her way through as out of the way gets Terza Sawangwan. Moves aside and lets the Korean take the position. Fabulous to watch. This is the 2026 season opening up for Lianjin to just claim it. Ever since the first round of the championship in Turkey, where it was pretty much hers for the taking. In Prague, she was nervous. I've never beaten Miki Tori in a straight fight. Aneta Sasharova is the original queen of Moto Surf. How on earth am I going to beat those two? It turned out, by pure determination, she did so. And without a doubt, the Grand Prix of Czechia was her greatest ever achievement in this sport. Certainly her greatest ever ride. And now, here in Sweden, although she's had a bit of a tricky start to the week, it looks as though the continuation of it is back to what she does best. Fast and pure speed and discipline throughout. Lianjin stretching her legs at the front as both, well, all three riders, Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Antonova and Terza Sawangwan, have all taken their long laps twice over now. So Pekikova in second place by virtue of the fact that she hasn't taken her second long lap yet. Lianjin has. She's just flying. She could end up lapping the field. Very quick pace here. And certainly very calm and very cool. The German rider Jennifer Beckman still battling this one. Teresa Pekikova. She had that fall, but she's only had one long lap so far. So Pekikova just trying to work herself forward. She is also a mother, quite like Aneta Sasharova and Terza Sawangwan. Both solid competitors in this sport. But both very happy to continue their athletic disciplines. You've got to remember there are no professional motor surf riders. It's one of those sports like you see so many competitors in the Olympic Games. They have to earn a living if they want to compete in this sport. So there onto the long lap for the third time goes Ekaterina Antonova. Working her way out of the far side of the course. The drone keeping up with our riders. And there is Bekakova getting back onto the form that we know her to have. Pulling the cable, leaning back, rising the front of the board up a bit more. Gives you that little bit more stability. The waves change every single lap. Waves that weren't there a lap ago are suddenly there on this lap, and they'll change position, change height, change dynamic, change speed with every single lap. You've got to have pure instinct and a real understanding as to what the board is doing. And you can see that Lee Eun-jin is slowing. Is that because of physicality, or are those problems with the board returning? She's currently completed 6 of the 7 laps. She has this tendency occasionally, she needs to slow the pace down just to consider the situation. Oh, don't tell me she's missed the long lap again. She's done it. This is what happened in Prague. But she's only done 2 long laps. You need to do all 3. I think she's going to get a penalty here. Lee Eun-jin is allowed through by Terza Sawangwan, but that's only 2 long laps done, so I think she'll get a penalty at the end of this one. But Lee Eun-jin in all sorts of difficulty at the start, and I wonder if those problems are starting to return. Certainly very dramatic in the Masters women, as Tereza Bekakova could well be on course for a victory here. But she's only a few seconds behind Lee Eun-jin. I don't think she's done all 3 long laps either. So this is going to be very dramatic. So it looks as though neither Lee Eun-jin or Tereza Bekakova have completed all 3 long laps. So goodness knows who's going to get the win. Is it going to be Jennifer Beckman? Across the line will come Lee Eun-jin. She will complete the course, but having done 7 laps, only 2 of them have been long laps. So that is agony for Lee Eun-jin, and it's going to be a similar story for Tereza Bekakova, who stays upright for the moment. And then it all goes wrong in the slalom. Oh, it's tough out there on this very tricky course, as Tereza Bekakova falls for the 2nd time in this race. Catches it initially, but I think it's so tough on the back here, and it's so cold, the water, that the body wasn't quite settled back in right yet. So across the line comes Tereza Bekakova. 7 laps completed, but only 2 of them were long laps. 40 seconds back from Lee Eun-jin. But Jennifer Beckman has not completed the full 7 laps yet, but has done all 3 long laps. Antonova crosses the line in 4th, a lap down. Terza Sawangwan was 2 laps behind Lee Eun-jin. And here comes Jennifer Beckman, the only rider in the top 3 to have completed both 7 laps and all 3 long laps mandatory. So this is going to be interesting to see what the case will be. I've certainly got the suspicion that Bekakova is going to lose a position. I wonder if Lee Eun-jin is as well. Very dramatic start, though, for the Masters women. Problems for Lee Eun-jin on the initial start. Now, that's the position that I'm favoured with, all 4s. And it's actually quite uncomfortable going through the waves on all 4s, even though it's pretty cool and pretty fast. It does give you quite a lot of pummeling on your kneecaps and on your elbows. I came up with quite a few bruises at the end of that. The day after the event, I looked like a Picasso painting when I took my shirt off. It wasn't pleasant. Just about recovered from it all. Loved every second of it, though. So Lee Eun-jin, for the moment, is the winner, although both she and Tereza Bekakova only did 2 of the mandatory long laps. Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Antonova and Terza Sawangwan did complete all 3. So the Masters women are done and dusted for the moment then, and they will bounce back for more great battles in due course. So we'll allow the officials to do their job to figure out who the true winner of the first heat was. And so we'll get ourselves ready for the next battle out on the course. So far then, we've had the Masters men, we've had the juniors, we've had the Masters women. Now we get the electric challenge. And great news for the locals here in Sweden, because in pole position, it'll be Alexander Lanner in front of Michel Ullard, Abraham Tibor and Alan Ng. So the electric challenge, their first round of the 2026 campaign. These boards are about 15 kilograms heavier than their titanium and race direct fuel injection counterparts. But this weekend, the key factor is that the Team Huski rider, Alexander Lanner, is going to give Sweden a push for victory on home water. Michel Ullard, Abraham Tibor and Alan Ng, all riding in the category as well. Michel Ullard and Abraham Tibor in the top 3 of last year's championship, behind the reigning champion, Janno Vankersbilk of Belgium. Get well soon, Janno. We know you're watching from home. And the fourth man in the equation, Alan Ng of Macau, who is actually riding on a movie design board this weekend. It's a Chinese brand new for the Motor Surf World Championship. And it's always exciting to see new technology be welcomed in to the World Championship. And so for our contenders out on the water, it's time for Sweden to take center stage as the 20-year-old Alexander Lanner from here in Stockholm has a chance now to go for victory in the first electric challenge heat of the weekend. And of course, he's on double duty this weekend, Alexander Lanner, because he's not just competing in the electric challenge, he'll also be competing in the stock class as well. Not going to be easy for him to cut the candle at both ends, so to speak. He's really going to have to work hard today to keep his pace and keep his motivation skyrocket. But for the local fans here in Stockholm, it's a chance for Alexander Lanner to get his first victory of the weekend and certainly give the local fans something to smile about. Over the last 2 weekends, we've had plenty of that. In Turkey, we had the superstars Ender and Murat Jorgenschila, along with the newly crowned James Pond, 12-year-old Sani Urus, who's become a bit of a meme king in the last couple of months. This is that brand new board I was talking about, the movie design board, entered by Alan Ng. One member of the paddock looked at it when it was turned upside down and went, "Oh, it's a jet ski." It's like, no, it's not. It's a board. So Alan Ng of Macau, fiancée Irene is watching at home. Did you teach him those moves, Irene? Shocking. I've got a feeling Irene's got a little bit more style than that somehow. But Alan Ng has plenty of style all of his own. He proposed to his fiancée Irene on the shoreline at the Grand Prix of Fujairah last year. The most romantic way I can think of for a racer to propose. Of course, no surprises. Irene had no hesitation at all in saying yes. Michel Ullard lining up second on the grid for this one. Going to be an interesting challenge. These are heavier boards by about 15 kilos, but they've got decent power underneath them. So top speed is about the same, but because the board is heavier, it's a lot tougher to actually go through the corners. So it's trickier, is what Alexander Lanner told me yesterday, but still very rewarding and still very enjoyable. It's Moto Surf, of course it is. So sadly, we've only got 4 riders for this first weekend of the Electric Challenge. We should have a few more, of course. But this is the man who carries the hopes of Sweden to grab some silverware here in Stockholm. The 20-year-old Alexander Lanner for Team Huski. A big chance for him. He's been very strong so far this year. He got a podium in Turkey back in June in the stock category on pure merit. And there's his teammate, Ringo Reimer, who's also going to be competing against him in the stock category. Alexander Lanner doing what all Swedes do if they're water boys, just getting a little bit of a dip before they go racing. So the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden is going to kick off for the Electric Challenge with the 20-year-old from Stockholm on pole position, Alexander Lanner. He wants to get victory out on the water here in the Djurgårds Vindsbrucken, nice and easily. But it's definitely going to be a challenge. He's going to have the Czech Michel Ullard, the Hungarian Abraham Tibor, and the Macanese Alan Ng chasing him down. There is the man who carries the hopes of Sweden in the Electric Challenge, Alexander Lanner. Second place for the S4F racing team, Michel Ullard, the 43-year-old from Novi Zichin. Next up, the man from Budapest, Abraham Tibor, third in the Electric Challenge Championship last year, hoping for bigger in 2026. And there is the man himself for Team Aerodynamic, Alan Ng of Macau. Great opportunity for the 42-year-old, the man who is also the co-organizer of MotoSurf at the Macau Grand Prix for the last 2 years. Sadly, no Macau Grand Prix in 2026. We all hope we get to return there in the future. Oh, how about this? Jano Vankersbilk, the reigning Electric Challenge champion, just wrote in on the YouTube stream. Get this. If Movi is looking to sponsor a rider in 2027 for the Electric Challenge with a board, call me. All right, Jano. Have a word with Alan. We'll get them in touch with you. Not bad, eh? Always excited to see new manufacturers in the sport. Jet Surf has been the sole choice predominantly for the entirety of the last 12 years. Well, Movi Design, the Chinese brand, coming in for the first time here in Sweden to test out the board. Alan Ng is the man of choice, who's elected not to compete in the Masters this weekend, to just focus purely on this new technology. There was almost a second board going to compete in the championship in the petrol-driven category as well, because they brought a board for Kim Min-kyung to have a go as well in the Masters Women. She elected at the 11th hour not to compete. So for Sweden, Alexander Lanner going from pole position out on the water with Michel Ullard, Abraham Tibor and Alan Ng. It may not be the biggest field, but it's certainly going to be an exciting quest to see if the Super Swede can grab the top spot. And everyone from Team Huski is out on the shoreline here, ready to see Alexander Lanner take the first Electric Challenge heat win of the season. We didn't have the Electric Challenge at either Turkey or in Prague, so great to see the first round of the championship. Mr. Murataga is watching home from Turkey. Enjoy the pain, he says. He's certainly been a moto surfer. It's fast, but it is painful. Of course it is. The amount of bruises and sore bones and sore muscles these guys get over the course of a season doesn't even bear thinking about. I've only done one training session and I felt like I'd been run over by a steamroller at the end of it all. Practice start. But you can see how quick these things are on a straight line. How about that? That's the Movi Design board going straight into the lead for Alan Ng. Well, we wondered how fast this board was going to be. We wondered how competitive this race was going to end up. I think Alan Ng has just given us the answer. So if you thought this was going to be plain sailing for Alexander Lanner, who actually falls on the practice start in the slalom, think again. Anybody who said, well, this is going to be a foregone conclusion, Alexander Lanner's going to win everything, I don't think so. If he wants to win the Electric Challenge, it looks like he's going to have to work for it. Alan Ng with a mega start. Don't forget, the Electric Challenge board's very different from their petrol-driven titanium DFI counterparts. 15 kilograms heavier, bit more power to boot, but of course, because they're heavier, they're tougher to get around the slaloms. So they're not the easiest crafts to navigate, especially if you don't have a lot of experience on them. So this could be a very interesting challenge. I wonder if that was a practice start jitter or whether that was the form that's going to come. Fascinating to observe. Lanner, Ullard, Tibor and Ng. Watch for Alan Ng at the back. Got that lightning start on the initial test start. Now we dip down, and again, look at that launch from the Movi Design board. Absolutely phenomenal start from Alan Ng. This is the real start this time, of course, as Alexander Lanner looks to pursue him as they go through the slalom. And Alan Ng has found the Movi Design board to be very strong. Now, of course, in the Electric Challenge, they can miss the final bit of the slalom. Alexander Lanner is going to get parallel to Ng. They're going to go side to side. They almost clatter into each other, and Lanner can't quite get across the line with easy freneticism there. Goodness me, that was close. So Alan Ng takes to the long lap. Look how close that got. Let's look at it again from another angle. Lanner has to tuck back in, bail out of it, and then he almost collides with the finish line buoy. Scary moment for Alexander Lanner, and he's in the water. Lanner's dropped it in the drink. So back onto the board he gets. Well, this is not going to be as easy as he first thought. This is how he did it. Oh, face full of buoy. The board gets suddenly submerged, and he has to step off it. Looks like the cable came out of the throttle handle. Well, just as we thought we knew exactly what the score was in Electric Challenge, no chance. This movie design board looks pretty quick. Just like the car industry, all these Chinese manufacturers coming in and changing the face of the world forever. This movie is looking pretty quick, but the Huski team haven't given up on Alexander Lanner at all. Lanner running in third place, getting himself back up to pace again as he crosses the line. Alan Ng is in the slalom. They can miss the final buoy of the slalom, so don't worry about them missing buoys at the end of that part of the course. 5 laps, of course, in the Electric Challenge, 2 of which have got to be long laps. But Alan Ng has taken a long lap already. Looks as though he's lost a bit of time somewhere else on the course, because that's him coming through in third place now. Michel Ullard, and oh, there goes Alan Ng into the water. So there goes Michel Ullard to get back past him again, having taken the long lap. And Alexander Lanner does the same. Easily done. Here's how it happened. Oh, the problem is he leans, but the board doesn't turn. The Electric Challenge boards are heavier than their petrol-driven counterparts by about 15 kilos or so. So they're much tougher to turn compared to their regular counterparts. But even Alexander Lanner's had another fall. So this really is going to be a race of attrition. It's just get back up on the board and see who crosses the line first. This is going to be a bit of a lottery by the look of it. So Lanner is trying to get back into a rhythm, but he was in second place behind Michel Ullard. There is Michel Ullard, who comes out of the slalom. He crosses the line to complete lap 3. He is the leader. Oh, and problems for Alan Ng. Well, fast out of the blocks, but Alan Ng is out. Oh, and he's furious, absolutely enraged. Perhaps we spoke too soon. So Alan Ng not going any further. Abraham Tibor now in second. Alexander Lanner fighting back from third. He goes into his second long lap, the same as we saw from Michel Ullard. Look, you're having to take a wider berth to navigate the buoys on these Electric Challenge boards. You can't just attack them in the same way that you can in the DFI boards. Direct fuel injection, they're lighter, they're more nimble. You've actually got to be a little bit more cautious on the Electric Challenge boards. It's a completely different style of riding. Jano Vankersbilk writes in, will the experience of Michel Ullard make the difference? Electric is not as easy as people think sometimes. Well, this race is certainly demonstrating that. I think Alexander Lanner came into this one thinking, I'm young, I'm energetic, I know this sport inside and out as a stock rider. I can handle an Electric Challenge board, no problem. Perhaps you should have another think about that. Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian, now leads the race. Very different style of riding, of course, the Electric Challenge boards. Ullard's taken both of his long laps. That's why Tibor's out in front, but Tibor's now gone onto the long lap. And here is Alexander Lanner. Oh, more problems for Lanner. This is not going the way he wanted it to at all. And so the experience of Michel Ullard and Abraham Tibor is coming up to the prowess. Alan Ng trying out new technology. Alexander Lanner trying out a new class. This isn't going as either men thought it was going to do. Alan Ng was relying on the technology. Alexander Lanner was relying on his stock noosh. But as Jano Vankersbilk, the Electric Challenge champion, points out, they're very different boards to ride. They all look the same, but the behavior and the characteristics are very different. And it comes back to what we said yesterday in qualifying. It's an intellect that will win on this course. And there are two very intelligent men out there, Michel Ullard and Abraham Tibor, very smart men indeed. So here comes Michel Ullard to complete the first heat of the Electric Challenge. And it's going to be plain sailing, literally. No worries at all for Michel Ullard. He gets the win. Not a single error from Michel Ullard, as now he gets to fall into the water. And here comes Abraham Tibor for second position. Two men who know this class very well. Top 3 in the championship last year behind Jano Vankersbilk. Alexander Lanner, come on guys, help me home. He wants the support of the locals on the sidelines. Looks like he's going to have to work very hard indeed if he wants to win the Grand Prix of Sweden in the Electric Challenge. Third place for Alexander Lanner. Whatever problems befell him, it was certainly enough to thwart his charge. Pole position, yes. Race victory, not yet. Got a feeling that Alexander Lanner has got a bit of homework to do if he wants to win in the Electric Challenge. And of course, he's also got to think about riding in the stock class. The plot thickens in the Electric Challenge Championship. Michel Ullard takes the win, and deservedly so, from Abraham Tibor and Alexander Lanner, while Alan Lung on the brand new movie board having all sorts of problems. So, it's an interesting chapter in the weekend then, as the Electric Challenge ends up having a little bit of discomfort in front of them. So we've still got the stock and the elite men's and elite women's categories still to come. Plenty of great battles out on the Jørgards Vindsbrücke still to come.
And we want to say huge thanks to the Huski team, which is the main partner of our racing experience here in Stockholm. And it's very, very nice to be for us to visit Sweden, this beautiful part of Stockholm. My God!
Welcome back to the action for the UIM Moto Surf World Championship here on the beautiful Huski in the capital city of Stockholm in Sweden. As we continue the challenge for the UIM Moto Surf World Championship, we continue on with the stock category for the first of the two groups, and it's the 15-year-old Adam Kollar who goes from pole position to the first heat with Mattis Barvik and Oliver Wolf, his former combatants in junior, alongside him with the Swede Alexander Lanner, fourth position on the grid from Stepan Šimek, David Zaplatilak, Vladimir Andel, and the returning American, Ryder Sawangwan. So all of the contenders ready for an exciting push back into the water as the racing is ready to take center stage once more. It's already been a very exciting day at the races for the Masters Men, Juniors, Masters Women and Electric Challenge. Now into the stock, it's the 15-year-old Adam Kollar who won at the Turkish Grand Prix, fourth in stock Rookie Merlin Plus 2025. Now he's battling in the stock category. Mattis Barvik, who is already pushing very hard indeed, the Junior Boy World Champion of 2025. He wants to take his first win in stock. Next up, third in Junior Boy 2025, the son of Yeri and the brother of Sarah. It's Oliver Wolf, continuing his journey in the stock category. Next up, for Sweden and Team Huski, Alexander Lanner, the 20-year-old from Stockholm. He wants to put on a big show in front of his home fans, and he's ready to do battle. Next up, Stepan Šimek for ACV MS Brno, the 7th Junior Boy Championship contender in 2025, first season in the stock category. Great to see David Zaplatilak continuing to grow in stature, competed in Croatia in 2025 in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus. This year, he stepped up to the stock category. Beside him on the grid, Vladimir Andel, the man who knows all there is to know about the stock class. He's been racing in this competition since Croatia 2023. And alongside him, it's a welcome return to the Moto Surf World Championship paddock for the 17-year-old from Seattle in Washington, Ryder Sawangwan. He takes to the circuit once again, having become the junior and hobby champion of the United States in 2024. So for many of the locals here in Stockholm, this is the first time they will ever have been treated to the UIM Moto Surf World Championship out here on their own very glorious Djurgårdsvansbrocken. And it's wonderful to see competition here for the first time since the 1912 Summer Olympic Games. Wonderful to see the riders getting themselves up to speed. And these are the young contenders for the throne of Moto Surf. All of these competitors, if they're under the age of 18, are hoping one day that they'll get their chance to compete in the elite category one day. All racing in the shadow of the Nordic Museum, one of the most fantastic places to go and enjoy here in the capital of Stockholm. This is one of 14 sensational islands. This is the Djurgården Island, opening out into the Bay of Sweden. 14 islands make up the city of Stockholm. It's a fabulous, fabulous location for any form of sporting endeavor, never mind the world of moto surf. And we are here in the shadow of the Tekniska Museum. To the left of the course, to the right of the course, are the Nordic Museum and the Vasamuseet, which has an incredible backdrop within it. That galleon that only traveled 6 kilometers before it sank on its maiden voyage, recovered in the 1960s and turned into one of the most fascinating museums you could ever wish to visit. Once again, because this is the first heat of competition for the stock category, they will have a practice start initially, and then they will make their way into race trim. But all of the competitors hoping to push for a top spot, certainly going to be stretching their limits in the early stages. Adam Kollar, Mattis Barvik, Oliver Wolf, Alexander Lanner, Stepan Šimek, David Zaplatilak, Vladimir Andel and Ryder Sawangwan. 8 of the 16 riders in the stock category here in Sweden going to battle and ready to quest after the gold. After the Turkish Grand Prix in June and the Czechia Grand Prix last month, it's time now to see what the riders in the stock category will give us in the Swedish Grand Prix. Practice start. Again, the riders are just figuring out how to get things done. This is the test run of the start rather than the main event. But Oliver Wolf certainly proving that he's out to go for the victory. Very good test start there as he allows Mattis Barvik the chance to go back alongside him. Alexander Lanner flying the flag for Sweden in hot pursuit. But it's tricky when you're in the wake of another rider, as he finds out to his cost there. Thank goodness this is only the test start. As they go through the timing gate, everyone will slow down and go back into racing trim. Whistle goes. We are in test run mode, aren't we? I think the riders suddenly realizing, oh yeah, we do get a test run for the first race. I think the marshals had to go in front of the buoys to remind the riders, we're not in racing yet. Heat 1, you get a practice start, guys. You do know how this works, don't you? They were so eager to go racing. Got to remember that they're aged 15 to 18 at the sharp end. Annette Stukalova and Natalie Kashnikova preparing for their race later in the women's elite. Annette Stukalova doing so from pole position. Be great to see what they can do once we get to the elite women's class, and that is going to be after the stock category. So back into the action we go again then. In the Masters men category, the Group A heat win was taken by Kim Down, the Group B by David Poznik. And of course, victory in junior girl and junior boy for Ellen Bardova and Max Rushka at the start of the day. Masters women conquered by Eunjin Lee. Fantastic run from the Korean. In the electric challenge, Michelle Ular took the first win of the event. So who is going to get the first group heat win of the stock category? Adam Kolar from pole, from Barvik, Wolf, Lanner, Simek, off we go. Great start from Barvik. Trying to draw level with Adam Kolar. Wolf has got a good launch too. Lanner's broken away from the train in order to try and get a zip up the inside, maybe to break into third place past Wolf. He's going to go left side on the slalom to try and break level with Oliver Wolf. But it's a great start from Kolar and from Barvik. Barvik looks hungry. Is he going to come through to take the lead? Not yet. The top three remain as they were. Wolf is already challenging Matthias Barvik. They raced against each other valiantly in the juniors last year. Wolf makes the mistake, and Lanner very nearly gets past him. He's going to go for the long lap to break up the tow. So Alexander Lanner, flying the flag for Sweden, becomes the first man in the top four to take the long lap. 7 laps of the course, 3 of which have got to be long laps. But Kolar, Barvik and Wolf have already decided to go onto the main course itself. Alexander Lanner, the Swede from Stockholm, 20 years of age, deciding that tactics are going to win this one. There is Matthias Barvik, the reigning world champion in junior boy. Did such a great job last year. Now looking to continue the journey. And so he battles after the race leader, Adam Kolar. Certainly having a great start at the moment, and looking to continue his march of progress forward. Still good progress and still great work to come from all of the contenders at the sharp end of this field. Adam Kolar chasing after more pace. Close to the buoys, really starting to attack these radiuses. Did such a good job in qualifying yesterday. Looks like we've had a fall at the back, I'm afraid. I think Stepan Šimek has had a bit of a moment. And David Saplatilek looks like he's lost a bit of ground as well. And there's Matthias Barvik. Good effort from Barvik so far. Second position, looking much stronger in the third round of the World Championship. Turkey and Prague were a bit of a tricky one for him, but now he's starting to find his magic here in Stockholm as Adam Kolar works himself into a good position up at the sharp end. Really good work from him. He crosses the line. He's going to get ready to go into his first long lap. He does so now. The last of the 3 leaders to go into the long lap. Vladimir Andel taking quite a long time to work his way further forward. Oliver Wolf has now got ahead of Andel. So Wolf was a couple of seconds back from Matthias Barvik. But of course, Barvik went on the long lap before the race leader, and that's how close they were on the exit. So Kolar stays in front of Barvik, but there wasn't much in it after they both took their first long lap. Now both men have got a couple of long laps to go, and Barvik really is chasing him down. But interestingly, through to third place now has come Alexander Lanner. He's jumped Oliver Wolf on the long lap. So Lanner is up to third. Good mix there from the Swede. As the two leaders work their way through, they're going to have some traffic before too long. The man they've got to try and catch up to is rider Sawangwan. But Adam Kolar is trying to get away from Matthias Bardvik. They're attacking the slalom. Bardvik is actually going with his opponent as Alexander Lanner almost loses the board completely through the slalom behind them. So this is going to be a tough race all the way for these three. Kolar, Bardvik, Lanner. Both riders at the front end deciding to go on to the long lap. Lanner's got to as well. They've got to take 3 mandatory long laps each. So it's going to be strategy that determines who's going to get the best of it. Lanner is pushing hard to try and close up on Kolar and Bardvik. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but a third position is not going to be a bad way for the Swede to start things off. So working very hard indeed. You've got to remember Kolar and Bardvik grew up in the world of moto surf. It is a sport that has grown and has risen and originated in the Czech Republic. Alexander Lanner flying the flag for Sweden, a country that is slowly starting to get some kudos in this world. Bardvik still pushing Adam Kolar. When these two are on an even footing, it's going to be an amazing rivalry. And Bardvik is not at all afeared to follow in the whitewash of Adam Kolar. They come through again at the end of the lap. There was 1.9 between them at the last timing line. The gap is 1.7. Kolar goes on to the long lap. Does Bardvik stay out on the course? Just looking to see if he's decided to go for it. Yes, Bardvik has remained out on the course. So he takes the lead for the moment. Kolar has gone on to the long lap, and so has Alexander Lanner. So there is Matthias Bardvik, who's taken the lead for the moment. But of course, he's got a mandatory long lap to take. He's got to use this chance now of clear water in front of him to try and gain some ground on Adam Kolar. But Alexander Lanner is catching up very hard as well. So this is going to be a tricky one. Can Lanner gain some time on Bardvik? It's all going to depend on how Bardvik goes through the traffic here. There is a slower rider in front of him. It's the 7 of Vladimir Andel. As meanwhile, Oliver Wolf is still trying to get himself into the mix here with Stepan Šimek, 22 seconds behind him. Zaplatilek in all sorts of trouble. I have a feeling David Zaplatilek is going to really struggle to gain some momentum. There is Oliver Wolf. Back into third position because Lanner took the long lap. As Adam Kolar goes into the final lap. Bardvik is on the long lap. Is Kolar going to beat him out of the long lap? Yes, he is. Adam Kolar remains in front. Bardvik is only a couple of buoys behind him, I would guess. So Adam Kolar not making the mistake. It all comes together for Adam Kolar. Matthias Bardvik is only going to be about 2 or 3 buoys behind him. So it's all gone very well indeed for Adam Kolar. He had pressure to make mistakes, and he just hasn't. He's just been so smooth all the way. So Adam Kolar comes out of the double left into the slalom, close up to the bank. There is Bardvik in the background, so there really wasn't much in it between the two of them. And has Lanner managed to jump past Oliver Wolf? That's going to be the main factor as well for third position. Here comes Adam Kolar, victory in the opening heat. No worries at all for the pole man. Second for Matthias Bardvik. He comes through 2.7 back. And it will be Alexander Lanner who comes through in third position. He does jump Oliver Wolf. So a great start for Alexander Lanner. Third position for the Swede. Big pressure on the riders to come through. Fourth place for Oliver Wolf. Fifth place will be Stepan Šimek in front of his opposition. Sixth place is going to go the way of Vladimir Andel in front of David Zaplatilek and rider Sawangwan of Seattle. So it's not quite the way Oliver Wolf was hoping it would go. Alexander Lanner definitely found his feet on him as here comes Vladimir Andel to finish off the course and complete the 7th lap. David Zaplatilek and rider Sawangwan both lapped on their way to the finish. But a great start for the 15-year-old. Adam Kolar getting the job done in brilliant fashion, despite the pressure from Matthias Bardvik, Alexander Lanner, and Oliver Wolf all the way. A great result and a fantastic start for the 15-year-old Adam Kolar. Brilliant opportunity for the man from La Cucinera. And he really does a great job to start the ball rolling. The fans really up close to the world of moto surf in a way that nowhere else has ever given them. They get to be right up close to the action, the spectators here, just walking and jogging through. And yet here they are in the middle of a Moto Surf World Championship paddock. Adam Kolara takes the first heat win in Stockmen from Matthews Barvik, Alexander Lanner, Oliver Wolf and Stepan Šimek. Vladimir Andel, P6. David Zaplatilek in front of the American Ryder Sawangwan. And just around the bend, we've had one heat for the stock. Now we get the second. And it's Kim Down, the stock world champion of 2022, who will go off pole. Josip Pokora, Jan Matoška and Adam Milovčík giving chase from Ender Younger Chile, Thomas Stepanek, Ringo Reimer and David Kučka. All of the chaos and the hubbub of being in the middle of a Motor Surf World Championship paddock is not lost on the locals. Kim Down, world champion 4 years ago in the stock category, double Masters world champion, the man who just doesn't slow down. There's Rexy, the workout land rider, Josip Pokora, very quick indeed in qualifying this time. The 16-year-old from Stalavi, racing in junior since 2024. Jan Matoška for the FG Forest Racing team, lining up third on the grid. Big chance for him, the man from Ricini. Hopeful of a full-time campaign in 2026. Alongside him is Adam Milovčík, the Slovak, the only Slovak in the stock category, and making big waves out there on the river. Next up, the Turkish star, Ender Yorgan Chile with Turkish style. The 17-year-old returns to the Moto Surf World Championship after 3 weeks ago in Prague. Next up, Thomas Stepanek Jr., the 19-year-old, made his debut in the stock rookie category 2 years ago, raced 3 times last year and 3 weeks ago in Prague. Next up, for Team Huski and Sweden, the 16-year-old, Ringo Reimer for Stockholm. A big chance for him, 9th in the Junior Boy Championship last year and racing at home. And then David Kučka, the man who had 2 difficult laps yesterday that came to nothing. The young man from Valtice will have to start from the back. But after being 3rd in the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus Championship last year, he's going to be mighty quick. So the riders make their way to the ocean. A unique setting here in the World Championship as the fans get to be mingled in amongst the athletes. You may think it's a little bit crazy and a little bit chaotic, but the way it's been run here by the Swedes, they want the fans to get as close to these athletes as it is physically possible to get. Well, the unique setting here on the Djurgårds Vindsbrücke, outside the fabulous hotel here that is our hub and our base. The very famous and very legendary hotel here, the Vils Karlhagen. It's been a fantastic place to stay here in the shadow of the Greta Johansson statue. Definitely worth having a look at when you get a chance. As the riders continue on their push forward. So the riders continuing to make their push forward. And some fantastic competition still to come from these riders. They've got a big mission in front of them. The fans enjoying the local Swedish delicacies down here on the bank in the shadow of the Greta Johansson statue that overlooks the main thoroughfare here. Team Huski really getting into the spirit. It's quite a statue if you get a chance to have a look at it. It'll come up on our screens several times over the course of our broadcast, I'm sure. It's already featured a few times. And there's quite a lot of history on this bit of the water. And she is certainly a part of that. Kim Down, 42 years of age, racing against drivers in this particular competition. At least 26 years his junior, and yet still able to be super competitive up at the sharp end. There is young Ringo Reimer, 16 years of age, the local man here in Stockholm. And surely the fans here will be pushing for him to have a decent result. Just getting through to the final for the first time will be his biggest target. In Turkey and in the Czech Republic, he struggled and then sadly didn't quite manage to make the top 12. But where better to do it than here in Stockholm? If he could make the final, that would be very special indeed. So for the man who leads the way then on the run to the first beauty, Adam Kolar, it's a big chance for him to make some progress, and he'll certainly want to do that in this first competitive heat of the day for him. It's definitely Huski season here in Stockholm as Team Huski is ready to set out on the journey. Alexander Lanner just came up with a top 3. What can Ringo Reimer do in his first race of the competition? We'll find out shortly. The marshals getting the riders into position. Sweden is obsessed with sport. They love their athletic disciplines. They really do get behind their athletes. And considering that we have 2 here in Alexander Lanner and Ringo Reimer, sadly not a third, because Hannes Hultberg, who flew the flag for Sweden for such a long time, he's been focusing on his day job in recent times. He's here and frustrated, as all racers are, who are not racing, but he's still soaking up the atmosphere and enjoying it. And so once again, the Jøsgaardsvindsbrücke will ring out to the sound of the moto surfers in the World Championship in the stock category. The riders just getting up to speed. They'll do their test start, and then of course we'll go into full racing trim. Fabulous course this, one of the toughest and most technically demanding the riders have had to come up against, not the least because the buoys are so close together in the slalom, and the 2 sides of the slalom are in fairly close proximity to each other. It makes precision very important. And the riders have told me several times this weekend, this isn't about being fast, it's about being smart. So the contenders getting themselves dialed in and ready. It's taking quite a long time to form up the grid on this occasion. The marshals just reminding them, come on, we need a test start here. We need to get on with this now. So the marshal just reminding them, okay, you can have a play and get used to things, but we do need to actually start this race now. So let's get on with it. The field will be led out by Kim Down, then Josip Pokora, Jan Matoška, Adam Milovčić, Ender Jogacile, Tomasz Stepanek, Ringo Reimer, and David Kučka. Time to form up the field. There in the background is the Nordic Museum. Fabulous place to go and visit if you get a chance. You can walk there from here, all along the bank of the river. And if you keep going, you'll end up in Old Town, one of the most beautiful districts here in the city of Stockholm. I had the pleasure of cycling and scootering my way through the city yesterday and this morning. Fabulous place. The locals are enjoying themselves, young and old, here for the UAM Moto Surf World Championship on the natural thoroughfare that these guys jog and cycle through every day. Today, it's a World Championship venue, and on these waters, a World Championship event of premier athletic discipline for the first time since the Summer Olympic Games of 1912. So Kim Down leading the formation. It's the test start, of course, this first one. Kim Down just trying to pace himself and get himself ready. Flag drops. This is the test start. Good launch from the man in P4. So already a good start there from Adam Milovčić, who's already threatening something big. Josip Pokora wants to go with Kim Down. So he's trying to get a little bit of an understanding as to how to get into his white water through the slalom, because he may get the chance to attack him on the start. But Pokora looking very quick here in Sweden. I really fancy his chances for a potential podium. And so the field backs off. The test start completed. We're only going to get 2 more test starts after this. in the elite women's and the elite men's, and then every start after that will be go for the glory, go for the win. No more practice runs. Of course, it is a river, so it is still an active thoroughfare. You can see the boats coming past in the background. They've got to be careful of the timing of those boats, because the wash that is created by those boats in the background can actually make quite a big difference into how the waves are affected on the course. Nothing that these riders aren't used to or can't handle, but it can certainly spring a surprise or two, that's for sure. So Kim down, Josip Pokora, Jan Matoška, Adam Milovčić, Enda Jurgacila, Stepanek, Reimer and David Kučka. The flag drops and we're under starters' orders. Off we go. And it's a great start from Pokora. He's going to try and get level. Good start as well from Milovčić, who's going to try and cut across Jan Matoška. Matoška's going to have the inside line though. No worries for the FG Forest rider, and as they go into the slalom for the first time, Pokora is going to attack Kim down to see if he can get through on the inside. Little bit of delay from Matoška, but even more of a delay from Milovčić. I think Enda Jurgacila may get a chance. They're going to go side to side as they come off the turn. And that's going to be the hard-charging Tomasz Stepanek that's come through. Great start from Stepanek. He's actually jumped ahead of Milovčić and Enda Jurgacila. Terrific from Stepanek. 19 years of age, not a lot of experience yet in the stock category, but he's certainly worked his way forward beautifully. As Kim down, just as he was in the Masters earlier. Flawless. Had a nice chat to him in the technical break. Very happy with the way things are going. Feels really comfortable and really at home here in Sweden. It kind of reminds him of Korea a little bit in terms of the condition and the temperatures of the waters and the air. So he's quite happy to race here. Oh, Josip Pokora has missed a few of the buoys. That's disastrous for Josip Pokora. That has not gone the way he wanted to at all. He's missed about 2 buoys there. So Pokora is going to have to take a bit of a penalty there, unfortunately. So that's unfortunate. Josip Pokora knows his fate. He backed right off when he realized he was missing buoys, but he'll still get the penalty for it, I'm afraid. So Pokora takes to the long lap. He's got to try and salvage something from this. Other riders may get penalties as well. So you've got to just try and regroup and put yourself back in the fray. Looks like Jan Matoška went on the long lap as well, so that puts Stepanek into provisional second. Milovčić went on the long lap as well. So Kim down is your leader. Stepanek, Pokora, Matoška, and Adam Milovčić. Then Jurgacila. David Kučka is battling away with him because he wants to try and make up some ground. And bringing up the rear at the moment is Ringo Reimer. So Ringo Reimer struggling at the moment for pace. There is the hard-charging Tomasz Stepanek, who has really found his feet. Yesterday was a struggle for Stepanek. Today, he's really found his pace. And he's up into provisional second place. On the long lap, Kim down for the first time. Mighty in the Masters, won by almost half a minute. I wonder how much he's going to win by in the stock category. This makes him feel very comfortable in these conditions. Sadly, his wife, Kim Min-kyung, decided not to compete in the Masters Women category. They did the training on Friday, and before qualifying, she decided, I'm just not strong enough in the wrist yet. Oh, and there's a fall into the water. Who is it that's gone? Trying to make heads or tails of that. It's Stepanek. Stepanek was running second, and he loses his footing and goes nose first. So Stepanek, who was in second place, making the mistake there. Big disappointment from his point of view, and certainly not what he was hoping for. So Stepanek losing the ground he made up at the start. As Kim down continues, the Korean so bolted to the board. Jan Matoška for the FG Forest Racing team, still doing a fair job, the number 3. Working hard to try and put himself into a good frame of mind here and work himself further forward. Everyone finding this course very technical and very demanding. So Matoška just trying to settle himself back into the rhythm after a little bit of a slow start. He should find himself in about 4th position here once it's all been sorted out. Of course, Kučka has not taken his second long lap yet, nor has Adam Milovčić. So Matoška still with a chance of moving back into the top 3. Josip Pokora is doing well. Kim Downs doing better than everybody, of course. When the conditions suit him, he's unstoppable. And for the last two races in Turkey and in Prague, the stock race has not quite been his to command. He's had to really work hard at it. But on this occasion, here in Sweden, he loves the conditions, he loves the temperatures, he loves the way that the board is balancing its way over the crests of the waves here on the Jörgardsvinsbrücken. So he's doing a great job. David Kuchka now takes his way onto the long lap. He's made up the progress after a difficult start in yesterday's qualifying. Both of his laps were disallowed in the end. So he's now got to work his way back through the pack from dead last to try and make his way into the final. And there are only 12 places available in the final, so 4 riders are going to get eliminated. Stepanek has not continued. He's out of the race after that fall. So that's very unfortunate for Tomasz Stepanek. And a DNF is the one thing you don't need. If you start to retire from races, you're going to score the minimum. And that's, of course, going to drop you closer to the back end. You've got to try and make the top 12 if you want to be in the final tomorrow. So for Kim Down, it's business as usual. Just keep going, fly as fast as you can. Hand in the air to take the final long lap. 6 laps completed, 2 of them have been long laps now. He's going to go for the 3rd. Looks like a bit of a traffic jam on the long lap up in front. I think that's Jürgen Schiele. Josip Pokora now back into 2nd position. He takes the long lap as well. And again, it's been about intellect for Josip Pokora. He's not made too many mistakes here. He's not pushed himself harder than he needs to go. But he's found himself in a great stance to make progress. So Kim Down of Seoul, Korea, 42 years of age. More than 20 years the senior of most of the riders out there with him. Looking to finish this off in fine style. A very solid effort from them all. And certainly a very tough race for them to tame. In fact, I can tell you that Kim Down is 20 years the senior of at least every single rider in this particular race. Because the oldest man other than Kim Down is Jan Matoszka, and he's 22, so Kim Down is 42. 20 years older than every other rider out there, and yet Kim Down is going to be the first to the checkered flag. He loves Sweden, and Sweden loves him. Kim Down dominates. Oh, Pokora's down on the last lap. Pokora's gone. That's David Kuchka just passing him there in the slalom. So David Kuchka is going to go from the back to 2nd place. Here's how Pokora lost it. Got a bit airborne. Half the board is buried in the water, and that's it. He's gone. What a shame for Josip Pokora. And so 2nd place is David Kuchka. Pokora rejoins for 3rd. And 4th position is going to be Ende Jürgen Schiele. So Busan and Jürgen Schiele, 4th position for Turkey. The Slovak Adam Milovčić will cross the line in P5. Jan Matoszka dropping back after a very disappointing end to the race as far as he's concerned. And then the last man home is going to be Ringo Reimer. In fact, Reimer has already crossed the line, albeit a lap adrift. So the Huski team, hopeful of a decent result for Ringo Reimer. Maybe it'll come in the 2nd heat later today after the lunch break. But certainly a big challenge for all of the riders in the stock category. Alexander Lanner, having recovered after his 1st heat, coming home in 3rd place. He's back on the bank, celebrating with his team. Huski wear, very much the colour scheme of choice, as fans young, old and canine are enjoying the scene here in Stockholm. A dominant victory then for Kim Down, the Korean, the stock world champion of 2022, in his element here in Sweden. Dominated the Masters, dominated the stock. He could well take both Grand Prix in the same weekend. It'll be a while since he last did it, but it'll certainly be a deserving result for the Korean star. So Kim Down gets the job done. In 2nd position, though, David Kuchka from the back of the field to 2nd place. He's got to be so delighted with that. Josip Pokora 3rd from Ende Jürgen Schiele, then Adam Milovčić, then Jan Matoszka, Ringo Reimer. Sadly, a non-finish on this occasion for Tomasz Stepanek. Right, folks, now you've seen the stock riders. Time to get ready for the 2 major World Championship title races, the elite women and the elite men. We'll start with the elite women. Sadly, the three-time world champion Eliška Mariskova is not here. She's on holiday for the first time in 7 years. So the pole position goes the way of the European champion and the five-time vice world champion, Aneta Shtukalova, ahead of the championship leader, Sara Zuborova. Then it's Barbara Kolarova, 15 years of age from the Kuchinenera team, Adela Ostrolova, Laura Markova, Emma Struchalova, Rosalia Janora, Natalie Kashtikova, Linda Lukscheider, Klara Melishirova, and Sara Volfova at the back. And there is the lady who has taken pole position in the elite women's. She joked with me yesterday, the last time I took pole position, I was unwell. I was unwell yesterday. I got the pole. Clearly, I need to be sick to get pole position. Well, it certainly channeled her adrenaline into the right frame of mind. And Shtukalova took a fantastic pole position yesterday. Can she convert it to victories? With this woman on the prowl, it's going to be tough. Sara Zuborova of Slovakia, 15 years of age, trying to match Eliška Mariskova's title of the youngest ever world champion this year. Victory in the Grand Prix of Macau, Turkey, and the Czech Republic in the last 3 events. Barbara Kolarova, though, is the same age and with the same desire to try and push for the top spot. And the 15-year-old from Brno, twin sister of Adam Kolar, who just took the win in the stock category, she's out for her own victory. This is the best season so far for Adela Ostrolova, really looking fast in 2026. P5 in the championship thus far. But Laura Markova has plenty to give the elite women's category championship fight this year too. Did a fantastic job in qualifying yesterday. P5. Welcome back to Emma Struchalova. Her appendicitis long behind her, and the former junior girl world champion ready to step forward and grab some more silverware. Rosie Janora, the silver medalist in the Nations Cup of the World Games last year in Chengdu. Great to see her put on such a great effort. She's got big support here in Sweden. Natalie Kashnikova, the doctor is in the house. The 25-year-old ready to continue her charge forward from 8th on the grid. Beside her, it's the twinsy superstar, Linda Lukscheider, 20 years of age. She still has every dab and every 6-7 meme on the grid. Klara Melishirova, she's ready to go to battle from P10 on the grid, the 21-year-old from Upicha. And then it's Sara Volfova. When she's not an artist in the gallery, she's an artist on the water. So the Elite Women's World Championship makes its way out onto the water with the 11 riders that will push for glory here in Stockholm. All of the contenders ready to venture out and try and find some of that immaculate pace. And they're all going to try and take on the 5-time vice world champion, Aneta Shtukalova, European champion in the past as well. But this is the race she really wants to win. A chance to get back in the fight for the World Championship after a couple of difficult weekends in Czezme and in Prague. Now there's a chance to quest back. And so she'll be going for it, really wanting to take the top spot. Much more identifiable this year in the Jordak Racing green and black color scheme. Aneta Shtukalova determined to fly out front and showcase what she can do. It's going to be a very interesting battle royale for her in 2026. This is a year where Eliška Mariskova is even being pushed to her limits by Sara Zuborova. Hello, Eliška. Hope you're enjoying your holiday, my friend. A shame you couldn't be here, but everyone needs some R&R from time to time, and it's important to value your self-care. A lot of athletes disregard it. You really shouldn't. Great to see everybody watching along. Stuart Reid cheering on his favorite, Kim Down, the Korean, all the way from Australia. He's watching along. Ismail Kaptanoglu, the Turkish competitor, watching along as well. Hello, buddy. We miss you. Hopefully we'll see you out in the Spanish Grand Prix in Marbella next month. So now the Elite Women's World Championship getting itself queued up. And Aneta Shtukalova from the pole position with the hard-charging Slovakian, Sara Zuborova, just 15 years of age, and still with a great chance to match Eliška Mariskova's title of the youngest ever world champion. She managed that in 2023. Can Sara Zuborova do that in 2026? Then we'd have to go to how many months and weeks old they were as 15-year-olds to see who would actually get the title. So the test run for the start. Of course, this is the practice start. So we get a bit of a taster as to what to expect. The first start of Heat 1 is a test run start, and then all the other starts after that are the real McCoy. 3-1 in the middle of the field there. Goodness me, the ladies are going to give us plenty of excitement when this race gets underway. But they've got to stretch it to the absolute limit. The Elite Women's World Championship, one of the most competitive of our class disciplines here. And so Aneta Shtukalova leads them out, and they'll go back around again to form up the start. This time, it'll count. The Czechia flags resplendent on the YouTube stream, as indeed Eliska Matuskova just can't resist. I've known riders when they can't attend races deleting their social media for a weekend, deleting their YouTube app for a weekend, because they just don't want to know, otherwise they'll get too addicted. But even on holiday, Eliska Matuskova just cannot resist watching her friends and her colleagues and her rivals going to battle here in Stockholm. Shtukalova, Zhuborova, Godorova, Ostrolova, Markova, Struchalova, Yonora Kashnikova, Luke Scheider, Melishirova and Volfova, ready to go to battle for the first heat of the weekend in the UIM Moto Surf Elite Women's World Championship. The flag will drop now. Great challenge from Zhuborova. Very fast start indeed from Kolarova. She's going to try and get level and try and come around the outer perimeter of Zhuborova. What a start from Kolarova! Brilliantly done as she hoodwinks Zhuborova on the way to the first buoy. Magic from Kolarova. Now she can attack the buoys in the slalom. She was so confident this morning, Barbara Kolarova. Now she's going to have to go even keel, and again she beats Zhuborova out. Fantastic racing from Barbara Kolarova. Buoyed up by her qualifying yesterday, she feels really strong today, and she's leapt into second place behind Aneta Shtukalova. Well, if you're Eliska watching on holiday, this is pretty sweet viewing at the moment, because the championship leader is currently down in third place. It looks like Shtukalova and Kolarova are going to be a match for her here in Stockholm. And so the 22-year-old takes command of the race. Aneta Shtukalova leading the way for the moment. The 22-year-old from Puchov into the slalom for the first time. Be smart, be intelligent, be smooth, be calm, be disciplined. Through the riders go. So far, Shtukalova looking so comfortable. Kolarova and Zhuborova pushing, and Zhuborova's back in a second. Beautiful through the slaloms from Sada Zhuborova. That is why she's the championship leader. She fights her way back in, and Kolarova decides it's time to go for the long lap. That's how she's going to get back into it. Great racing already in the Elite Women's World Championship, as both Zhuborova and Kolarova are leaving nothing to chance here. The fight is going all the way. And that's a fall on the long lap. Was that Kolarova? Did she go down on the long lap? Shtukalova still pushing. And it was Kolarova. She just lost her footing, giving chase to Ostrolova on the long lap. Oh, Barbara Kolarova, what an immense start from the 15-year-old. And it's all gone away after a fall on the long lap. So now Zhuborova has vanquished Kolarova. Now she's got to try and take on the five-time vice world champion, the European champion, Aneta Shtukalova. She goes onto the long lap. Zhuborova thinks, right, this is my chance to take command in clear water. So Sada Zhuborova really pushing hard here as Shtukalova takes command of the situation. She'll drop to second, but she's on the long lap, so that's the reason why there's a difference. So Zhuborova back into the lead again for the third weekend in a row. But if you're going to win the Grand Prix, you've got to be very focused indeed, as in front of her, that is the 8, Natalie Kashnikova, who hopefully isn't going to hold her up for too long. Kashnikova having not yet gone on to the long lap. I think that's why the difference between Sada Zhuborova, well, Zhuborova hasn't gone on to the long lap yet, and Kashnikova has twice. So that's why she's already in the traffic. But Shtukalova has no traffic at all. This is exactly the race she wanted. She's taken the long lap nice and early. She's got out into clear air. She doesn't have any white water to deal with. This is lovely for Aneta Shtukalova. And so she goes back onto the course. What about Zubarova? Has she gone onto the long lap? Not yet. But surely she needs to. Oh no, she has gone onto the long lap and she rejoins. Is that Shtukalova in front of her now? Did Zubarova jump her? No, she hasn't yet. So Shtukalova remains in front, but Zubarova is very close. So Zubarova tries to cut across, but she's been held up in the traffic there. That's gone very badly wrong. That's Milishirova in front of her. And Zubarova's been held up. This is not what she needed at all. It's all coming to plan for Aneta Shtukalova. She looks so good out in the lead here. Every single lap has been timed to perfection so far. No problems at all for her. So Aneta Shtukalova really taking command of the situation. Zubarova getting held in the traffic. Not helpful as far as she's concerned. But that gives Aneta Shtukalova a good 6 seconds advantage. That's really helped Shtukalova out. Sada Zubarova goes on to the long lap as the Shtukalova. They've both got to take their long laps now. Mandatory for both of these last laps to be long laps, but it looks like Shtukalova has put one over on the young pretender. So Sada Zubarova making it look very difficult out there. She did say yesterday that in the colder temperatures, she was actually struggling to breathe because the water was so cold. The air temperature was lighter than it had been in Turkey and in Prague. She was struggling. So this is not the perfect weekend for Sada Zubarova thus far. For Aneta Shtukalova, this is about wisdom. It's about experience. It's not about exuberance at all. So now they've got one of the Apex pilots in front of them, getting out of the way nice and quickly. I couldn't quite see who that was. I think it might have been Rosalia Janora, actually, for the Tenzi Motorserve team. Just trying to make out who that was. It might have been Milishirova again, actually, or Sada Volfova. Either way, it's working out quite well. And Sada Zubarova has still got some time to make up here on Aneta Shtukalova, who's extended the lead to 9 seconds. More traffic for Zubarova. Shtukalova's just played this so smart. This has been about pure maturity. And when you're 22, when you've been there and done it all, this is the kind of situation you can really take hold of. Zubarova will have to dig deep and find something more for the later stages. Third position, Laura Markova. She's a real dark horse this weekend. Got a great chance to make up momentum. Struchalova's doing well on her return as well, as is Adela Ostrolova. You can't count Adela out. She's doing such a good job. This is her strongest season yet in the Elite Women's World Championship. Top 10 last year, top 5 this year. Made such a big progress. So it doesn't really make too much of a drama in the end then, as even Barbara Kolarova is under threat of being lapped here by Aneta Shtukalova. It's not going to happen. She's going to go one more lap, but Aneta Shtukalova will take the victory. What a start for the European champion in years gone by. Still fast, still strong, still concrete. Aneta Shtukalova takes the win. Sada Zubarova has to settle for second place in front of Laura Markova, another rider who's really used her strength and her upper body skill to come forward. Emma Struchalova still finding it tough on her return. Fourth position though, in front of Adela Ostrolova and Rosie Janora. Good race from Linda Lukscheider, P7 for her. And it's going to be Kashnikova in front of Barbara Kolarova. A disastrous race in the end then for Barbara Kolarova. In the Elite Women's World Championship, you cannot afford to make mistakes, because there are so many talented riders out there who will take advantage. Here's Kashnikova. She'll come through in front of Kolarova. And then Sada Volfova and Klara Milishirova were lapped. So a tough race then in the end for Barbara Kolarova. So much promise on that opening lap. She got into second, looked like she could challenge Shtukalova. And then that fall on the first long lap, it all came unstuck from there. So tough, so difficult. So Elite Women's World Championship. Aneta Shtukalova taking the first win of the weekend then from Sara Zuborova. Lotta Markova in a very strong third from Emma Struchalova and Adela Ostrolova. Rosie Janora, good job from the pole. Linda Lukscheider, P7. Then Natalie Kashnikova and Barbara Kolarova on the same lap. Sada Volfova and Klara Melishirova down the order. And just as the elite women have finished off for the moment, enter the gladiators to the arena, the elite men's category. And I tell you what, it's been such a tough one to predict. From qualifying yesterday, check this, on pole position, Adam Ficek. The FG Forest team have been working so closely with him on his qualifying, and it certainly worked out well for him this time, ahead of Novotny, Lukscheider and Zahorski. Michailidis, Squire, Travnicek, Renner, Chops and Wolf round out the field. But it's so unpredictable this time round. Any one of the four could grab the victory in the Grand Prix this weekend. And so the riders get themselves into the zone. A very tough and very competitive weekend to come in the elite men's. We were speaking to people last night. Nobody knew who was going to win the Grand Prix. All of the top four have a good reason to. Pole position for the very talented 18-year-old from Liberec. Adam Ficek made his junior debut in 2022. He raced in the stock rookie category in 2023 and 24, third in that championship in the 24 season, fifth in the stock category last year, stepping up to elite. I spoke to him last night. He said, I genuinely didn't think I was going to be bidding for a pole position in elite in my first season in the category. Well, Adam Ficek really has stepped up to the plate. There was a lot of promise from him in the first two weekends in Czezme and Prague. Well, here in Stockholm, he's delivered. And for once, both Matthias Novotny and Luka Zahorski looked like they were on the back foot yesterday. So whatever happens here today in these heats, we are going to get absolute spell-binding moto surf racing, as the top four men in the elite category have shuffled the deck in the order for this one. It's going to be majorly, majorly competitive. Cometh the hour, cometh the men. Adam Ficek to pole position on the left of your screen. On the right of your screen, Matthias Novotny, the reigning world champion. Next along the line, in red, in the Husky wear, Alex Lukscheider. And the last man of the four of them to the grid is going to be the hard-charging Luka Zahorski. Alex Lukscheider in conversation there with Anthony Squire, who he's going to be racing against, and Unjin Lee, who just came off the back of winning her Masters Women. There is the Cypriot, Mike Michailidis, doing a grand job so far in his first elite season. He won the Stock Rookie World Championship last year, the last to be part of the Moto Surf World Championship. But the 18-year-old from Limassol in Cyprus with a great chance to step forward. He was pushing for pole position in yesterday's run. Didn't quite come together, but he still feels that a podium is not far away. To do that, you've got to break in amongst the top four. So the two men square off against each other. The 18-year-old Czechs, Adam Ficek and Matthias Novotny. Matthias Novotny has been the world champion for the last 2 years now in the elite category. He knows exactly what to do, but this is the first time that Adam Ficek has got in his grill in qualifying. Matthias plays the relaxed and chilled card, but he is a mystery wrapped in an enigma, this man. Adam Ficek knows perfectly well that this man is the man to beat. But Ficek has definitely come of age with that pole position in yesterday's qualifying. It's a big moment in his moto surf journey. You don't get inside the mind of Matthias Novotny easily. Anthony Squire, the American rider from Charlotte in North Carolina, born in South Africa. And he won the Stock World Championship title last year. One of the elder statesmen of the championship may be, but he's won the last 4 North American Moto Surf World Championship titles in a row. So the contenders for the elite category, all 10 of them, are ready to go to battle. They all come with their own pedigree, their own credence, and their own desire. Adam Ficek, pole position for the 18-year-old from Liberec. Top 5 in the Stock World Championship last year, stepping up to the plate in 2026, and his first pole position for the FG Forest Racing team. The two-time world champion, Matthias Novotny. Quash him at your peril. This man is ice cool. Third position for the Husky wear rider, Alex Lukscheider for Team Husky, the honorary Swede on the grid. The captain of the ship in Moto Surf, Michael Schumacher on the waves. Lucas Zahorski, the legend of our sport. Fifth on the grid for Cyprus, Mike Michailidis, the reigning stock rookie Merlin Plus world champion. And the reigning stock world champion for the United States from Charlotte, North Carolina, Anthony Squire. Seventh position on the grid, Jan Travnicek started the season in the stock class, decided to elevate and move the Jetsurf HK squad back into the elite. For Jiri Renner, this is his first chance to compete in the elite category since all the way back in Croatia 2023. Miroslav Kurps next up in 9th position, plenty of experience behind him. And the rally driver turned moto surfer, Jiri Wolf for Autocentrum Vyskov. And so to the water go the elite men's world championship contenders. You're about to see the fastest men in the world on a moto surf. Sub 50-second lap times expected, and an absolute brutal battle royale. This is not going to be easy to predict at all. Do keep your messages coming in. Duška is keeping his fingers crossed for Arkadiusz and Rosalia Janora, wishing Team Poland, Team Tenzi Motor Surf, luck and success. You'll see them out again later in the elite women's and masters men categories, respectfully, as the Team Husky wear board of Alex Lukscheider goes out onto the ocean waves. I say the ocean waves, we're on the river, but it all leads to the Baltic Sea eventually. Even the locals have decided we're going to stop for a minute. We want to see this. All those who enjoy their boating on a regular Saturday afternoon have suddenly realized we've got something special here. The UAM Moto Surf World Championship, the first major aquatic world event since the 1912 Summer Olympic Games to take place on this part of the river. 114 years ago, we had the competitions in fantastic fashion in the 1912 Summer Olympic Games for water polo, diving, swimming, pentathlon, and rowing. And there is a statue here that goes along the bank on the cycle and walking path. Very spectacular it is. We'll show you it in a little while, I'm sure, in honor of Anna Teresa Margareta Johansson, Swedish diver and swimmer. Actually won the gold medal in the 10-meter platform of the diving of the 1912 Summer Olympics. And her statue right here overlooks the Jørsgaardsvindsbrücken. The Swedes are loving life and really enjoying the challenge that awaits them out on the water. In the elite category, you've really got to go very hard indeed to work at this level. The practice start. This is just a taster of what we can expect. But Adam Ficek has got to try and get inside the head of Matis Novotny nice and early if he wants to beat the world champion. In the slalom, Novotny is so quick, so strong. The psychological edge goes to Ficek for the moment. Wow. A very interesting challenge already then. So it's going to be a very tough one. And the riders slow up and get themselves ready once again. Team Husky. Alexander Lanner's out on the boat now. When he's not racing, he's partying. Oh, there's only one Alexander Lanner. There's only one. Amazing. That boy gets everywhere, does Alexander Lanner. He's a competitor. He started the party early. I love being in Sweden. And so the contenders are ready for the action. Ficek, Novotny, Luke Scheider, Zahorski, Michailidis, Squire, Travnicek, Renner, Kops and Wolf. We're going round again. If the flag oscillates, we're not starting just yet. If it drops, we're into racing conditions. And the tension here on the bank is pretty fever pitch. A lot of the riders out on the water are the world's best. And when you've got Ficek, Novotny, Luke Scheider and Zahorski in that order, with Michailidis and Michailidis and Squire giving chase, you know you're in for a very exciting time. The flags are rampant for Alex Luke Scheider, who is the honorary Swede out here on the Djurgårdsvansbrücke. The man from the Czech Republic, 19 years of age, from Brno, which is motor racing country, of course. Former venue for the MotoGP Czech Grand Prix. I think they still have the Czech Grand Prix there from time to time, actually. And so the battle's ready to rage once again. As the competitors wait for the command. Murat Jorgen Schieler watching from the sidelines, preparing for his Masters race later. The flag drops. We're under starters' orders in the Elite Men's World Championship. And Novotny immediately pressures Ficek as they go parallel up to the first buoy. Ficek trying to hold this. Novotny crossing swords with him as they come up to the slalom, and he immediately changes tack to go to the far side. Ficek is really pushing it. He makes an error in the slalom. He's got to try and catch this back. Is Novotny going to get there first? He does! Mattis Novotny jumps ahead of Ficek. Brilliant launch from Mattis Novotny. Nothing left to chance, and Ficek decides, right, I'm going to get you. I'm going to go to the long lap first. And several other riders go with him. So Ficek goes to the long lap. So does Mike Michailidis, and I think Zahorski went with him as well. What a start to the proceedings here. As Ficek goes long lap, so does Zahorski, so does Michailidis. As Alex Luke Scheider now sets off in pursuit of Mattis Novotny. But this is the kind of course that will really suit Luke Scheider. He always goes well on the technical, tricky courses. He was very strong last year in Fujairah. And of course, when the 25 finals were cancelled due to ecological difficulties, it was Luke Scheider that was allowed to become the winner of the Fujairah Grand Prix. Always very good on the technical courses. Bit of an error there from Ficek again. The pressure's getting to him a little bit here. And out comes Zahorski in front. Zahorski is dropped in front of Ficek there, beautifully done. And so Zahorski has beaten Ficek out of the slalom. Couple of mistakes from Adam Ficek, perhaps a little stage fright. This is how close it got. Zahorski just swashes a massive bow wave into the face of Adam Ficek. I'm through, deal with it. And Alex Luke Scheider is behind both of them. So now it all comes down to tactics and strategy. 8 laps of this course, 3 of which have got to be on the long lap. But Mattis Novotny has clear water in front of him, and it's going to be a very brave man that bets against him winning this first heat. The way things are currently stacked up. Ficek is giving chase to the legend Lukas Zahorski, double gold medalist at the World Games last year. He won in the solo men's competition and in the Nations Cup alongside Eliska Maruskova. And he said that when we won those gold medals, that was the end of my career in terms of achievements left to grab. I've done it all now, nothing left to win. Luke Scheider has everything to win. He wants to push after Mattis Novotny, who is now in the slalom, doing what he does best. He's just so unshakable. He is an iron rock in this competition. Such an immense contender. So Novotny, Luke Scheider, Zahorski, Travnicek, Squire and Ficek, all because of the way that the long laps have taken on. So once the 3 long laps have been completed by everybody, we'll get a better representation of what the lap times are actually like, what the actual order is. But Mattis Novotny finally gets his first long lap laid down. Luke Scheider's on his second long lap. All part of the tactical gamesmanship again, all part of the plan, just trying to get himself into the mix. Very good work so far, though, but it's all going to come down to where Huski filters out with Luke Scheider and how much ground Alex Luke Scheider can gain on the world champion Matěj Novotný. 5.8 seconds at the last timing line between Novotný and Huski. That was to be expected after the start. But so far, Matěj Novotný is in that giant crushing form. Very rare that you see him with the number 2 on his shorts nowadays. But he is so focused, so in control of his facets. He goes back onto the main course, doing a grand job, keeping it nice and tidy as he runs through. There's Łukasz Huski trying to gain some ground on him now, hoping to stay in front of Alex Luke Scheider at the waypoint. Was that Luke Scheider just trying to get back in on him? Very close indeed between the two. Novotný slowing the pace down. Who's that in the drink? Is that Huski? Łukasz Huski. I believe it's Huski. We'll double check. Oh, it is indeed. Oh my goodness. Even the double world champion, 4-time World Cup winner, double gold medalist, the man who's won everything there is to win, even he can make mistakes here in Sweden. It's a tough old course, this one. It's all about being technical, it's all about being smooth, and it's hard to be smooth when you're giving chase to the opposition. So, Łukasz Huski definitely finding it tough in Sweden to be fast and competitive in consistent measure. Novotný on the second long lap. And so he continues on his way. So Huski battles on. And this is going to be very tricky now to decipher who's going to come through. Luke Scheider's done all 3 of his long laps. So that is going to filter him into the top 3 somewhere, but whereabouts? As now Huski is battling it out with Mike Michailidis. He manages to zip his way past the Cypriot as Adam Ficek is now right on the tail of Novotný. But Ficek has taken 3 long laps. Novotný has taken 2 and completed 6 laps of the course. Ficek has only done 5. A disastrous opening heat for Adam Ficek, who is now a lap adrift of the man who leads the way. He started first. It couldn't have gone more wrong for Adam Ficek. And so on to the final long lap for Matěj Novotný. Ficek unlaps himself as a result. But that's not going to be any consolation at all for the pole sitter. So Huski comes through. He's on the final long lap as well, 15 seconds back. And it looks as though that's the way it's going to be completed. Luke Scheider, I think, lost a bit of ground earlier on as well. He's 13 back from Luke Scheider, from Huski, but he'd already taken 3 long laps. Is that Ficek in the water again? I'm sorry to say, but it is. Oh, you got to feel for Adam Ficek. From pole position, he put so much pressure on himself, and he's made so many errors this time. He's going to have to dig deep and bring himself back. He's got the strength, he's got the speed, we know that after qualifying yesterday. He can get back on the horse. Everyone falls down. It's about how hard and how fast you get back up again. But for Matěj Novotný, it's business back to normal. Victory in the first elite men's heat here in Stockholm. And at a second place, well, it's going to go the way of Alex Luke Scheider, but only just in front of Huski, who takes it right to the line. That fall cost Huski so much. Jan Travnicek will come through for 4th position, I believe, in front of Mike Michailidis. Great run from Travnicek, considering he started this season in the stock category. A great return to form for Travnicek as he comes through P4 in front of Michailidis and Squire. 7th for Miroslav Kurbs, 8th for Renner, 9th for Ficek. Disaster. And so that's the first heat out of the way for every single class. There you have it. Ficek was on pole, but Matěj Novotný, unstoppable. A fabulous opening heat then for Matěj Novotný. He really grabbed this win by the throat. Luke Scheider second from Huski by less than a second. Travnicek, a great run to P4 in front of Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire. And then Miroslav Kurbs, Jiri Renner, and a very disappointed Adam Ficek, with Jiri Wolf completing the race distance. So a very dramatic start to the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden here on the Djurgårdsvinsbruken in Stockholm. An amazing venue, and the first time this body of water has been used for a World Championship style competition in 114 years, not since the 1912 Summer Olympic Games, at which the 10-meter gold in platform diving went to the 17-year-old Greta Johansson, whose statue overlooks the bank here on the side of the course here at Stockholm for the third round of the UAM Motosurf World Championship. Still great battles to come. We've only had the first heat, and we've got 2 more heats for every class before the day is done. Plenty of racing on the horizon here in the UAM Motosurf World Championship in the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden. We'll be back after a spot of lunch. We have our flag parade on a Sunday, and we will be doing that as normal. But because we are a World Championship, because we have a big community of competitors, and we like to celebrate all of our World Championship competitors in equal measure, we're going to have a very special demonstration out on the water now for 2 of our favorite competitors in the paddock. In the Masters men, Kim Down, and in the Masters women, Lee Eun-jun. 2 fantastic races in our paddock, and both the current championship leaders in Masters men and Masters women. But it's a very special day for both of those riders, because today is the South Korean Independence Day. And so, for both competitors, they will now venture out onto the circuit, carrying the flag of South Korea aloft onto the water here in the Djurgårdsvinsbruken. We love all of our nations equally in this competition. Every participant is special to us. Every single athlete is a valued member of our community. And we are so proud of the achievements of every single nation. Here in Sweden, great to be here on the Djurgårdsvinsbruken in Stockholm. But today is a special day for our South Korean competitors, Kim Down and Lee Eun-jun. And so, with national pride on the flagpoles behind them, they will head out onto the water once again to celebrate the passion and the pride of their nation. To everybody watching back home in Seoul and across South Korea, so proud of your athletes. You absolutely have every reason to smile and be proud. As out onto the water, Lee Eun-jun and Kim Down, the Masters Women and Masters Men Championship leaders, the pride of South Korea, venture out onto the circuit to celebrate South Korea's Independence Day out on the Djurgårdsvinsbruken. With this being the first international moto surf competition in Stockholm, and certainly the first World Championship event of its kind on this water for 114 years. It's very special indeed to see the National Independence Day of South Korea honored in this way by Kim Down and Lee Eun-jun. And they pirouette in circles to represent the sphere on the flag of South Korea. Fabulous. Lee Eun-jun, the championship leader, winner of the Turkish and Czech Grand Prix in the Masters Women category. Exactly the same accolade for Kim Down, the 42-year-old from Seoul, who is also the double Masters World Champion and the Stock World Champion of 2022, going for the Grand Prix victory here in Sweden in both Masters and Stock. But wonderful to see the flag of South Korea resplendent on the water here in Sweden as our two superstar riders celebrate South Korea's Independence Day. And just think, tomorrow in our flag parade, we will have every nation out there. So we celebrate South Korea's Independence Day with Kim Down and Lee Eun-jun, two very important and very beloved members of our paddock. We hope they enjoyed their Independence Day tribute out there on the water, and they, along with everybody else, will get ready for heat number 2 after our break for lunch. Welcome back to the UIM Moto Surf World Championship, round 3 of 2026. After the delights of the Ocean Blue at Çeşme in Turkey and the Reservoir in Prague 3 weeks ago, here we are on the gorgeous Huski in Stockholm in Sweden as we prepare for the afternoon's second heat. We'll start with the men's masters category for riders over the age of 40. And it's Kim Down, David Poznik, Jiri Rena, Michel Ular, Jaime Hinkache, Murat Jangocila, Abraham Tibor, and Andrei Atanasov of Bulgaria, who will take to the water for the second encounter of the day. A fabulous backdrop and an amazing location to go racing. Wonderful to see so many fantastic competitors here. Kim Down, the dominant force of the masters category over the last few seasons. He's won all but one of the races in this discipline since its inauguration. David Poznik came up with the goods earlier on to get a victory. So both men who won the earlier heat are in this particular contest. Then Jiri Rena, the man who's doubling up and working in both the elite and the masters category. Next up, Michel Ular, who took the victory in the Electric Challenge race earlier on today. He'll be wanting to add to that with a top 3 finish in the masters class. Next up, it's the Chilean, Jaime Hinkache for Jet Surf Orlando. Good to see him return to the championship he loves so much. Next up, the Turkish star, Murat Jangocila, ambassador and philanthropist to moto surf racing across the nation of Turkey. Alongside him, the Hungarian, Abraham Tibor, fresh out of the blocks in the Electric Challenge, second in the heat there earlier on. Now he wants to do the business in the Masters. And alongside him, Sofia Extreme's own homegrown Andrei Atanasov, the Bulgarian ballet dancer. He'll certainly need the prowess of it when he's out there. Poise and balance are going to be of the absolute core going into the second heat. It's sunny but cloudy here in Stockholm, and it's a very unique location for this type of racing, as all of the racers are going to venture out onto the water right in the heart of the public parkland here in Stockholm, as the general public who walk, who jog, who cycle, who run, who put on a fantastic environment when they're here week in, week out, now get to be hosted to a world championship, the first of its kind of any form of aquatic discipline to hit the water here at Huski since the Summer Olympic Games of 1912. It is quite incredible. 114 years of waiting for racing of any kind to hit the water in the King's own public land. In fact, the King of Sweden endorsed this particular event. He is absolutely ecstatic that we are here for the Huski Grand Prix of Sweden. The fans are starting to flock in as well, as are some of the riders who want to watch some of their other races before they get back into the water. So now the Masters men take to the water for 2 back-to-back races. It's Heat 2 in Group A and then Heat 2 in Group B. But it's going to be the Korean superstar Kim Down, who has won 12 of the 13 Grand Prix that have ever been held in the Masters class. He's going for lucky win number 13 here this weekend in Sweden. A big opportunity to do something pretty special in the shadow of the glorious museums on either side of this fantastic island. A series of 14 islands, of course, that make up the Swedish peninsula here. We've got handball on the side. We've got the Team Huski skateboard team here. We've even got the racing driver, Vera Julant, who is here with her Vortex Performance Racing team that competes in Formula Nordic in Team Huski colours. It's a proper sporting occasion here on the King's Land in the shadow of the beautiful museums, the Vasa Museum and the Nordic Museum on one side, and on the other side of the water, wonderful to see the Tekniska Museum as well, the Museum of Technology here in Stockholm. We are surrounded by culture, surrounded by adrenaline, and surrounded by picturesque landscape. So we get into the action once again. The clouds are starting to darken. Hopefully that doesn't change things in terms of the weather. But the Huski Grand Prix of Sweden will continue in the Masters men's category as Kim Down leads David Poznik, Jiri Rena, Michel Ular, Jaime Hinkache, Murat Jangocila, Abraham Tibor and Andrei Atanasov, and we go on to starters orders. Great start from Kim Down. Wanted to launch well clear of the rest of the opposition. as the riders charge for the first buoy. They navigate to the far side, the double left, and then they go into the slalom for the first time. Very tough, this part of the course. The slaloms are very close to each other. A very late decision to change from one side of the slalom to the other there for Jiri Renner, and that almost caught a few riders out. But as the riders execute the slalom for the first time, it's Kim Down who leads the way for South Korea. The 42-year-old from Seoul doing a great job. Poznik in second, Renner is third. Fourth position, still Michel Hullard in front of Jaime Hincache, so a very textbook start as far as the starting procedure goes. All of the riders able to maintain their early positions. So a fairly humdrum one as far as the competition is concerned, but now comes the strategy, the tactical gamesmanship. Who's going to take the long lap and who is going to stay out on the course to try and gain an advantage. 7 laps of racing, 3 of which must be on the long lap configuration. So Kim Down still putting on a good showcase here to lead quite comfortably. This is all about measured discipline. So far so good as David Poznik runs in pursuit of the Korean. Jiri Renner doing a fair job in third place. We're waiting to see who goes onto the long lap first. I think Kim Down is going to do all of his long laps at the very end of the contest, because he'll give himself a little bit more time to bed himself in and have a decent run of it. So all of the contenders certainly finding a different way to execute the first couple of laps and get them out of the way. There's Jiri Renner, who's having a tough weekend because he's got 2 classes to race in. He's in the Masters and in the Elite as well. So Kim Down, great performance so far from the Korean, really looking very strong. As he continues to find his way through these buoys, it's definitely looking a little bit choppier than it was earlier on as he laps Andrei Athanasov to his right side. David Poznik is just trying to keep level with Jiri Renner. Renner is trying to outfox him through the slalom, but it's not going to happen. Poznik still in second place. Jiri Renner, Michel Hullard, and then it is Mogad Sheila who's worked his way further forward. Kim Down going on to the long lap for the first time, deciding this is the moment to uncork the bottle and make his way out onto the long lap. So he's going to try and put himself into a good position as he works his way through. Jiri Renner getting a little bit loose through the buoys, but manages to give himself a little bit of extra space here. So Jiri Renner now in second, of course, because Kim Down going on the long lap promotes Poznik to the lead, and Jiri Renner to second. There is Kim Down running in third position, having rejoined the course. You could see how much more the current on the river here at the Yozgads Vindsbrücke is getting a lot bigger. It's been a long time since the 1912 Summer Olympic Games, where this body of water played host to some incredible performers, including the gold medalist, Grete Johansson, the 17-year-old Swede. Well, 114 years later, there's a whole bunch of teenagers who will go to battle in the stock category, the juniors category, the elite men's and women's categories as well. But first of all, the Masters. So Kim Down, oh, so nearly a mistake there for the Korean. Kim Down almost going straight into the side of the starting gantry. That could have been very messy indeed for the Korean. And so he decides to give himself a little bit of breathing space. David Poznik, Jiri Renner, and Michel Hullard have now all gone on to their first long laps as well. Kim Down is on his second. So he will exit the buoy, still with a bit of time to make up. But compared to the 2 men up front, they've taken 1 long lap. Kim Down has already taken the second. Interesting, because we've had a couple of riders not take it. This is how close Kim Down came to getting it very wrong. He actually split the 2 buoys, the 2 round buoys on the starting marker. That might actually cause him a problem. He may get a penalty for that. So even Kim Down is struggling, and it looks as though one of his long laps hasn't registered. Now, there was an issue with this earlier on, because at the end of the Masters women race, Lee Eunjun, it showed on the board that she had only done 2 long laps. She told them, I've definitely done 3, go and check it. They said, no, you did 2. And she said, I tell you what, go and check it, and if I'm wrong, I'll buy you all ice creams. So they checked it, they realized that she was right, and she bought them ice creams anyway. You can't tell Lee Eun-jin that she's not a sporting person. She'll always honour her bet, even if it means that she's out of pocket. So we're waiting to see how things line up once the riders have completed all of their long laps. You can see for yourself that the wash of the waves is getting bigger. A little bit of an issue there as Jiri Renner is starting to get a little bit held up now by the traffic in front of them. David Poznik is trying to be careful. Kim Down doesn't have to be careful. He can just push it as he works his way through. He's now taken on all 3 of his long laps. So now it's updated. So Kim Down has now done all 3 long laps. Poznik and Renner still have 1 to go, but they're being held up. This is great news for Kim Down because he can win this race at a canter. Oh, problems there. That is the 77 down on, it might be 72 actually. That might be Jiri Renner having a problem. Couple of riders there struggling to work their way through. Trying to make out exactly who that would have been, who was on all 4s rather than stood up on the board, just trying to recover. But anyway, Kim Down goes into the last lap, doesn't need to take the long lap, is 7 seconds back from David Poznik, who does need to take the long lap. So Kim Down passes the scene and retakes the lead on the last lap. It's been absolute textbook in the Masters for Kim Down so far. He hasn't even broken a sweat. There is David Poznik getting back onto the course. Does he retain second at least in front of Jiri Renner? There was exactly 10 seconds between them when they came through, but Renner's also got to take the long lap, so that negates any advantage that Renner might have been able to gain. So it is going to be Kim Down. He will come through to take the victory as Jiri Renner is struggling not to fall over in the wash of Murat Jorgenschila. He's got to be careful behind the Turkish rider. Give himself a little bit of space as Kim Down goes into the slalom for the last time in the second heat. He'll work his way through. It's been absolutely textbook for the Korean. He comes across the last few. He's now left, right. The checkered is in the air and the gate is ready to receive him. Kim Down takes the checkered flag again. Second win for the Korean today. Perfect run. Second place will be David Poznik as Jiri Renner manages to beat the number 6 of Murat Jorgenschila out of the slalom just to make sure he comes through in 3rd place. I wonder if that was a gesture of frustration from Jiri Renner, but he does come through to come home in 3rd place. At least Kim Down's lead this time wasn't half a minute, it was only 11.6 seconds. Michel Ular is going to come through for 4th place in front of the Chilean Jaime Hincache and the Hungarian Abraham Tibor. Murat Jorgenschila is a lap adrift. Andrei Atanasov looks like he's going to be 2. Oh no, only the 1 lap adrift. There is Andrei Atanasov. Sofia Extreme in all senses of the word. So Atanasov will come through and complete the 6th lap. And so the first heat of the afternoon session is all the way of Kim Down. He does a great job to grab the victory. 2 wins out of 2 then for the reigning Masters World Champion and the back-to-back Masters World Champion. This is the 3rd year of the competition and nobody has dominated the Masters category in the men's league quite like Kim Down. There have been 13 Masters Grand Prix held. He's won 12 of them. And this could be win number 13 for him in his 14th attempt. He's certainly looking good here in Stockholm in Sweden. So as the Masters category comes to a conclusion for the 2nd heat in Group A, it's Kim Down all the way from Poznik in 2nd, Jiri Renner is 3rd, from Michel Ular, Jaime Hincache, Abraham Tibor, Murat Jorgenschila and Andrei Atanasov. So the first group is done. Now for the second group, that's going to be Arkadia Zianora on pole position, the Polish rider in front of Jiri Stowacek. So the 2 of them are going to be very close together. The 42-year-old from Koji on pole position, the Polish star for the Tenzi Motorsurf team. Then Jiri Stowacek, Petr Poznik will be 3rd in front of Petr Faltusek. Then Romanisha Kratishvili from Brian Leet, Nikita Antonov and Pavel Matoshka. So as the clouds creep up over Stockholm, it's going to cool things down a little bit. It was quite warm this morning. It's certainly looking a little bit more chilled now, but with it comes the wind, and with that comes the waves. Arkadia Zianora ready to go from pole position. The Polish star, silver medalist in the Nations Cup in the World Games last year. Jiri Stowacek, the one-man super lap super king. Can he sustain it for 7 around these rivers of Stockholm. Petr Poznik, always very quick indeed. Older of the two brothers, but certainly not the slowest of the two brothers. He's just as consistent. Petr Faltusek, fourth position on the grid for him. Very solid start to his weekend. Won in Croatia 25. He's still the only man ever to defeat Kim Down in the Masters class. Romanisha Kratishvili, the Austrian, ready for another decent run around the course here in Stockholm. Certainly loving this particular course. Brian Leet, welcome back to the World Championships for the man from Orlando. Great to see him back in the championship again, and the American thoroughly earning his stripes. Next up, Nikita Antonov, the Israeli, looking forward to another positive run out there on the course. And he's going to be alongside Pavel Matoshka, who will take up the rear of the grid, but continue flying around this course. 61 years of age, the oldest man in the competition. They say you're never too old to race if you have the motivation and the determination. One of my favorite aspects of this particular course at the Huski in Stockholm in Sweden is that we've placed it right in the heart of one of the athletic parks. So all of the cyclists, runners, joggers, walkers, dog walkers have stumbled upon this World Championship event, and now they get to watch it right on their doorstep in the King's beautiful parkland in one of the most amazing cities in the world. Stockholm, made up of 14 islands, that starts at Lake Mälaren and goes out, flowing all the way to the Baltic Sea. This amazing city with Stone Age roots, untouched by 20th century conflict, made in 1252, it was founded. 1 million people live in the capital, about 2.5 live in the outer urban region. And this is the center of Sweden's cultural, media and political output. One of the cleanest cities in the entire world. There is a real love and devotion for the nature that Stockholm finds itself surrounded by. And when you are an island city with 14 cities making up the entirety of this part of the world, it's quite special. I've been delighted to say that I've come to Sweden many times in the past, but incredibly, on none of those occasions that I actually get to spend any time in the nation's capital itself. That was always a regret of mine. Well, that has been overturned by being here for the UAM Motorsurf World Championship, and may I say that the capital here in Stockholm has been one of the most welcoming, pleasant and joyous cities that I have ever spent time in. Wonderful to have such an incredible welcome from the locals here in Stockholm. So the third round of the championship after Čežme in June in Turkey, and 3 weeks ago in Czechia, in the capital city of Prague on the reservoir of Hostivar. Here we are in the Djurgårdsvansbrücke, the Bay of Sweden, as it's affectionately known here. And Arkadia Zinora leads the field up to the starting point. When the flag from the marshal drops, we know we're going racing in the Masters men's category. Heat 2, Group B. The flag will be raised aloft. When it drops, we're racing. Off we go! Good start from Arkadia Zinora. Launches away from Petr Poznik. Good opportunity for him as Jiří Stovacek is trying to maintain his second place. Petr Poznik's coming after him though. Faltusek is in the mix there as well, trying to work his way into the top 4. But a great start for Zinora, trying to get away from Stovacek. He'll get out of the slalom with plenty of time on his hands, and Arkadia Zinora going well up front. So whatever happens, we're going to have a new winner, because Kim Down's won 2, David Poznik's won 1. None of the previous heat winners in the Masters category are in this race. So we're guaranteed a new winner. But is it going to be Arkadia Zinora? Is it going to be Jiří Stovacek? Or is it going to be Petr Poznik? Petr Faltusek rather fancies his chances in this one as well. The top 5 remain in their positions as Romanisha Kratishvili doing well in P5, the Austrian. Still no worries at all for Jiří Stovacek. This is about a disciplines ride. You've got to be very careful, tactical. And so Arkadia Zinora finding it relatively straightforward going in the slalom. Out of the slalom section they come then, and working their way back towards the starting point. There it is. That's the timing line. the finish line of the lap. And Arkady Zinora running a very smooth race at the moment in front of Jiří Stavacek and Petr Požník. Fourth place is Petr Faltisek in front of the Austrian Roman Lišer-Kratishvili. Working their way through the buoys. Excellent work thus far from Arkady Zinora, really hustling himself in the early phase. 5.7 clear of Jiří Stavacek, and neither of them have taken the long lap yet. So this bodes well for the pole. Doing a grand job at the moment. His advocate, the team principal of Tenzi Motosurf, Grigor, who goes everywhere with the riders. Really enjoying, I'm sure, watching Arkadiusz just do what he needs to do out front. He's not rushing it, he's not stretching himself too far, he's just keeping it balanced as he goes through the slalom, quite up close to the bank here in Stockholm. But the riders can cope with it. A lot of them say they quite like it because it's not like anything else they get in the Motosurf calendar. Straight on goes Arkady Zinora, and that's because he goes on to the long lap. 3 of the laps they complete have got to be the long lap. Mandatory it is. A bit like the Joker lap in Rallycross, the long lap here in Motosurf is very similar in style. Now Požník was coming through. I'm not sure if he's going to get out even with Stavacek or not, or was that Faltisek coming through? So Zinora has come out with a little bit of breathing space. That's actually perfectly timed for Arkady Zinora. He doesn't really have any whitewash to worry about here. So Zinora has exited the course at exactly the right moment. He's not going to get too held up. Only 8 seconds back now from Petr Požník. And of course, Arkady Zinora did take the long lap. Petr Požník did not. Jiří Stavacek did. That's why he's behind Zinora once again. Petr Faltisek has already taken 2 of his 3 long laps. So that's not a big concern. Arkady Zinora running second as he works his way through. Looking forward to a very intriguing battle as the competitors continue to find a little bit of extra pace through the slalom section. Zinora's taken the first long lap. Požník still needing to take his first. He's just taken it. So Požník takes the first long lap. Zinora decides to go with him. He knows he's still got the upper hand here. There's a 7-second deficit, but the long lap takes a good 10 to 12 seconds. So all Zinora's got to do is complete his long laps and follow Petr Požník in his wake. And he should still be able to get out with about 3 or 4 seconds in hand at the end of it all. So he's not pushing himself too far. There is Petr Požník, who leads the race at the moment. He's just taken his first long lap, but then the other riders around him have already taken 2. There's Zinora. Now ahead again of Jiří Stavacek because he's taken his second long lap. No major concerns, no major problems here. Požník leading Zinora. Stavacek third, Faltisek fourth. Then it is Roman Lišer-Kratishvili from Antonov, Leet and Matoška. Now Zinora trying not to get too concerned or flustered about the man alongside him. As he comes out of the slalom, he's managed to put a lap on, I believe that is going to be Pavel Matoška. So he's worked his way through there at the end of the lap. It was indeed Pavel Matoška. Meanwhile, Požník and Zinora both stay on the course, because Zinora fancies his chances to close up on Petr Požník. Slower rider in front gets out of the way. That is I believe that was Antonov getting out of the way. It might have been Brian Leet, actually. Difficult to tell when we're not quite zoomed in on that particular rider. Well, there is the 3. So that is the third place man, Petr Požník. So he must have taken his long lap as well. He did indeed. So Zinora's back in front by 10 seconds to Jiří Stavacek, with Požník just getting out behind him. There is Stavacek, currently running in second place. And it looks as though he's going to finish there, just if he keeps the board upright and doesn't get himself into too many difficulties. Out of the final buoy, across the timing line, and Arkady Zinora has 1 more lap to take. He takes it, and it's a long lap as well, because it needs to be 3 mandatory long laps. It adds about 12 seconds to the lap, roughly, but everybody's got to do it, and everybody's got to do it 3 times. So the gap is 14 seconds at the last timing line. So Arkady Zinora has got to hope he's still going to be in touch in front of Stavacek. He does get out in front. So no worries at all for Arkadia Zinora. Stovacek running in second place still in front of Petr Poznik, who also, both men took their long lap on that occasion, so there was no concern at all for Zinora to beat them out. In fact, Petr Faltasek looks like he's actually come through ahead of Stovacek and Poznik. So if Petr Faltasek can continue that, it's going to be a very welcome return to form for him. Off the final turns, no problems for Arkadia Zinora. Keeps it smooth. It might not be the most refined trajectory out of the slalom, but he doesn't mind. He's going to bring it through for a victory. A great run for Arkadia Zinora, and he knows it. It's victory in the second heat, Group B, in the Masters Men category. Second for Faltasek. Great ride from him. And then the battle for third. Well, here come the riders off the turn. We're going to have three very close together. We're going to have Yeti Stovacek just coming it through in front. Is it going to be? Oh, that was close. So very nearly, Petr Poznik losing out there at the bitter end, although Romanisha Kratishvili was not the man he was trying to overtake again. Romanisha Kratishvili will come through in fifth place a little way further back. There he is, the Austrian, running just in front of the number 8 of Pavel Matoshka for FG Forest Racing. So here is the Austrian hotelier. Through comes Romanisha Kratishvili. Finishes off the race, P5, in front of Pavel Matoshka on the water. And that'll do for him. Nikita Antonov P6, Brian Leet P7. And for the Masters, for the second heat, that's all she wrote. So we've got our third different winner in the Masters category then. It's Arkadia Zinora from the top spot. Petr Faltasek is second from Yeti Stovacek and Petr Poznik. Romanisha Kratishvili from Nikita Antonov, Brian Leet and Pavel Matoshka. So the Masters men are done for heat number 2. It's on to the juniors now, and the continuation of that amazing battle between Nela Poznikova and Ellen Berdova. They are together on the front with Stan Kohut in third place in front of Max Rushka, then Bibiana Bubnikova and Adela Pokorova, Leo Lichel-Kratishvili, Niko Sawangwan, Filip Pesha and Natalie Orodova. So the two implacable rivals and best mates of the introvert trio running at the sharp end as all done and dusted for Arkadia Zinora. Gregor is very happy with the 10Z Motorsurf team rider. Victory in fine style, that'll do. Poland is very happy, and 2 right. Arkadia Zinora looking stronger than he has for a long time. There is his daughter, Rosie. She'll go out in the elite women's category a little bit later on. In the shadow of the beautiful Museum of the Nordics. There's a fantastic building. Go and have a look if you're here and you want to go and have a look at it at some point. Nela Poznikova, pole position for her. 13 years of age from Pardubice. Joint championship leader on points coming in alongside Ellen Berdova, the reigning junior girl world champion. Both of these two find this all a little bit overwhelming, to be fair. They're both quite shy. Stan Kohut, though, is quite happy to take it. He races cross-track, motorbikes and ovales in minibike and in jet surf. Max Rushka off the back of his first win of the weekend in the first heat earlier on. Let's see what he can do in the second. Bibiana Bubnikova, one of the newest talents in the junior category. This is only her third Motorsurf World Championship event. Alongside Adela Pokorova, ready for some more great battle for the Apex pilots and getting faster and stronger all the time. In 7th position for Austria, it's the highly rated Leo Lichel-Kratishvili. Great chance for him to make a big impact on this contest. 8th position for the American, Niko Sawangwan. Great to see him in his Motorsurf World Championship return. Alongside him, Filip Pesha, looking for more great speed and great stamina. And alongside him on the grid, it'll be Natalie Orodova, making great strides and finding more confidence in every single race. And so to the water go the juniors. So in the junior competition, the boys and the girls race against each other until the final. When the boys have their own final, the girls have their own final. But up until that point, all of the racers go with each other. And that is Michel Ular, who is, of course, helping his daughter, Natalie. to get up to starters' orders. So the 10 junior riders heading out onto the course. 11 to 14 years old, these competitors. Once you hit 14, it starts to thinking about stepping up to the elite and stock categories. So it's certainly going to be the last campaign for a handful of the riders. Last campaign in this category for Nela Pozhnikova, for Ellen Berdova, for Stan Cahoot, for Max Ryschka, even for Bibiana Bubnikova, would you believe, in her first ever season of competition. Adela Pokorova, Leolisha Kratishvili, who turns 14 next month, Nika Sawangwan, Filip Pesha and Natalie Odorova. We're going to need a fresh bunch of juniors for next season. Hopefully there's going to be a lot of talent just around the bend to fight for the junior title, because I do believe all of them will be of eligible age next year to step up to the stock and elite classes. So it's certainly going to be a nice influx of talent. Hopefully there's a lot of decent young junior talent waiting in the wings to take over. So the marshals encouraging Nela Pozhnikova to form up the grid in the juniors for their second race of the day. And the junior category is going to be very competitive. There's not much to choose between Nela Pozhnikova and Ellen Berdova. Great friends and great rivals. But Stan Cahoot, he fell in the long lap in the first heat earlier today. So he's rather hoping that this time it's going to be a bit more squeaky clean. Off we go! Great start again from Ellen Berdova. She's going to draw level with Pozhnikova, who's got to keep her form on the far side to hold on. Ellen Berdova gets level, and it's a beautiful bit of racecraft between the two of them, but this time Pozhnikova is not going to let Berdova come through. The riders work their way through in the slalom. Is everybody going to get through okay this time? We've had a faller at the back, but Nela Pozhnikova is not going to be forced around here by her rival Ellen Berdova, and Pozhnikova has come flying out of the blocks to take control of the lead this time. That's Max Ryschka running in P5, I think, behind Bibiana Bubnikova and Stan Cahoot. So an amazing start for Bubnikova, working her way up from 5th on the grid to 3rd in front of Stan Cahoot. She's got such a big future ahead of her as Bibiana. The 13-year-old from Yelnik with a big chance to continue her growth. Back out onto the course goes Stan Cahoot. Rejoins in front of Adela Pokorova, I think it is. But Ellen Berdova doing a great job trying to chase down Nela Pozhnikova. Ellen Berdova, the reigning junior girl world champion, sadly too young at the end of last year to step up to the Elite Women's World Championship. Had to wait until 2027 for that. In the water, is that Pozhnikova? I think that's Nela Pozhnikova who's gone. So Nela Pozhnikova, the race leader, she makes the error. There she goes. The back end steps out from her. She loses her balance. And Nela Pozhnikova, the race leader, has gone into the drink. Ellen Berdova's taken over from Ryschka and Pozhnikova, who's recovered in 3rd. A big mistake then for Pozhnikova. And that is not what the championship contender wanted to do. A big error in judgment then from Nela Pozhnikova, as now Ellen Berdova takes over the lead. Max Ryschka is once again the leading contender in junior boy. There is Ryschka. Great ride from him so far. He's really stepping up to the plate. He was not particularly confident yesterday. He felt he was a bit out of sorts. Well, not anymore. He's riding great. So certainly a positive start to proceedings then for Ryschka. Leolisha Kratishvili in 3rd place. 4th is Pozhnikova. 5th is Bubnikova, but she's gone on to the long lap. 2 laps long already for Stan Cahoot. So he's going to get back into this a little bit later. So Ellen Berdova chased down by Max Ryschka. Good run from the Czech as he closes up on Berdova, or at least tries to. Onto the long lap then for the 2nd time goes Ellen Berdova. They only have to do 2 long laps in the juniors, of course. Let's see where Stan Cahoot re-emerges as a result of Berdova's double long lap, because Cahoot had already taken 2 long laps. We'll see where Cahoot comes out in relation to Berdova. Has Cahoot got out in front? Well, that is Pozhnikova going through, but she needs to take 1 more long lap. So that's her chance to work her way back up the order a bit. I'm fairly sure that Huski and Liesl have both stayed out on the course to gain track position on Berdova and Pozhnikova. But there's still a bit of time to play with for those two. For some reason, Berdova's second long lap didn't show up, but she has done it twice. Best of my knowledge anyway. I'm fairly sure she's taken 2 long laps. Maybe I'm not quite right there, but it looks to me as though she has. That is Pozhnikova in front of her. So Berdova, fairly sure 2 long laps have already been completed by her as they work their way through. So Berdova goes on to lap number 4. She's completed lap number 4, sorry, and now on to lap number 5. There's Huski. He's back on the course itself as well. The timing screen has had a bit of a malfunction, unfortunately. Hopefully that will correct itself. But Berdova has certainly done 2, and there is the confirmation of it. Pozhnikova had to go on to the long lap there because she needed to complete her second. Stan Cahoot now behind Huski once again. So Max Huski has really managed to get the job done in the junior heat. Did so last time in front of Stan Cahoot, and it looks as though it's going to go the same way again. So through to the slalom for the last time, Ellen Berdova, the queen of the juniors last year, looking like she's going to get the job done in Stockholm for the second heat in a row. Off the turn, out through the left, out through the right, and it's easy pickings in the end for Ellen Berdova. She makes it 2 heat wins out of 2 in the junior category. Only 5 laps for the juniors, of course. Max Huski makes it 2 junior boy wins out of 2 in front of Stan Cahoot, who closed right up in the end there, but the gap was still 4 seconds. Nela Pozhnikova comes through for 4th place in front of Leo Liesl-Kratishvili, I should say. The Austrian coming through for 5th position in front of Nico Sawangwan, the man from Seattle in Washington State in the United States. He's going to come through in 6th position, ahead of Adela Pokorova, Filip Pesha. More problems, I'm afraid, for Bibiana Bubnikova and Natalie Udorova. Neither of them completing the full distance. A bit of a surprise there for Bibiana Bubnikova. It was going so well initially. So something not quite right in the end for Bibiana Bubnikova, as she doesn't manage to complete the full distance. So Ellen Berdova victorious for the 2nd time in a row then, after a fantastic race battle. There goes Bibiana Bubnikova over the line to finish off. Oh no, sorry, that's Natalie Udorova coming through. So Bubnikova dropped right to the back. Big problems for her. Hopefully she's okay. So Ellen Berdova taking the win from Max Huski, and then it is Stan Cahoot in front of Nela Pozhnikova. Then Leo Liesl-Kratishvili, Nico Sawangwan, Adela Pokorova, Filip Pesha, Natalie Udorova, and a problem for Bibiana Bubnikova. Hopefully, it's only trivial. So the juniors are done for the moment then for their 2nd heat. Now it's time for the Masters women to return to the course again. And after a stellar performance so far this season, Lee Eun-jin returns to the top spot from Teresa Bekakova, Jennifer Beckman, Terza Sawangwan, and Ekaterina Antonova. Now, in her first heat earlier on, it came up on the timing screen that she'd only done 2 long laps. She insisted, no, I have done all 3. She asked them to check it. She was right, and so she doesn't get a penalty. She holds on to her victory, having got it right. Now she can go into the 2nd heat, knowing that she's been vindicated. And so Lee Eun-jin of South Korea will continue the challenge to win the Masters women category. 2nd place, the ever-impressive rookie, Teresa Bekakova, only her 2nd ever Moto Surf World Championship event. Jennifer Beckman flying the flag for Deutschland here this weekend, the first ever female Moto Surf Racing Team Germany rider. For Seattle in Washington State, the 41-year-old Terza Sawangwan, great to see her back in the World Championship paddock. And alongside her, it's Ekaterina Antonova for Cyprus. 5th on the grid, and definitely finding a lot more pace than she did yesterday. So with the Masters women ready to stretch out and push forward for the next part of their racing chapter. The 2nd heat in the Masters women category, all of the racers over the age of 30. And of course, a big battle from all of them. It's a multinational competition, this one, in the Masters Women category. 5 different riders from 5 different nations. For South Korea, for Czechia, for Germany, for the United States, and for Cyprus. Great to see everybody preparing in gusto for their second encounter of the day. And the Masters Women riders ready to crack on. That statue that you might be able to see in the background, by the way, quite spectacular as it overlooks the main running and cycling thoroughfare here. That is the statue of the 17-year-old athlete Greta Johansson, who back in 1912 actually won the gold medal for the 10-meter freestyle diving competition in the 1912 Summer Olympics. And that statue has been here since her passing in the late 1960s as a monument to what this fantastic body of water gave us over a century ago. So the Masters women will take to the water to continue their racing journey. I actually had a quick chance to speak to Lee Eun-jin in between the first and second heats. I got the chance to speak to her over the lunch break and about the teething troubles at the start. She said, nothing major, nothing to be worried about, just irritating. So it clearly wasn't a major problem, and they've certainly already got on top of it. Just certainly made it a little bit more dramatic for us as viewers. But she seems to be perfectly okay going into this one, as do all of the Masters women. They're really enjoying the race venue here at Stockholm, as are all of us. We love the racing here in Sweden. That is the race control awning on the jetty, just out to the far side of the bank. So that's where the timing monitors, the organisers, all of those personnel that make sure that everything is above board and legal, they all sit there. The UIM judges are in there as well, all ready to give us a fantastic showcase.
Third island from here.
As the riders make their way into the river. And Lee Eun-jin, who is on the verge of winning her 3rd Masters Women Grand Prix in a row. She's still got to do the job. Only one moto down. As the fans cheer them out onto the water once again. The Korean, the Czech, the German, the American, and the Cypriot. And so we head into the Masters Women, their second heat race, and all of the competitors over the age of 30. You are never too old to go racing in moto surf. There is a class for everyone. Now, what are these motorized surfboards? I hear those people on the boat asking. Well, for those who are new to the sport for the very first time, the boards are 20 kilograms in weight. They have a 100cc engine that will channel 15 brake horsepower roughly. That doesn't sound like a lot, but the power to weight ratio, these are virtually motorcycles, and they're on the top of the waves. They can do a top speed of about 55 kilometers an hour. Again, that doesn't sound like a lot, but if you hit the water at that speed, boy, will you feel it. Some people say these guys are the ultimate in aquatic athletes. Some say they've got sawdust where their brains should be. Either way, it's unbelievable entertainment, and we love it. So do the riders.
What is the CCC?
And if you ask the riders why do they do it, they'll tell you quite simply, because there's no experience in the world anything like it. The pole position sitter, Lee Eun-jin, a winner in the Asian Championship in Sri Lanka 2 years ago, Grand Prix winner in the Masters Women in Turkey and Prague this year. Would you believe this as a fact? Lee Eun-jin in pole position, she's afraid of water. I know, it doesn't quite seem right, does it? But the competitors are ready. The flag from the marshal will drop, and when it does, we will go racing in the Masters Women for the second time today. It oscillates, so they're going to go around again. So we're not quite ready to start racing for the Masters Women this time. The competitors will have to try again and go around one more time and then form up for another crack at this competition. Those look quite nice, Mum. Can I have a go? Of course you can. We've got plenty of young, talented riders in the paddock in UIM Motosurf. Some of them start riding from the age of about 7 or 8. But you're only allowed to start racing from the age of 11. The Masters Women, however, this is the newest category in the UIM Motosurf World Championship, inaugurated for this year, and it's for female riders over the age of 30. So it doesn't matter how old you are, you can still compete in the UIM Motosurf World Championship. In fact, in Ekaterina Antonova's case, she only did 6 training sessions before she decided she was comfortable enough to compete in racing in the World Championship. So Lee Eunjun, Teresa Bekakova, 3rd place Jennifer Beckman, 4th place Terza Sawangwan, 5th place Ekaterina Antonova. We wait for the flag to drop from the marshal. Once we get the command, we will be racing in the Masters Women once again. Waiting for the command. I really hope the flag drops rather than oscillates. If it oscillates, we've got to go round again. Flag is in the air. Can we race? Yes, we can. Off we go. And Lee Eunjun getting a good start. Jennifer Beckman getting a good one. Ekaterina Antonova gets a good start too from round the side of Terza Sawangwan. Beckman's pulled in front of Bekakova. Great run from the German. She pushes herself into 2nd place with pure audacity. Great racing. So Lee Eunjun into the lead. Beckman into 2nd. 3rd is Bekakova. And as they work their way through the slalom, Lee Eunjun pushing her way through each individual radius and stretching the advantage already. A win in Sweden, looking good to back up her performance in Cheshme in Turkey and in Prague in Czechia. And that's Bekakova, she's gone. Bekakova's down in the slalom. So she's now got to try and get herself back up again. She does so. Good recovery from Teresa Bekakova, but sadly she drops to the back. Where did it happen? It was on the left side slalom. Oh, there it is. The radius was just a little bit too tight and the weight transfer was too extreme. She lost the back, and once the back starts to go, that's it. So Lee Eunjun out alone on the water. Jennifer Beckman had a little bit of space and a little bit of breathing there to give herself the chance to go on to the long lap. So she took it, so too did Ekaterina Antonova. 7 laps of racing, 3 of them must be long laps. But you can see already that Lee Eunjun has actually slowed the pace down a bit. You can't afford to just push it for every lap. You've got to build a lap, and then once you've built an advantage, maybe a bit of a lead over the other rider, you then have to try and pace yourself a little bit. Into the long lap for the first time goes Lee Eunjun. After that little conversation at the end of Heat 1, she'll be determined to make sure I definitely did 3. And she certainly did in the first race. Her penalty was overturned because she had followed the regulations. She had done all 3 long laps. So up at the 2nd now goes Terza Sawangwan by courtesy of the fact that she hasn't done any of her long laps yet. Jennifer Beckman is 3rd, Ekaterina Antonova is 4th, and Teresa Bekakova in 5th place. But Lee Eunjun doing a great job here, working her way through the buoys. Terza Sawangwan of Seattle, Washington, running in 2nd for the moment, although she does have her 3 long laps still to take. Lee Eunjun does seem to have slowed the pace down a little bit. There is Terza Sawangwan. Why is she here? Simple. She loves it. She has no designs on winning. She has no designs on winning a championship. She doesn't care about any of that. She just loves racing. And so here she is. Lee Eunjun for Korea, working her way out of the buoy. Her hand is in the air. That means she's going on to the long lap. So this is going to be for the 2nd time for Lee Eunjun. They have to do 3 long laps over the course of a race, 7 laps in total, 3 of which must be mandatory of the long lap. And she is leading Jennifer Beckman, who's now back up into 2nd place in front of Teresa Bekakova. It looks as though Beckman's lost a little bit of ground. I'm not sure whether that was in a fall or whether that was in traffic, whatever it might have been. She is still 2nd place, but Bekakova is now only 4 seconds back from her on this occasion. As Beckman goes into the long lap, Bekakova stays out on the course. So that will put Bekakova back into 2nd place for the moment. Meanwhile, Lee Eunjun is just stretching and stretching this lead. It could be as close to a minute by the time this race is over at this current pace. Although I don't think even Lee Eunjun is going to push it to the ragged edge if she doesn't have to. She's got an advantage. Oh, and that's Terza Sawangwan. Well, she said to me in race 1, I didn't fall. I've just got to be hungrier. I've just got to be pushing a little bit more. I can't be afraid to fall in. Well, there's no point being afraid of falling in when it's already happened. So Terza Sawangwan getting that first monkey off her back over the course of this event. A little bit of an avoidance needed there from Lee Eunjin as she came through, because of course in the water Terza Sawangwan was trying to recover. Hand in the air for Lee Eunjin for her third and final long lap. Even I counted it that time just to make sure that Lee Eunjin was definitely correct, and she is indeed. So 3 long laps, leading Teresa Bekakova by 4.8 before she even went on to the third long lap. So there's no doubt in anyone's mind who's going to have the advantage. Bekakova, though, on the long lap, still trying to take on Jennifer Beckman. Who's going to get out of the long lap first? Beckman staying on the course. Bekakova rejoining it. And I think Beckman's just going to be in front. I know Beckman's only just crossed the line. So Beckman must have had a fall as well, actually. So Jennifer Beckman having a problem, and that means that that's going to be Teresa Bekakova moving up into second position. So very good work indeed from her to recover. 10 seconds between Bekakova and Beckman at the last timing line. Ekaterina Antonova running in 4th place for Cyprus, and then Terza Sawangwan for the United States running in P5. So now we're waiting to see which of the two is going to emerge in second place. I think it's all very clear and decided that it's going to be Lee Eunjin for the win, as it was in Turkey, as it was in Czechia. But now it's going to be about who comes through in second position, and it is going to be pretty tight as Teresa Bekakova tries to stretch away from Jennifer Beckman. Gets out of the slalom, puts a lap on Ekaterina Antonova as Lee Eunjin goes into lap number 6. 2 laps to go. All 3 of the long laps already taken by Lee Eunjin. 5.5 seconds clear of Teresa Bekakova, but Bekakova still needs to take one final long lap, which I assume she'll do on the last lap. Jennifer Beckman's come through. She's going on the long lap for, I believe, the third and final time. So it's all about this incredible disciplinarian, Lee Eunjin. She works as a radio broadcaster back home in Seoul when she's not doing her day job. She is moto surfing, and she is very, very good at it indeed. Asian champion 2024 in Sri Lanka. Fighting tooth and nail in the elite women's category, even though she was 20 years the senior of most of the riders. She's slowing down. Hopefully that's not going to be an omen for problems. She's just looking over her shoulder to see where everybody else is. She's got one more lap to navigate. It's not the first time it's happened for Lee Eunjin. She's got one more lap to negotiate. Slowed the pace right down. She can't afford to be too intense. She wants to make sure she can get back to work on Tuesday morning. Jennifer Beckman, world's fastest solicitor. Working back home in Hamburg on Monday morning, I'm sure. But Lee Eunjin is just ticking off the buoys and finishing it off. It's not easy to keep up the momentum. Is that a fall for Beckman? I'm trying to see if that is Beckman. I think it is the German flag, so I'm afraid Beckman has fallen. Teresa Bekakova will take second place back. Here's the fall. Oh, she clatters into the side of the buoy. Almost tumbles into the reeds. Goodness me, that was a scary one for Jennifer Beckman. And so through for the last time as Jennifer Beckman recovers comes Eunjin Lee. She's actually just lapped Jennifer Beckman, who will now get to cross the line in third without completing the full distance. And so Lee Eunjin crosses the line. Victory is hers. Absolutely dominant. Beckman will cross the line, third position, a lap adrift. She let Lee Eunjin go. I think she's going to try and complete the full distance just in case. But Teresa Bekakova does come through in second place, 15 seconds back from Lee Eunjin. So there really isn't much point for Jennifer Beckman to complete the full course. She's already completed 6 laps. She was a lap adrift, and indeed, she is just going to bring it back, I think. She's looking around. Yep, I was lapped by Lee Eunjin. I was third. I don't need to do anything more. so she'll bring it home. Fantastic race, and Lee Ungen gets the victory from Teresa Bekikova, Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Antonova, and Terza Sawangwan. Antonova's just going to bring it home in 4th position, the Cypriot, to finish off the day's racing, or certainly finish off the heat racing, I should say. They have got a 3rd heat to come later today. So Ekaterina Antonova bringing it home. Jennifer Beckman just cruising back. Doesn't need to cross the line because she already has. And so it's victory for Lee Ungen. The Korean doing a great job again. Victory for Lee Ungen from Teresa Bekikova. What a great season she's having already. Jennifer Beckman in 3rd from Ekaterina Antonova. And Terza Sawangwan coming home in 5th. So the Masters women complete their 2nd heat. No problems at all for the Korean Lee Ungen, following in the footsteps of Kim Down, her countryman. And now on we go to the Electric Challenge. And it's time for the fans here in Stockholm to get on their feet. Their superstar, Alexander Lanner, going from pole position. The Swedish talent, 20 years of age, from right here in Stockholm, on pole position, from Michel Ullard, Abraham Tibor, and Alan Ung. And so the 4 competitors in the Electric Challenge getting themselves geared up and ready for Team Huski, for Team Sweden. Alexander Lanner, ready to go from pole position, the 20-year-old from Stockholm, ready for the battle that awaits him. He has the pride of Sweden on his back. They will cheer him all the way. Michel Ullard, 2nd position. He got the win in the first Electric Challenge race, so he'll be pushing to try and make it 2 out of 2. 3rd place for the Hungarian, Abraham Tibor of Budapest. And then in 4th position on the Chinese board, the movie design board, it's Alan Ung for Macau. We'll see what the Electric Challenge riders can do, but for Swedish fans, this is the chance now for Alexander Lanner. He had some technical difficulties in the first race, but he's now got a chance to bounce back and repeat the form he gave us in qualifying yesterday. He's still not really used to the Electric Challenge board. He said it is very different to the DFI direct fuel injection boards he's used to. So he's now got the hang of them a little bit more after the first race. He said, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. I still came 3rd, but I wanted a little bit more. So now I've figured out what to do a little bit better. So now let's try and give Sweden a victory here in Stockholm. And of course, Alexander Lanner will be trying to take the podium finish in not only the Electric Challenge, but also in the stock class as well. He's got a great chance of doing a podium in both, because in the stock category, he was actually 3rd in the Turkish Grand Prix. So he's got a great chance. There is Alexander Lanner, Sweden's own homegrown talent, the 20-year-old from Stockholm. He wants to get the fans behind him. He's even jumping over the waves. Honestly, Alexander Lanner, when he is on the water, he's jumping around like a crazed jackrabbit. When he's not on the water, he's on the top of a boat, dancing like there's no tomorrow. This man loves to party, he loves life, he loves moto surf, and he loves being able to race in the Yozgat-Svinsbrücke in his home city. The Huski flags waving from the side of the bank. They want their man, Alexander Lanner, to be victorious in the Electric Challenge. He's too busy focusing on the drone. Focus on the race, Alex. He's a very special character, is Alexander Lanner. This year has been his best start to a season so far. Podium in Turkey. Problems in Prague, but certainly flashes of pace. And now he gets the race on what is practically his backyard. The Huski wear flags, resplendent for Alexander Lanner as he queues up the field. It's time now for the 20-year-old from Stockholm to lead Michel Ullard, Abraham Tibor, and the super fast starting Alan Ung on the Chinese movie board to get into position. Keep an eye on Alan Ung in 4th place. He's very good indeed off the start. Are we going to go racing? No, we're going to go round again. The flag oscillates. If it drops, we're racing. If it oscillates, you've got to go round and form up again. So, Alexander Lanner of Sweden, pole position. Michel Ullard, 2nd for Czechia. 3rd, Abraham Tibor for Hungary. 4th, Alan Ung for Macau. Big battles to come in each of these classes, but certainly a lot of interest in the man on the top spot. Alexander Lanner, 20 years of age, from Stockholm. He wants to give Sweden their first win of the week. And he's got a great chance to do so, but he's certainly going to have to work very hard to make it happen. It'll be a very tough one from the outset. But all the riders know, as long as they follow Alexander Lanner in pursuit, they'll have a great chance to push. The flag is in the air, and the Electric Challenge gets underway for Heat 2 in Stockholm now. Good start from Lanner. Again, the movie design board is absolutely rapid, and it crosses against Alexander Lanner and nearly takes him out. Goodness me. Alan Ung with an absolute rocket ship of a start. And now Alexander Lanner trying to stay upright as he works his way through the slalom on the far side. They can miss the last slalom, that's fine. And Alexander Lanner takes back the lead. Brilliant ride from the Swede. Lanner back in front, works his way through the slalom in a faster run than the Macanese Alan Ung. So Alexander Lanner leads in Stockholm on the Djurgårdsvindsbrocka. Exactly the way the 20-year-old from Stockholm wanted to take command of things here on home water. How close was that between Alan Ung and Alex Lanner? So close. And now we watch the Macanese rider on that super fast movie board. He had all sorts of technical problems in the first race, and now he's looking good to push it again. Here's the replay of Lanner crossing Alan Ung. Thank you very much. I will take the lead. It's my home turf. I'm going to get it. Very nicely done from Alan Ung, and so he works himself into second place, but then he goes into the long lap, and Alex Lanner's down! Alex Lanner's down in the water in the slalom. The Swede who is leading, it's all coming a little bit unstuck for him here in the slalom. Oh, it absolutely stuffs him in face first. That was a very nasty one for Alex Lanner. He's now going to get back on the board and try and find his way back. So Michel Ular is now leading once again from Lanner in second. Alan Ung in third place, I believe, in front of Abraham Tibor. So it's certainly going to be a very tricky one to determine who's going to get the job done in the Electric Challenge. So many mistakes made already, as both Michel Ular and Alexander Lanner have now gone on to the long lap. Is Alan Ung going to take the lead out of the... No, it's Michel Ular who takes the lead out of the long lap. Alan Ung is second, the Macanese, and now Alexander Lanner is back into third position again. So the Swede has got to work very hard in Electric Challenge. I think he thought coming into this one, well, it's just the Electric Challenge Championship. It's going to be very easy to get the win here. No, it isn't. These boards are very different. They're heavier. They are definitely harder to navigate and negotiate. Because they are heavier in the water, you've got to be quite calm and quite smooth in order to get the most out of them. Just ask the reigning champion, Jano Vankersbilk of Belgium, watching along from home as he nurses his injury that he sustained in qualifying at the Turkish Grand Prix back in June. They can miss the last buoy of the slalom, so don't panic when you see riders doing that at the end of the lap here. It's only a 5-lap race in the Electric Challenge because it's a much more physical class of board. And only 2 of those laps have to be long laps. Tibor has decided to get both the long laps out of the way nice and early. That could actually benefit him later. He could work his way back into potentially a top 3, maybe even second or first. But Michel Ular is just being so smooth, so calm. Alex Lanner, 6.5 seconds back roughly. Still with a chance to catch him, but he's got to take it 1 lap at a time. He can't afford to rush things like he would do in the stock category. It's a very different board to ride. There is Alan Ung, and it looks as though the Chinese movie design board is definitely playing up this time a bit better than it was in the previous race. It's very fast on acceleration in a straight line, but of course once you get into the slaloms, that's where things get a little bit more interesting. Out of the slalom goes Michel Ular, works his way back to the line, and with 1 lap to go, he's got to take a long lap, as too does Alexander Lanner. So Michel Ular just taking it nicely onto the long lap on the far side. He'll pivot around and give himself the chance to go for the last pair of buoys of the long lap before he rejoins the course. This adds about 10 to 12 seconds to the long lap. There is Alanong on the movie design board trying to break past Michel Ullard. If he possibly can, he's got to finish the lap first. He's not close enough to Michel Ullard to take the lead from him. There is Ullard back on the course, and he's only got a few more buoys to navigate. Just take your time, Michel. Alexander Lanner, second place. And he's going to jump Alanong, I believe, so that's much better from the Swede in the second race compared to what it was in the first this morning. So Michel Ullard doing exactly what he needs to do to just keep it nice and tidy. Out through the final two buoys at the end of the course, and then he'll work his way to the slalom. These are those left-hand buoys. And Alex Lanner just keeping it nice and tidy in second position. That's better than we saw from him earlier on, but he'll certainly want to go for the victory later. As Michel Ullard works his way through the slalom, looks over his shoulder. He knows that Alex Lanner is there. He's got time on his hands. Come on, give me a big up as I come through, says Alex Lanner. You're still racing, Alex. Michel Ullard takes the victory, and second place this time for Alexander Lanner. And he gained 3 seconds on the last lap alone. One more lap, and Alexander Lanner might have taken the victory this time. Imagine how fast he could have caught Michel Ullard without the fall. So for the third heat later, he's got a great chance to get himself back in amongst it. So the second heat of the Electric Challenge comes to an end, and it's Michel Ullard who gets a victory for the second time today. This time, it's not quite so secure because Alexander Lanner was definitely catching him to the closing stages there. Michel Ullard, 2 wins out of 2 in Electric Challenge, but Alexander Lanner is definitely throwing the challenge towards him now. Alanong in third position in front of the Hungarian Abraham Tibor. So the Electric Challenge is done for the moment. A very impressive performance from the competitors thus far. They've certainly given us plenty to get excited about. It's been very intriguing indeed for the contenders at this point in the proceedings. And we've certainly had a lot of great battles from them. The stock category will be up next. Group A, followed by Group B. 7 laps of the course. 3 of them need to be mandatory long laps. And the battle resumes between the teenage chargers in the stock category. Adam Kolar versus Josef Pokora and Oliver Wolf at the front end of the field. Then Adam Milovchik for Slovakia. Stepan Šimek, Tomáš Stepanek, Vladimir Andel and David Kučka. The starting lineup for Heat 2, Group A. So here is the 15-year-old Adam Kolar, super strong in the stock category in 2026, already the winner of the Turkish Grand Prix. Second, it's Rexy, Josef Pokora. Brilliant performance from him so far, and the workout land rider ready to push for the top spot. He's been going to the Matthias Novotny Showman School. Oliver Wolf pushing hard here, the youngest man in the stock category, third position on the grid. Fourth place alongside him, the hard-charging Slovak, Adam Milovchik. Get out of my way. He's going to be battling it out with Stepan Šimek, his friend, as they battle for position in the middle of the pack. Sixth in the lineup, the ever-impressive Tomáš Stepanek. He had an amazing start in his first heat. Hopefully he can end the way he started. Vladimir Andel, one of the most experienced men in the stock category. 3 years of racing behind him in this class. And then it's the ever-resurgent David Kučka. He went from 8th to 2nd in his first heat. Can he do it again in the second? The racers getting ready for the next big push, the stock category, ready to welcome the second heat and the first of the 2 groups. Such a unique experience to have the UAM Moto Surf World Championship going on an everyday Saturday afternoon in Stockholm on the banks of the Yozgatsvindsbrücke. We've closed nothing. The cyclists, the runners, the joggers, the walkers, the dog walkers, the ducks are still all able to be here like they normally would be and discover UAM Moto Surf World Championship as it's playing out. Imagine crossing the road while the Monaco Grand Prix is going on. That's kind of what we got here for the UAM Moto Surf World Championship. All in a safe and controlled environment, of course, complete with drone to capture all of the action as it happens. Great work from the broadcasts to bring us massively addictive motorsport coverage, up close and personal, almost flirting with the tops of the helmets of the riders on the start, such as the excitement factor from these riders. We've got the handball guys here to introduce people to the world of handball. We've got the Huski skateboarders out the back as well. We've even got the Team Huski athlete in the world of Formula Nordic, Vera Julant, who is racing in Formula Nordic across Sweden, having competed for the FIA Karting Academy trophy a couple of seasons ago, and she's got a big future ahead of her. That's the championship, by the way, that gave the world Charles Leclerc, now a Ferrari Formula One driver. So, Vera Julant, the Swedish driver, hoping that she can follow in his footsteps. Great to see the locals here soaking up the atmosphere of the UAM Moto Surf World Championship as it goes on the water they love so much. The only thing that's not allowed to take place today that normally would be is the kayaks. Sadly, they've got to wait until the end of the day. Adam Milovčić just having a bit of a double check of things. Hopefully that's not going to turn into a big problem as the other riders venture out onto the water. Hopefully he'll still be able to make it out. He does indeed. Adam Milovčić, the only Slovakian rider in the stock category this weekend. And after the difficulties of trying to get the Grand Prix of Slovakia on the calendar earlier this year, sadly it had to be postponed. The race was due to take place earlier this year. According to the provisional calendar, though, it will be on the calendar in 2027. So the riders getting themselves dialed in and warmed up. Ready for another big push. That is Vladimir Andel, dialing himself in, ready for another go at the top spot. So the stock riders, led by Adam Kolar and Josip Pokora, they will get themselves into position and ready for the big push. Time to see who's going to have the best start of it as the riders take assertive action. They will want to move themselves further forward, dial themselves in, and obviously follow in hot pursuit of the pole sitter, 15-year-old Adam Kolar, just in front of Josip Pokora. And alongside him, it will be Oliver Wolf, Adam Milovčić, Stepan Šimek, and then Tomasz Stepanek, Vladimir Andel, and David Kučka. Watch for Kučka at the back. He did not deserve to be in last place. Both of his laps were sadly discounted as he had a couple of falls. So he'll be charging his way from 8th place back to the front. Flag is in the air. We're racing in the stock category for Heat 2 Group A, and it's a big start from Josip Pokora. He's going to draw level with Adam Kolar. Can he hold the Rexy board round to the far side and cut back across? He really is trying to get aggressive. Adam Kolar trying to shake him off. And they're going to go opposing sides on the slalom. There's a drop in the slalom. Someone's come off in the middle of it. I think that's Stepanek who went. As Kolar gets out of the slalom in the lead, Pokora's going to lose out. Going to be so close with Oliver Wolf. And Pokora just hangs on to second place. Oliver Wolf has to bail out of it. Very close indeed at the start. Milovčić almost drops it out of the slalom as well. Very aggressive racing from the Moto Surf riders here in Stockholm. But it's Adam Kolar who leads Pokora, Wolf, Milovčić, Šimek, Kučka in 6th place now in front of Vladimir Andel, and Tomasz Stepanek was indeed the rider who fell in the slalom. So Oliver Wolf and Adam Milovčić both going for the long lap early, deciding to get themselves out of the Segway. Adam Kolar with a lead intact through the slalom. Very tight to the bank and very close quarters, these buoys. Easy to make mistakes, and a lot of riders have so far this weekend. So Josip Pokora certainly finding his feet and finding it very physical out there, quite demanding. Stepan Šimek promoted to 3rd position as a result of the situation he finds himself in. Very tricky to see the riders all give themselves a bit more of a push. Trying to see the riders give themselves a little bit more aggro out there, but Adam Kolar leading the way from Pokora. Kuchka already up into third place. He hasn't taken a single one of his long laps, so he's hoping to use the clear water that he'll gain to work his way further forward. There is Pokora. He's currently stuck behind the 5 of Stepan Šimek. That's not where he wants to be at all. Now, Vladimir Andel is showing up as leading this race. I'm not entirely sure how he's managed that. I think he's had an off and then gone through the timing line twice somehow. So Adam Kolar comes through in second place. I think Andel's going to have one of his laps docked there. But if the rest of the timing screen is accurate, then David Kuchka is already up in his second place. Now, Pokora and Wolf have both taken long laps, as has Adam Milovchik. So that's got to be taken into account as well. Vladimir Andel has suddenly emerged in the lead, and I'm not entirely sure how he's bent the laws of physics to make that happen on this occasion. So Adam Kolar. There's Josip Pokora, now back into what is going to be second position, 5.9 back from Adam Kolar. And that first lap really was intense, wasn't it? Great to see them really working themselves up there to give us a little bit of entertainment and drama. Certainly very impressive stuff in the early stages. Adam Kolar working hard to close up on the riders in front. 8 seconds gap between Vladimir Andel and Adam Kolar apparently, but I'm not quite sure how Vladimir Andel suddenly found himself leading by 6 seconds. Into the long lap goes Adam Kolar. And the rider in front of him, I believe, is actually Vladimir Andel. And he's going to catch him and pass him without too much difficulty here. Josip Pokora, third position. He's on the long lap as well. David Kuchka has moved up into what is eventually going to become third position. So Vladimir Andel went on to the long lap as well, and that's David Kuchka now promoted into the top spot. Here comes Adam Kolar chasing down Andel. He's going to get parallel to him and gets the move nice and easy. So Vladimir Andel dropping back in the pack here as Adam Kolar sets his sights firmly on David Kuchka. And of course, David Kuchka with a chance to extend the advantage that he's now starting to build himself. There is Adam Milovchik, fourth place, the number 4, the Slovak, making good work of things as he's now got ahead of Oliver Wolf, and Vladimir Andel's time has now been updated, so he is at the back, unfortunately for him. But David Kuchka should now be on his second long lap, because you've got to make sure you take 3 mandatory long laps in the 7 laps you run. And indeed, Kuchka has gone on to the long lap for the second time. He's got to make sure the last lap is a long lap as well, but then so does Kolar, Pokora and Milovchik. They've all got to take their long lap the last time round the course as well. So Adam Kolar is just going through the motions out front. Very neat and tidy as it stands at the moment. He just keeps it fairly smooth and nice and progressive. Doesn't need to focus too much on the extremities, just keep it nice and balanced all the way through. Into the last lap comes Adam Kolar. He's got an advantage over Kuchka, but he goes into the long lap for the third and final time, does Adam Kolar. So now it's just a case of bringing it home. There is the 3 of Oliver Wolf, youngest man in the field, 14 years of age. Now stepping up into the world of the stock category, so difficult to be competitive. Especially now he's dueling away with a man 2 years his senior, Josip Pokora. Wolf has kept in front of Pokora for the moment. Very good work. And so on the last lap, Adam Kolar with a decent lead over David Kuchka. Another great fight back from the man who started dead last in the heat. Kuchka has not panicked since yesterday's qualification. He's just said, okay, that didn't go well. Let's work on the other things. Oliver Wolf has come through in front of him, though. Kuchka is in danger of losing out to Pokora as well. So Pokora is pushing to get through in his third position, but Oliver Wolf has come through for second. Here comes the top dog, Adam Kolar, through the left and through the right. The checkered flag is in the air. 15-year-old Adam Kolar takes the win again here in Stockholm. But in second place, it's going to be the 14-year-old Oliver Wolf. He failed to qualify in the Czech Republic. He has bounced back in style. He's going to come through for second here in Stockholm in the second heat, Group A. Lovely ride from Oliver Wolf. And David Kitska from the back will come up to third place in front of Josep Pokora, and the Slovak Adam Milovchik is looking good to come through in fifth position in front of Stepan Šimek and Vladimir Andel. So here comes Adam Milovchik. He will finish behind Šimek, I think. Šimek comes through then in the end. My apologies, that was actually Stepanek. So Milovchik completes the course, and so does Stepan Šimek. Good run from them all. Best run of them all, though, for Adam Kolar. He gets the victory right when he wanted it, and that makes it 2 from 2 for him so far. Great start to the day then for the very talented teenager. Adam Kolar, 2 from 2, but a great fight back from Oliver Wolf in second position. So Kolar is victorious, Wolf in second. Kudska from the back again comes up into third position in the end. Josip Pokora from Adam Milovchik, Stepan Šimek, Vladimir Andel, and Tomasz Stepanek. So that's the Group 2A results. Group 2B coming up next, and that's going to put Kim Down and Matthias Barvik on the front row of the grid together. The 2022 Stock World Champion goes back on pole. Matthias Barvik, the reigning Junior Boy World Champion, alongside him. Then Jan Matoshka, and the two Swedes are in this race. Alexander Lanner ahead of Enda Jorgenschila and David Zaplatilek, with young Ringo Reimer hoping to qualify for his first final, along with Ryder Sarangwan. And so the crowd will want to get behind their two national riders, but of course there are 8 riders to cheer for in this Group 2B event. Pole position, the domination of Masters, still very much prominent, and not a bad run either in this particular group either. Kim Down doing a grand job in the stock as he is in the Masters. Handshake from Matthias Barvik, getting closer and closer to his first stock Grand Prix victory. Third place for Jan Matoshka. The FG Forest team doing a grand job here in Stockholm, and Jan Matoshka definitely part of that. And now the 20-year-old from Sweden, Alexander Lanner, the party boy. He's going to be here in fourth on the grid. The crowd go nuts. Their man is going to be in the mix. Enda Jorgenschila for Turkey. He got the same treatment when we were in Cheshme in June. Sixth on the grid for the hard, talented David Zaplatilek. Really going well as he continues his journey forward. Seventh on the grid, one of the youngest men in the competition, Ringo Reimer. His first full season of competition in the stock category. He had yet to finish a race before earlier. And filling out the grid, the 17-year-old from Seattle in Washington, Ryder Sarangwan, back in the World Championship paddock again. The eagle-eyed may have just spotted Matej Kozisek there in the picture. Unable to race this year due to an injury sustained in pre-season testing. But he was a very integral part of the Czech Grand Prix in Prague, and he's here today as well to continue in his other role, supporting the FG Forest racing team that he, of course, races for. So the competitors take their way to the water, and we get ready for another great battle. So back onto the course then go the stock riders in the B group. And Kim Down has got a tough mission in front of him. He's got to beat all these young whippersnappers who are 20 years younger than him. Kim Down is 42, Matthias Barvik is 15, Jan Matoshka is 22, Alexander Lanner is 20, Enda Jorgenschila is 17, David Zaplatilek is 18, Ringo Reimer is 16, Ryder Sarangwan is 17. So Kim Down really is the headmaster in the classroom full of young school children by comparison, but still faster than them all here in Sweden. He really is enjoying himself in this fantastic setting. And now, fascinating to see that most of the stalls that were full of Swedish vendors have actually now stepped away from their stalls for the moment. They've all grabbed a Huski flag as the two Team Huski riders representing Sweden here this weekend are out there together. The 20-year-old Alexander Lanner and the 16-year-old Ringo Reimer, both for Sweden, both for Team Huski. And the fans on the stands here really enjoying the spectacle that the Djurgårdsvindsbrücke is giving them. First form of World Championship aquatic competition for 114 years. Not since the 1912 Summer Olympic Games, where the fabulous Greta Johansson, at the age of 17, who has been immortalized here on the walkway by that glorious statue in the middle of the road. Well, she won the gold medal in the 10-meter diving back here in 1912. And now there's a chance for Alexander Lanner and Ringo Reimer to uphold the honor of Sweden again on the same body of water in motosurf. 114 years later, here we go. Great start from the poleman, Kim Down. Good launch forward from Jan Matoshka. He's going to try and get up alongside Mathias Barvik. Alexander Lanner's keeping his options open as they go for the first buoys. And he's going to try and get in on Jan Matoshka nice and early. Kim Down leading the way as they go through the slalom for the first time. It's going to be easy pickings for Kim Down, second place for Barvik, third position for Matoshka, and Alexander Lanner running in fourth place. No big disasters for them so far. The top four remain as they were. Down in first position still, as Alexander Lanner becomes the first one to go onto the long lap. The Swedish rider deciding it's time to go tactical. So at the end of the first leg, it's Kim, Barvik, Matoshka. Jorgen Schiele has got up into fourth place by courtesy of the fact he didn't take the long lap. But it really is a big push now as Mathias Barvik is trying to take on Kim Down. That's the man who won the Stock World Championship back in 2022 and has been the Masters World Champion since its inauguration in 2024. Going for Masters World Championship title number 3, Kim Down. Still so quick, so strong, so fast. And in the stock category here this weekend, he's got his mojo back. In the previous 2 Grand Prix in Turkey and the Czech Republic, it wasn't quite to plan for Kim Down in the stock category. The Grand Prix wins went the way of Adam Kolar and Lucas Kojon, who sadly couldn't be here for this round of the championship. Mathias Barvik, though, is hunting Kim Down to try and put himself back into the lead. Alexander Lanner slipping to 5th position, but he's taken a long lap. Zaplatilek and Ringo Reimer do the same. Tactical for both riders. Ringo Reimer just wants to finish races because he hasn't been able to do that so far in Turkey or in the Czech Republic. He's had 2 miserable weekends to the first part of his season. But here in Sweden, he would dearly love to get a decent finish and maybe even make the final if there's a chance to do that. He'll certainly be working on it. Oh, and down goes Barvik. Barvik's gone. Mathias Barvik chasing down Kim Down. Oh, no, wait, that's the... My apologies, it's not Barvik, it's Ringo Reimer, my apologies. Ringo Reimer had split between Kim Down and Mathias Barvik. So Ringo Reimer, the 16-year-old, now trying to make his way back onto the board again. Good recovery from Ringo Reimer. A fall is okay, but he wants to finish races. I apologize for a moment there. I thought that was Barvik that had gone because he was right behind Kim Down. But then so too, on that particular moment, was Ringo Reimer. But Ringo Reimer recovers, gets back on the board. He's going to finish races here in Stockholm. He's not going to give up. So Barvik leads, but Kim Down has made his first long lap, and that puts him 16 seconds adrift. It's about 12 to 14 seconds or so for the long laps here in Stockholm. So we'll see where Kim Down emerges once Mathias Barvik has taken his long lap to match him. 3 laps mandatory, must be long laps. 7 laps race total. You can wait till the very last 3 laps if you want, or you can do them on the first 3 laps if you wish. It's entirely up to you. The rider is given the freedom to choose that fate. And so Kim Down back on form. He goes for a second long lap. Mathias Barvik leading the way. He's gone on a long lap as well, so the gap is still going to be a good 14 to 15 seconds or so, but Barvik has got clear water in front of him, and he's actually extended the gap by about a second or so. So that's important for Matthias Bardovic. He really wants to push if he's going to beat Kim down, and that would be an amazing achievement. The man who is the Masters World Champion twice, the Stock World Champion in 2022, Matthias Bardovic, trying to extend the gap to the Korean, and this would be a great chance. Alexander Lanner, by the way, the Swede, is now up into third position. He's got ahead of Jan Matoszka. So this is a big chance for Lanner to get into the top three again here. But Matthias Bardovic, the 15-year-old from Czechia, trying to work his way through. That's Ringo Reimer struggling to recover after another fall in front. Here's Kim Down trying to work his way through the slalom. Jan Matoszka currently in fourth position behind Alexander Lanner as well. So Kim Down across the line. He's got one more long lap to take. He's going to take it now. Matthias Bardovic's got two to take. And there they both are together. That's the genuine difference between them. Kim Down's made a bit of ground on Matthias Bardovic now. So it is going to be very tight between them when Bardovic finishes off his third long lap. They're going to be very close together. Kim Down has done the third long lap, so now it's time to see who's going to come out in front. Matthias Bardovic has got to push. He knows he's got a long lap still to take. So Matthias Bardovic, the reigning junior boy world champion, stepped up to the stock category this year. If the first time he wins a heat in the stock men's class would be to beat Kim Down in the process, boy, would that be magic for Matthias Bardovic, and he's certainly looking good for it at the moment. So Kim Down following in pursuit of the three of Jan Matoszka. So Jan Matoszka still needs to take his third and final long lap. But Kim Down is being held up by Matoszka a little bit, and that's certainly going to give Matthias Bardovic a little bit of a breather. It also helps out Alexander Lanner. It looks like he could make his way into third place. Onto the long lap for the last time have gone both Bardovic and Matoszka. Kim Down is pushing. Can he overturn the lead? Can he get out in front of Matthias Bardovic? He can! Kim Down has got in front of Bardovic. Only just, as you can see for yourself. Bardovic is still pushing. Kim Down's going to have Ringo Reimer in front of him. So Matthias Bardovic is still trying. He's got to back down a little bit. He doesn't want to get too close in the whitewash, but he's got to get close enough that he can attack Kim Down in the slalom. And he's got to hope that he chooses the right side. Kim Down is taking his time. Matthias Bardovic needs one final push. And out of these final two beauties, Matthias Bardovic might just get something. Kim Down goes to the inside. Goes bankside, sorry, and he does exactly the same thing. It is going to be tight all the way, but it looks like it's going to be Kim Down who gets there in front of Bardovic and Lanner. Kim Down gets the win. Bardovic is second, Lanner is third, and it's as close as that. Fantastic between the three. 3 seconds covers the top three riders. It's getting closer and closer by the race as Matthias Bardovic and Alexander Lanner get closer and closer to the mark. And so the Husky flag's resplendent here at Stockholm, and rightly so, because Alexander Lanner has come away with a pair of third places in the heats so far. Very good work. Jan Matoszka coming through for fourth. It's going to be David Zaplatilek. Here he comes for fifth position in front of Ryder Sawangwan, Enda Yogachila, and Ringo Reimer, who gets another finish. So the two Swedes have both come home to the finish of this one. Alexander Lanner in third, Ringo Reimer at the back, but he doesn't care. As far as he's concerned, just finishing is better than he's done so far this year. Matthias Bardovic looks absolutely exhausted after his push to get to the finish. He's worked very hard indeed to get there. And Ryder Sawangwan from Seattle in Washington will finish off and complete the race distance now as well. Last competed in the Motor Surf World Championship paddock at the World Games qualifiers in Fujairah in February last year. Great to see him back and in the stock category. So the competitors have given us a great show, but it's Kim Down from Matthias Bardovic and Alexander Lanner. Only 3 seconds though, covering the three of them. Jan Matoszka in P4, from David Zaplatilek, Ryder Sawangwan, Enda Jorgenschila, and Ringo Reimer. Great racing from the stock men's category. And that gives us a little bit of time to pause before we go to the elite categories for the women and the men. We'll take a short technical break. When we come back, it'll be the elite men's and elite women's World Championship races. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back to the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden here on the Vigsbrutten, the beautiful Bay of Sweden, for the third round of the UAM Moto Surf World Championship. We're just about to get ready for the Elite Women's and Elite Men's World Championship second heat of the weekend. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box. Down on the bank, though, let's cross over to our reporter, Matej Kozisek.
Hello, I am here with Murat Yorgankilar, team owner and racer here in the Moto Surf World Championship, and with Mr. Korhan Karakoç, the ambassador of Turkey here in Sweden. So I wanted to ask, how do you like it here in Stockholm so far, and are you excited to race here?
It is really good event actually. The environment is good, everything is good, the organization is good, and I am also very honored that the Excellency Ambassador Mr. Korhan is with us here. He gives a great power to us, and we are really happy to be here actually.
We are excited that you, of course, came to support our Turkish riders. Who are you looking for from the Turkish riders the most to deliver a performance? Or
of course, our expectation is always high when it comes to Turkish racers. This is my very first time, and it's a very first experience for me to witnessing such a sport. But looking from outside, it looks very exciting, and I'm so happy to see the Turkish team here, and also all racers from different part of the world.
well, thank you very much, and good luck in the race, Murat, and hopefully you will like the race and your Turkish riders do well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great to hear from Murat Yorgankilar and His Excellency Korhan Karakoç, the ambassador of Turkey to Sweden. Brilliant to see all of the competitors getting themselves geared up and ready for the Elite Women's World Championship, as well as the Elite Men's World Championship. Second heat of the four. We'll have the third heat straight after the Elite Women's and Men's run. Their rotation will start again. And then, of course, we'll conclude the day's action with the end of Heat 3. So, the Elite Women's competition gearing up to get started once again. And Netta Stukalova will be going from pole position for this one. After a fantastic run in qualifying yesterday, she struck gold with the top spot. Sara Zuborova and Barbara Kolarova very close together in second and third. Then Adela Ostrolova from Lora Markova. Emma Strichalova returning after her appendicitis. Rosie Janora, Natalie Kashnikova, Linda Lukscheider, Klara Melishirova and Sara Volfova. So we'll welcome the riders one by one. 22-year-old from Putsov, the European champion, vice world champion 5 times, and Netta Stukalova for the Jordak racing team from the front of the grid. Second place for Slovakia, the 15-year-old Motorshop Zwar rider, Sara Zuborova. Number 2 for now. How long will she stay there? Next up, it is the 15-year-old from Brno, Barbara Kolarova, doing a great job here this weekend. Looking good to move further forward again. In her best ever season in the Elite Women's Championship, Adela Ostrolova doing a great job. The 20-year-old from Horny Mostanica. 5th position on the grid for Lora Markova, doing a great job. The 17-year-old from Radvanica, looking very positive and very focused coming into this one, the Rocket Racing rider. It's wonderful to see Emma Strichalova back in the paddock after appendicitis kept her from the rankings in Prague. 7th on the grid for the Polish rider, Rosalia Janora, silver medalist in the Nations Cup last year in China. 8th position on the grid for the Doctor, Natalie Kashnikova, ready for more great prowess for the Rocket Racing team. She comes in from 8th on the grid. 9th place for Linda Lukscheider, the one who gives all the vibes, all of the energy, and all of the adrenaline at the side of the race course. 10th position, another great chance coming for Klara Melishirova for the Jet Surf HK squad. She'll be in the A shorts position. And then bringing up the rear, Sara Volfova in the B shorts, the artist both on and off the water. So the Elite Women's World Championship takes to the water in incredible fashion. Great to see so many fantastic competitors in the Elite Women's category making their way ones back again to the Vigsbrutten, this fabulous location in the shadow of the Nordic Museum, just on the entry to the Old Town on this glorious capital of Stockholm. 14 islands from Lake Mälaren all the way to the Baltic Sea. that make up this fantastic nation's capital. And what a splendiferous place. In the background there to the left, that is the Technical Museum, the Museum of Technology here in Stockholm. So many incredible things to see. You need more than a week to get round it all. And it really is a truly majestic capital, one of the most fascinating and most exciting in the whole of Europe. And our location here is right in the heart of the joggers, walkers and cyclist routes that traverse alongside, parallel to the river here in Stockholm, which means that the everyday joggers, dog walkers, cyclists and health enthusiasts have stumbled upon the UIM Moto Surf World Championship this week. They had no idea it was coming, and here it is, the UIM Moto Surf World Championship, as we continue on for the second heat, ready for the competitors in the Elite Women's World Championship. Aneta Štokolova lining up in first position alongside the Slovakian Sara Zhuborova. A big push from these two right from the outset. Their first heat earlier on was a very exciting one indeed, and Aneta Štokolova certainly gave us plenty of excitement. She got the win earlier on, but not without an immense amount of competition from her fellow Elite Women's World Championship riders. So let's do it again. Štokolova, Zhuborova, Kolarova, Ostrolova, Markova, Struchalova, Yanora, Kashnikova, Luke Scheider, Melishirova and Sara Volfova. The 11 riders wait for the command. The flag is in the air. It drops. We're under race orders again in the Elite Women's World Championship. Great start from Kolarova yet again. She's going to try and get parallel to the fast-starting Zhuborova. Štokolova may be in trouble here as they come through. Kolarova's going to get another brilliant start as she works her way in front of Zhuborova and then edges her out through the slalom. Fantastic from Kolarova. Pure determination. So Štokolova takes the command of it. Second place, it should still be Kolarova. It is. Brilliantly done by Kolarova on the opening lap. Zhuborova has to give best and drops back into fourth position. That is the hard-charging Adela Ostrolova that's come through. No, it's Markova. Markova's come through into third place. Great start from Laura Markova, and the battle for supremacy in the Elite Women's World Championship continues here in Stockholm. What a start from Laura Markova. There she is, P5 on the grid, P3 in the race thus far, and riding spectacularly on the opening course. So Zhuborova, Struchalova and Ostrolova all decided to take the long lap on the first one so that they could get out of the traffic jam and start to be a little bit more dynamic in terms of their prowess and pace. Struchalova really likes the course here. Oh, big mistake from Kolarova. Almost missing the buoy completely there on the exit of the slalom. That's cost her about a second or so. She manages to gather it up, but that was very difficult to execute there for Barbara Kolarova. She now tidies it up a little bit, works her way onto the long lap to straighten things out. I was talking to the elite women just a short while ago, and a couple of them were saying the best bit of the entire course is the long lap, because you can actually have a bit of a breather on relatively full throttle, standing upright. You can get a bit of a breather. Everything else is just totally physical, leaning in and knocking around these buoys as Kolarova has come out of the long lap just in front of Zhuborova. That's exactly where she wanted to be. Markova has done the long lap as well, and she's come out just behind Zhuborova. So Zhuborova definitely making up some ground. Aneta Štokolova doing a good job here. For regular fans of the UIM Motor Surf World Championship wondering, hang on a minute, where's Eliska Matuskova? Well, she's on holiday on this occasion. She booked it at the start of the year before the calendar, she booked it last year actually, before the calendars had come out. She knew she wanted to go on holiday. She hadn't been on one for 7 years. And after 3 World Championship titles, she felt, well, I've earned a holiday actually. She hoped that the calendar wouldn't clash. Sadly, it does. But she didn't want to sacrifice her holiday. She went, do you know what? I can miss one race and I could still have fun. And it's very important to take care of yourself mentally as well as physically. So the holiday, I'm sure, will do her the power of good. So the championship continues in fine style here as Aneta Štokolova has gone on to the long lap as well and come out still with the lead intact over Sara Zhuborova and Barbara Kolarova. So Kolarova taking her second long lap. That's the reason why Zhuborova and Markova have got ahead of her. Luke Scheider doing a great job, although she has decided to take only one long lap at this stage. Adela Ostrolova, along with Natalie Kashnikova, both deciding 2 long laps at this stage. Rosie Janora has dropped right to the back, but has also taken 2 long laps at this stage. So, Aneta Shtukalova, former European champion, and 5 times vice world champion, the Jimmy White of Elite Women's World Championship, you could say. Very good work from her thus far, though, and certainly putting on a great storm here in Stockholm. There is Lora Markova, back into 3rd position again, going on to the long lap for the 2nd time. You know that because she raises her hand in the air. That's to let the other riders know her intentions. Arm in the air means I'm going on the long lap. Just be aware of it. So through comes Aneta Shtukalova. This is the best ride we've seen from her in 2026. And she certainly seems to have galvanized herself here in Stockholm. She's got the rhythm. She's in a very strong position. She seems to have really nailed the Jordak Racing team board. All going well. She's finally in the zone she wants to be in. Across the line. And Shtukalova, oh, goodness me, she nearly fell, just letting everybody know she's going on the long lap for the 2nd time. Suborova, Kolarova, Ostrolova and Markova have all gone for a 2nd long lap already. And so Shtukalova should come out in front of Zuborova, but it's not a guarantee. She's got to keep the pace. She's got a slower rider in front of her. She's got to attack and hope that she hasn't lost too much to Zuborova. Let's see where Zuborova emerges by comparison to Shtukalova. She'll lap the back marker, and she is, I believe, still in front. So where is Zuborova by comparison? That's Rosie Janora in front of her, who is being lapped, and Zuborova is 3 seconds back. So she's definitely made up some time. But Sada Zuborova this weekend always seems to hit traffic at exactly the wrong moment. There she works her way through, navigates her way past Sada Volfova. But Zuborova has already lost enough time on this particular lap to be quite disappointed. She's got 1 more long lap to navigate, as of course has the leader Aneta Shtukalova. So it's going to be stalemate between the 2 of them. It's going to come down to how they navigate their way through the slalom on the 2 laps. Zuborova's got a bit of ground to make up here, but she's definitely gaining a little bit on Aneta Shtukalova. The gap is now less than 3.3. It's down to 2.7. Onto the long lap. Make that 2.2. Zuborova's pushing hard here to try and close up on Aneta Shtukalova, and Shtukalova's going to have Rosalia Janora in front of her. So Janora's on the long lap, so is Shtukalova. Careful, Aneta. Sada Zuborova is right on her tail. Kolorova's already taken all 3 long laps. How much are these 2 going to get held up? Where's Kolarova? Where's Barbara Kolarova? Not enough to overtake them. She tried her best, certainly worked hard. There is Zuborova right in behind Aneta Shtukalova. There's less than a second in it. So Zuborova might just be able to vanquish Shtukalova in the slalom. They're going to push it on the far side. Zuborova's looking for the gap on the inside of Shtukalova. She can't find it. They're going to have to go opposing sides of the slalom to make this work. Edge of the main course. Shtukalova following in pursuit of Janora. Zuborova gaining ground. Surely they're going to go opposing sides of the slalom, and it's going to be a drag race. Here we go. Shtukalova's to the bank. Zuborova to the far side. And it's who gets out of the slalom first. Shtukalova's going to be held up by Janora. Is that going to be enough? Zuborova's going to take the lead. Tucks in behind Janora, loses in ground in the far side, snatches back, and Aneta Shtukalova takes her in the final beauty. Oh my goodness, what a battle between the 2. The Elite Women's World Championship 2nd heat swaps the lead twice in the last lap. Zuborova takes her in the slalom. Shtukalova increases the form behind Janora and snatches back the win. So near, but so far for Zuborova. Aneta Shtukalova pushes right to the ragged edge and steals back the win. Kolarova 3rd from Ostrolova and Struchalova. Amazing ride from Aneta Shtukalova. This could be her chance to win the Swedish Grand Prix, and she knows it. What a ride from Aneta Shtukalova. Fantastic ride. There she is. Amazing racing. And she has pushed it to the ragged edge and grabs the win by 0.6 of a second. One of the closest finishes you'll ever see in the 2026 season. Fabulous work from Aneta Shtukalova. Just when you think you know the score, just when you think you know what she's capable of, she still has the capacity to surprise you. Look at it again, out of the slalom. Zubarova's got the upper hand on Yunora because of the traffic, but Yunora beats Zubarova out. She hesitates in the wash, and Aneta Shtukalova attacks, cuts across the path, gets the job done. Rosie Yunora ended up being the catalyst in that battle. And there's Kolarova. She could have taken the win off both of them had they clattered into each other. So close. The Elite Women's World Championship really is going to go down to the wire so many times here this weekend. I bet Eliska Matuskova really wishes she hadn't gone on holiday now. Aneta Shtukalova, what a performance. Loses the lead and takes it back again in the same 4 seconds. Zubarova just half a second or so back. Kolarova 5 seconds away. Adela Ostrolova, Emma Struchalova, and Linda Lukscheider with a great final push there in the top 6. Lora Markova, Natalie Kashnikova from Saravalfova, Rosie Yunora, and Klara Melishirova finishing off at the back. I tell you what, the Elite Women's World Championship leaving us breathless as ever. And of course, the focus now is going to be on the Formula One riders of Moto Surf, the elite men. And pole position once more to Adam Ficek, who stunned us with that 48-1 lap yesterday in front of the double world champion Matthias Novotny, Alex Lukscheider for Team Huski, and the Schumacher of our sport, Lukas Jaworski, 4th position. Then Mike Michailidis, Anthony Squire, Jan Travnicek, Jiri Renner, Miroslav Kups, and Jiri Wolf. The perfect 10 in the elite men's category. So for the UIM Moto Surf World Championship, the elite competition continues. Poor Sada Zubarova, she looks exhausted. She did say that on this course here in Sweden, because of the temperature of the water, she was struggling to breathe at times. And I think today is very much a continuation of that. It's not particularly cold here, but when you consider the air temperature is in the 20s, the mid-20s, and the water temperature is about 16 to 17 degrees Celsius, and there's cloud cover, and there's wind today. It's not going to be easy for them. And Sada Zubarova, who is only 15, don't forget, she is the 2nd youngest rider in the Elite Women's World Championship. Only Barbara Kolarova is younger. It's very tricky indeed. So to the front of the Elite Men's grid, the 18-year-old from Liberec, Adam Ficek, 5th in the Stock World Championship last year. 1st season in the elite category, 3rd Grand Prix, pole position. But Matthias Novotny is the double world champion, and he is determined to continue his rise to go for title number 3. For Huski, Alex Lukscheider on the Swedish home soil. This is his 2nd home race after his home race at Prague 3 weeks ago. This one is pretty much another one. And there is the captain of the Moto Surf ship. Lukas Zahorsky has won it all. World Cup, World Championship, Electric Challenge, gold medals. He's done it all. Mike Michailidis for Cyprus, the rookie world champion of last year, alongside the stock world champion of last year. Captain Dirty Banana himself, Anthony Squire from North Carolina. Everyone watching back home in Charlotte will be delighted to see it. Jan Travnicek pushing on again. Started the season in the stock category. Now he's pushing on for more success in elite. It's great to see Jiri Renner back in the elite category once again for the first time since Croatia 2023. Alongside him, the ever-resolute Miroslav Kups, never going to back down from the fight in the elite category. He will always push to the ragged edge. And then there is the rally driver superb, Jiri Wolf. Rallying, Moto Surf, it all comes naturally to this leviathan of athletic sport. And so the contenders get themselves ready for another big push. Wherever you're watching from, wherever you're tuning in, we are delighted to have you. Plenty of people watching along from Turkey. Turkish style hashtag is coming up on the screen of our YouTube channel so many times. We've got so many great people watching along. Ismail Kaptanoglu has been tuning in and keeping up to date with Jano Vankersbilk's injury. He's watching along. So too is Biancoyan Pinar, who was racing in the Masters Women category back home in Cheshme in June. We miss you, Bihan. Hopefully we'll see you again in the Masters Women category before too long. Mind you, like everybody else in the world of motor surf, they have a day job, and she is a very established jeweler in the world of Turkey. So she's got quite a lot on her plate already. There is nothing more beautiful on the water than the sound of 10 elite moto surfers going for broke. At the moment, they're just warming up. Imagine what it's going to be like when they're racing for the first buoy. Managed to catch up with Lukas Zahorski a little earlier on. He actually had some problems that go back from Prague. In Prague, after qualifying, one of his engines, the engine that he used in qualifying in Prague, actually caught fire, would you believe? I didn't know about this at the time. So they've had to swap out engines, which is why he wasn't quite on the pace that he was hoping to have in Prague. He's had to use another engine this time because of another problem that occurred going into the weekend. So Lukas Zahorski having some problems, and then he actually missed a buoy in the previous race, which is why he fell into the water. It wasn't an accident. He actually looked at it and thought, look, if I've missed a buoy, if I fall into the water, I'm not going to get a penalty. I can get up quickly and not lose that much time. It's an interesting tactic, because if you miss a buoy and don't address it, you'll get a penalty. But if you fall into the water immediately after missing the buoy, then it's kind of a faux pas. You've already basically called a penalty on yourself. It's a little bit like in golf, when if the ball travels, you have the choice of, if nobody saw it, you can get away with it, or you call a penalty on yourself because the ball has oscillated. And it's kind of similar to that in moto surf. When you miss a buoy, the rider has an option. Keep pushing and try and negate the penalty, or if you know a penalty is coming, fall into the water, and then you're going to have a fall, of course, and you're going to lose time, but you probably won't lose as much time as a penalty will cost you. So we get ready for the Elite Men's World Championship for the second time. Heat number 2, Ficek, Novotny, Luke Scheider and Zahorski. The flag oscillates, which means we're not racing yet. So we're going to go around again. The Elite Men's World Championship. Czechia, Cyprus and the United States all represented. There's a little bit of Swedish flavour in this one as well, because the honorary Swede, Alex Luke Scheider, racing for Team Huski in the Sweden national racing colours. He isn't a Swede, but he's an honorary Swede here this weekend in the Elite Men's World Championship for Team Huski. And they've taken him under their wing for this one. Nothing wrong with an honorary Swede at all. And so the competitors continue with another exciting run down to the first turn. And this is all now going to give us a little bit more of a berth. Here we go. Adam Ficek leads Novotny, Luke Scheider, Zahorski and Michailidis. Michailidis has made a great start on Lukas Zahorski. Michailidis trying to get level with Luke Scheider and try and take it round the far side. So Michailidis has actually got ahead of Luke Scheider. Michailidis into third position. He's now in a parallel race with Lukas Zahorski. Can Michailidis get out in third? The Cypriot's going to get there. Brilliant from Michailidis. So Ficek leads, second is Novotny, third is Michailidis. What a start for the Cypriot in front of Zahorski and Luke Scheider. So Novotny and Michailidis go together onto the long lap. They're going to try and break Adam Ficek that way. But this is a great start for Mike Michailidis. Third ever Grand Prix in the elite category. And actually starting to trade Whitewater with the double world champion. That'll do nicely for Mike Michailidis. He is, of course, the stock rookie Merlin Plus world champion from last year. Still only 18 years of age. The young man from Limassol. He's always been addicted to speed. He has an energy course kart lingering around with a Rotax engine somewhere in his garage. He's always been pretty quick. Meanwhile, Adam Ficek having a much better race already than Heat 1. This time, he's just getting on with it. He doesn't want to get himself into hot water. He's just going to keep it nice and tidy. trying to build a bit of an advantage over Lukas Zahorski, who this time he hasn't got traffic, so he can get a little bit closer to the top man, Adam Fitek. So Fitek, Zahorski, Luke Scheider, then Anthony Squire from Yuri Renner, Matis Novotny and Mike Michailidis, who have dropped back courtesy of their first long lap. What's really going to matter is where they are after 3 long laps. But Fitek staying out there. This is where he made the mistake last time. But these Buies are so close together at the bank. There's only about 1.5 meters or so between a couple of them. So it's really tough, really tight. Zahorski, 3.5 seconds back from Fitek. He can't afford to follow him too much in the draft right now. He's going to be on the long lap, Adam Fitek. I wonder if Zahorski is going to go with him or not. I think Zahorski is going to stay out there, in fact. Yes, he does. Zahorski stays out. So can Lukas Zahorski turn this around now that he takes the lead for the moment? Fitek comes out of the long lap. Where are the others? He remains in second. Good run from Fitek. So he's not lost that much time to Luke Scheider, as Zahorski now finds himself in traffic behind Jiri Wolf. He's got to try not to lose too much time behind the rally driver, but makes it stick. That'll do nicely. Fitek really attacking these Buies. He was so good in qualifying yesterday. Even the boat riders have decided to stop the boat just so they can watch from the best view possible. Zahorski goes into lap number 5 with the lead intact. Fitek looks like he's slowed the pace right down. I wonder if he's had a fall. In the slalom, he's certainly lost a bit of ground. So Adam Fitek, that's going to cost him big time. Yes, he's taken a long lap, but so have the others around him. I think Zahorski's gone onto the long lap this time, so Fitek is going to take back the lead, but only just. Look at that. Nothing in it. Ah, that was the 9 recovering. My apologies. That was Miroslav Kurz going on to his 3rd long lap. So Zahorski still leading. He hasn't taken his long laps yet, in fact. So Zahorski is going to leave his 3 long laps until the bitter end. Totally allowed to do that. You can take the long laps whenever you like. And then Fitek is behind Michailidis by the look of it. So that's because Michailidis has taken all 3 long laps at this early stage. So this race is going to come back to the Cypriot later. But Fitek needs to do 2 long laps in a row here. Zahorski needs to do all 3 of them. Michailidis doesn't need to do another one. So there goes Fitek. 2 long laps to go. Zahorski's got 3 long laps to go. And he's already on his first one. Fitek is on his second. Michailidis, Novotny, and Miroslav Kurz have all done all 3, as has Jiri Wolf. There's Luke Scheider, he's on the long lap as well. This is his 3rd one. Anthony Squire has left it late to go on the long laps as well. The American is now running in 3rd place, having done 1 long lap. So his last 2 laps are going to have to be long laps. And Luke Scheider has come through. In fact, Squire is on his 2nd long lap now. My apologies. So Squire will rejoin behind the world champion Matis Novotny, who is the only one of the top 4 who has completed all 3 long laps. We'll keep an eye on Novotny. This could be a real tactical masterclass from Matis Novotny. Get all 3 long laps out of the way. Fitek's down! Adam Fitek falls in the slalom again, just as he did in Heat 1. And Luke Scheider dances his way past him. So Luke Scheider's up in a 2nd. Fitek trying to recover in 3rd. So difficult to get that right in the slalom. Here's Fitek. The first one goes okay. The second one is where it all goes wrong. He tries to stand, can't get the angle, and he's gone. Poor Adam Fitek. As now Luke Scheider goes on to the long lap for the 3rd and final time. Zahorski can wait until the last run. Where's Matis Novotny? Has he gone through? Yes, Matis Novotny does get in front of Luke Scheider. So Matis Novotny is now ahead of Luke Scheider as he goes through by a couple of seconds or so now. So Alex Luke Scheider just doesn't quite have the pace that he would like here in Stockholm. In the background, we can see Matis Novotny really hunting down Adam Fitek. But Fitek, of course, has got to take a long lap. And so too has Lukas Zahorski. So Matis Novotny can carry on the course. If Matthias Novotny is within 10 seconds of Zahorski, and I think he is. He could take back this lead. We need to follow Novotny. Can he get out in front of Zahorski? He has! Matthias Novotny has jumped past not only Fitek, but Zahorski as well. And so Matthias Novotny has come through to take the lead. Zahorski will be second. Can Fitek get out in front of Luke Scheider? That's going to be tricky. No, Luke Scheider's got in front of him. So Matthias Novotny staying out of trouble, going under the radar and taking all three of the long laps nice and early. He's brought himself back up to the top. Fabulous work from Matthias Novotny. The elite men's world champion is back on top on purpose and with great cause. Final two buoys, Matthias Novotny sees the checkered flag and he takes the win for the second heat. Brilliantly done. Zahorski is not far behind him in second, only about 6 seconds adrift. Luke Scheider will come through for third, and a frustrated Adam Fitek will have to settle for fourth position. So the top four come home in the top four positions. The best of the rest is going to be between Anthony Squire and Mike Michailidis. The two of them dueling it out. So that initial good speed from Michailidis must have deserted him at some point, as Squire will come through. Here he is, the American, in P5 in front of Mike Michailidis. Gerbs is P7, Rennet P8, Travnicek P9, and Jiri Wolf P10. Just goes to show you got to keep it going all the way in the Moto Surf heats to push it to the ragged edge. Miroslav Gerbs will come through for P7 in front of Jiri Rennet. A tough old race out there for the competitors. But Matthias Novotny, the double world champion, sustaining his strength at the front from Zahorski, Luke Scheider, and Adam Fitek. He may have grabbed the pole position, but Adam Fitek has still got to race these guys at the height of their powers. And it's very tough to beat the likes of Novotny, Zahorski, and Luke Scheider. It's only his first year in the elite category, though. He can't be too disappointed to grab a pole position under the circumstances. His time will come, and it's a great start to his campaign. So the contenders continuing on their march. A really good effort. A great performance once again from Matthias Novotny. He takes the win in fine style from Luka Zahorski and Alex Luke Scheider. Adam Fitek and Anthony Squire from Mike Michailidis, Miroslav Gerbs, Jiri Rennet, Jan Travnicek, I should say, in front of Jiri Wolf in P10. So there we are. That is the end of the rotation for heat number 2. We'll now go into the battle again for heat number 3. And already there's consultation at Rocket Racing because Luka Zahorski, the multiple world champion, in conversation with Kim Down, because of course Kim Down is going straight into the Masters third heat from pole position. He goes up to the lead of the Masters men for heat number 3 in front of Yuri Stovacek, then Petr Poznik, Michel Ular, Jaime Hincache, Brian Leet, Nikita Antonov, and Andrei Atanasov. 8 riders, all battling once again in slightly choppier current, slightly bigger waves than we've had earlier in the day. As the wind increases, the waves increase too. Empty out the water. And of course, make sure that the board is ready to go as Luka Zahorski hands his boat over. His board goes to Kim Down. He'll take over. Why do they do that? Several reasons, really. Cuts down in costs of transportation. If you're going to share the board, the camera very nearly got one in the eye then. That happens. It looks like our broadcast crew have been initiated. You're not really initiated in the world of Moto Surf until you've been blasted with a jet of water from the surf itself. Absolutely, ladies. Get yourselves on the social media. Hashtag Moto Surf World Championship. Hashtag Huski GP Sweden. To them, it's a very different day on the same location that they're used to. One of the only times in the World Championships history that you're going to see Motor Surf World Championship mingled in with the everyday life of downtown Stockholm. Great to see everybody putting on a great event here, a great spectacle. We're very indebted to Huski Wear for all of their incredible work to make the Grand Prix of Sweden everything that we hoped and have certainly now come to realize it has turned out to be. A shame we haven't quite got the full capacity field we were hoping for. You've got to remember that in the world of motosurf, it's important to get direct flights wherever possible, because you don't want to lose all the luggage, you don't want to lose all the equipment, you certainly don't want to lose your board. So it's difficult to find direct flights to Stockholm. Not so difficult to find direct flights to Copenhagen, of course, which is the nearest international thoroughfare other than that. But it's quite a trek from Copenhagen to Stockholm if you know your geography. So a handful of the riders finding the logistics of getting here quite difficult. But hopefully we'll get back to a full capacity field again, ready for the next round of the championship at Marbella in Spain. Boy, is that going to be fun. But of course, the master of the masters, Kim Down, ready to go to battle once again. And he wants to continue his march of progress. There have been 14 Grand Prix, including this one in the Masters category, since the championship was inaugurated within the UAM Motor Surf World Championship in 2024. Kim Down has incredibly won 12 of them. This is the 14th. He's going for win number 13. The only man to take one off him is also in the field here. And that is going to be the very impressive Petar Faltasek, who won the Croatian Grand Prix last year. The only man to deny a Grand Prix victory to Kim Down in the Masters World Championship. And so, for the third time today, the Masters men will venture out onto the gorgeous Yrsgård Vinsbrucken, the Bay of Sweden, here in Stockholm, in the shadow of the Nordic Museum, overlooking the Bay of Sweden, and also joined on the route down here, the cycle path and the walkway, by the statue of Greta Johansson, gold medalist in the 1912 Olympic Games here in Stockholm. The last time a Swede won a gold medal in the Olympic Games in Sweden, 114 years ago. And it's amazing that the continuation and the reputation of these fabulous athletic waters continue with the UAM Motor Surf World Championship. Two Swedes in the field, the 20-year-old Alexander Lanner and the 16-year-old Ringo Reimer, both competing in the stock category in about an hour or so's time, roughly. There is the beautiful Nordic Museum. Behind it is the Vasa Museum, which houses a 300-year-old galleon. Kim Down getting ready for the battle once again. The Korean looking for another victory on South Korea's Independence Day. Second place for Jiří Stavacek, the Jet Surf Pardubice rider. Very quick over one lap. You're going to need to be quick over all of them to beat this man. Petr Poznik is next up for Jet Surf Pardubice. He's going to be a tough one to vow up against. Michel Ular, fourth position, has already got 2 Electric Challenge wins under his belt today. What can he do from P4 in the Masters? Jaime Hincache, great to see the Chilean back out on the course again, representing Jet Surf Orlando. Next up in the mix, his teammate, Brian Leet, traveling all the way from the United States. Doesn't look like he's there at the moment. In 7th position, however, it's Nikita Antonov. Thanks for filling in for Brian Leet for the moment, Nikita. Appreciate it. And 8th position for Andrei Atanasov, the Bulgarian. Sofia Extreme by name, Sofia Extreme by nature. So the riders are getting themselves ready to head out onto the circuit. Hopefully the absence of Brian Leet is not going to be a catastrophe of vast proportions. Hopefully he's okay. I wonder if he's going to sit this one out and get himself ready for Heat 4 tomorrow morning. Got to remember that the riders in the Masters category are all over the age of 40. They are not the spring chickens that you see in the juniors, stock and elite categories. So it's hard to keep up the fitness and the stamina that is required for multiple races over the course of the day, especially if you want to go back to work on Monday morning. which all of these riders do. Sadly, there are no professional Motor Surf World Championship racers that get paid to do this. They're all paying to do it. It's a bit like the world of tennis. You make your money through endorsements and sponsorship deals. Unfortunately, in Motor Surf, we're not quite that big yet. I do stress the word yet, though. Part of the World Games in Chengdu last year, 2025. For the very first time, had great competitions, gold medals across the board for Czechia. In the women's category for Eliska Maruskova, in the men's category for Luka Zahorski, and in the Nations Cup, they took the gold between them. Hello to Eliska Maruskova, who is watching on holiday. Sadly, not here competing in the Elite Women's World Championship. The first time she's missed an event in her career, I believe. I don't think she has missed a single race in the Motor Surf World Championship up to this point. But it was her first holiday in 7 years. She booked it at the tail end of last year, hoping it wouldn't clash, but it has. That's life. Into the race we go then. Heat 3, Group A. Kim Down launches forward, and it's a great start from third position for Petr Poznik. He's going to get level with Yuri Stovacek as they work their way to the first buoy. Stovacek's going to hold the inside line, though. That'll do as they go up to the slalom. And the top four all take different routes to try and work their way forward. Not the easiest start, but Kim Down has got himself into first position. Stovacek holds on in front of Petr Poznik for the moment. And Michel Hullard keeping it nice and tight. Is that him in fourth position still? No, it's not. Fourth position, that has changed. That's Jaime Hincache, the Chilean. He's got ahead of Michel Hullard. So with Brian Leet choosing not to take the start of this one, just 7 of the riders out there for the Masters category. Kim Down leads Yuri Stovacek. Petr Poznik in third. And Jaime Hincache was the first of the big runners to go onto the long lap. So he will drop into 7th position behind Andrei Adanazov, I believe, on his return to the course. No, in fact, Adanazov has not been able to eclipse Hincache on his return. So now Kim Down working his magic. Left, right, left, right, left, right. You've really got to work it through the slalom, then back out onto the course. Left, up to the final buoy, right, and over the timing line. Kim Down leads after 2 laps. 7 laps total for this race, 3 of which have got to be long laps. Stovacek is 6.2 seconds back. Kim Down looks like he's going to take advantage of the clear water, and he will go for the long laps at the last possible moment. So certainly looking good for Kim Down. Out in first position, 6.7 away from Yuri Stovacek. And certainly looking good for the moment. Petr Poznik in front of Michel Hullard, Nikita Antonov, Jaime Hincache, and Andrei Atanasov of Bulgaria. So a very sturdy start to the proceedings as far as Kim Down is concerned. It's just nip one, pearl one, drop one, curl one through the slalom. And he'll lap Andrei Atanasov without issue. 3 laps completed. Kim Down going for it onto the 4th lap. I couldn't really tell whether he was going to go onto the long lap or not, but based on past experience, I think Kim Down will probably leave it until the very last laps of the race. 7 laps total. 3 of them have got to be mandatory long laps, but you can choose when to take them. I'm just looking now at the weather conditions here to see if we're going to have any rain. There is a 40% chance of rain at 6 p.m. There's a 30% chance of rain 1/4 now. So that's a potential problem. There's a 1 in 3rd chance then that we're going to get some rainfall over the course of this afternoon. So we've got to be careful about that. Petr Poznik works his way past Adanazov. That was really treacherous to work his way through. He had to really fight his way there. But Kim Down certainly enjoying it as he steps his way from buoy to buoy. Left, right, left. When you get the rhythm, it's absolutely sweet when you go through the slalom. But here it's not easy to get that rhythm because some of the buoys are very close together on both sides. Right, that's 4 laps completed for Kim Down, 1 of which was a long lap. That's why Yuri Stovacek is leading. But Stovacek's gone on the long lap, so has Kim Down. So Stovacek will have completed 1 long lap. Kim Down will have already completed 2. So Kim Down actually being very tactical on this occasion. I wonder if he's going to do all 3 long laps in one go as Yuri Stovacek comes out in front of, is that Petr Poznik, who's also only taken 1 long lap? Yes, it is. So Poznik has got ahead of Kim Down, but only just. So Kim Down's got to be careful now. He doesn't want to lose too much time behind Poznik, but Poznik is only 1.9 behind Stovacek, so he doesn't want to lose too much time to him either. So it's really tricky now for these 3 to try and balance this out. It's going to be in the slalom where Kim Down might be able to get a push on Petr Poznik and maybe overtake him. So here are the 3 leaders. Stovacek, Poznik, Kim. Kim goes to the opposing side of Petr Poznik. Is it enough to get into 2nd place? Such commitment from Kim Down. And he's there. Oh my goodness, that was close. Kim Down surges into 2nd place. Goes onto the long lap for the last time. He's got Yuri Stovacek in his sights. That was a close shave for Petr Poznik, who's now got to do 2 long laps in a row. Kim Down only has to do 1. Petr Poznik has to do 2 long laps in a row as well. But Kim Down, this is his last long lap. So he doesn't even have to overtake. Now, interestingly, Petr Poznik stayed out on the course. So that's going to be a penalty for Petr Poznik. You've got to do all 3 long laps. And I think he's only done 1. So does the timing screen. So Petr Poznik may cross the line first here, but I'm not sure he's going to be gifted the win, because if you've only done 2 of your 3 allotted long laps, that's going to be game over for you. So difficult to count how many laps you've done when you're being pummeled from pillar to post and buoy to buoy. And here's Kim Down. He's got track clear in front of him. Got to be careful not to miss the buoy. He made an error there, so Stovacek gets in front of him again. But I don't think he's got to worry. So there is Petr Poznik on the long lap, but this is only his 2nd long lap. You've got to do 3. Kim Down goes on the course. We're going to see Poznik, but is he going to emerge behind? Yes, he is. So it doesn't make much of a difference for Kim Down at all. He takes back the lead. Poznik's only done 2, and I'm afraid the checkered flag is going to be next, so Poznik's going to get a penalty. That'll drop him behind Stovacek, behind Ular. Big mistake from Petr Poznik, and he'll be ruining his mathematics, because Kim Down is going to take control of the Masters Men category once again here. He did so even without Poznik's penalty. So Kim Down doing a grand job out through the slalom, up towards the final buoys, and he comes through the left, out through the right for the 3rd time today. Kim Down is dominant in Masters here in Stockholm. Fabulous from Kim Down. 3rd position is maybe all Petr Poznik can hope for in this, because with only 2 long laps completed, he's sure to get a penalty. Yuri Stovacek will have come through for the full 3 laps mandatory long lap as the riders work their way through in the shadow of the Technology Museum here in Stockholm. Very apt indeed, because this is one of the newest forms of motoring sport technology. The board designed and manufactured for the first time in 2010. Racing began in 2012. The Motorsurf World Cup began in 2014. It got World Championship status with support of the UIM in 2022. And then, of course, became part of the World Games in 2025. Ever climbing, ever growing in stature and pedigree. But for the Masters class, which made its debut in 2024, for Kim Down, forget about it, everybody else. He's on course for Grand Prix win number 13 in the Masters class. This is the 14th event in the UAM Motorsurf World Championship for Masters men. That tells you how dominant Kim Down is. 3 wins out of 3 today for the 42-year-old from Seoul for the Rocket Racing team. Kim Down is unstoppable in Sweden, just as he was in Turkey, just as he was in Prague. All going beautifully. And so the man who is so difficult to vanquish is impossible to beat again. On Korean Independence Day, it's 3 from 3 from Kim Down. Petr Poznik, second from Yuri Stovacek and Jaime Hincache. Michel Lulard, Nikita Antonov, and Andrei Atanasov. Brian Lee didn't start. Petr Poznik could well get a penalty for only completing 2 of the mandatory 3 long laps. So that's the third heat for Group A. Now it's the third heat for Group B in the Masters category. Arkadiusz Janora versus David Poznik, with Yuri Renner and Petr Faltasek giving chase. So pole position goes the way of the silver medalist in the Nations Cup at the World Games Chengdu 2025 last August. Won that silver medal 1 year ago, almost to the week, in the shadow of the Nordic Museum. Behind it is the Vasa Museum, 2 of the most fantastic places to go and get some education here in the city of Stockholm. So, pole position for the Masters men will go the way of Arkadiusz Janora, the Polish ace, up in front of David Poznik. Then Yuri Renner and Petr Faltasek will be next up. And then we'll get big pressure again coming from the riders behind. There is the grid. Janora, Poznik, Renner and Faltasek. Roman Kratishvili for Austria in front of Murat Jorgenschila. And then Abraham Tibor and Pavel Matoshka. In this race alone, we have Poland represented by Arkadiusz Janora, giving us the bow from the front of the grid. He wants to add to his silver medal from a year ago to the week, pretty much, here in Chengdu. Alongside him in the position is David Poznik, the man who has pushed so hard over the course of the last few weeks. Alongside him, Yuri Renner, double duty for him, racing in both Masters and Elite this week. Petr Faltasek, still the only other man other than Kim Down to win a Grand Prix in the Masters category. The 53-year-old from Pestotzdorf, Roman Kratishvili of Austria. Alongside him, the Turkish star, Murat Jorgenschila, pushing hard for the My Racing team. 7th place on the grid beside him for Budapest, the Hungarian Abraham Tibor for Intertrim Garage KFT. And then Pavel Matoshka, the mark of being the oldest competitor in the entire field, 61. And on this occasion, all 8 of the riders will take to the water here in Stockholm. Wonderful to see so many young competitors of the future watching on, looking at these boards thinking, these are cool, I want to give this a go. Well, you can start as young as you like. Of course, the Motor Surf World Championship will not allow you to compete until you're old enough for the junior boy or junior girl categories. That'll be the year you turn 11. You can race at the age of 10, provided you will turn 11 later that year. Well, I mentioned that there was a 30% chance of rain over the Jøsgaards Vansbrücke. And it's certainly looking like if it's going to happen in the next few minutes. Tomorrow is expected to be a gorgeous sunny day again. This is the only concern in the whole weekend for rain. Tomorrow it's set to be glorious and sunny all the way. But if we're going to get rain in the Grand Prix of Sweden, it's going to happen now. Mind you, the weather has changed a little bit going into tomorrow. And we're actually told that tomorrow there's a chance of rain as well. A 50% chance of rain at 11 o'clock in the morning. So the perfect weather that we've had so far, perhaps we've got to the end of our perfection. But let's hope not. So now it's time to see if Arkadiusz Janora can add to his winning tally from earlier on. We'll see if the Polish rider has what it takes to go for a second win. Certainly had a lot of hard work to get there earlier on, and now he wants to put it beyond any doubt to go for a second win. They'll get another chance of a win tomorrow, of course, because they'll have Heat 4 tomorrow morning, just before the main body of the rain comes potentially tomorrow. Although, looking at those skies, there's a chance we could get our first mid-race rain shower since Turkey. That was a very interesting Saturday when my commentary position very nearly blew away on that Saturday. But certainly here in Stockholm, the backdrop, the landscape, the people, the environment, and the setting more than make up for potential difficulties. And so the riders get themselves ready into starters' orders once again. Arkadiusz Janora of Poland leading the charge. Junora leads them. Poznik, Renner, Faltasek, Lishakratishvili, Jorgen Schiele, Tibor and Matoshka. The flag will drop and we'll go racing for the third time in the men's masters Group 3B. Do we go drop? We go oscillate. Sorry guys, we'll have to wait. So Arkadiusz Junora sends them round again. Tricky scenes thus far here as the competitors are starting to dial themselves back in. In the distance there is the Nordic Museum. Behind it is the Vasa Museum. That museum was created when an amazing galleon was excavated and recovered. It had sunk on its maiden voyage. 6 kilometers into its maiden voyage, it sunk 30 meters below the water's surface. It was recovered in the 1960s after sitting underwater for about 300 years. They salvaged it, they recovered it, they restored it as best as possible, and they built a museum around it. It's a fascinating day out. Go and have a look at the Vasa Museum on the entry to the old town from this part of the water. I guarantee you it will not be a dull day out. So the competitors ready for another big push. Arkadiusz Junora from the top spot. David Poznik, Jiri Renner, Petr Faltasek. Down there goes the flag, off we go. And Junora's going to push his way forward to extend an advantage nice and early. Michel Ular watching from the sidelines as Petr Faltasek, his countryman, working to try and outfox what Ular did in the first group. Can Faltasek work his way forward from 4th position? Certainly looking pretty hungry for it at the moment. Out of the slalom, no worries for Junora so far. The pole is leading from the pole. So Arkadiusz Junora, David Poznik, Jiri Renner, Petr Faltasek, still P4 for the moment by the look of it. In front of Roman Lishakratishvili and Murat Jorgen Schiele. They are in the order they started. No catastrophes, no chaos, just smooth running. Very good work thus far from Arkadiusz Junora, the 42-year-old from Kozi. And there is the man challenging him, Jiri Renner, 46 years of age from Lebem. Certainly looking very strong as he tries to work his way further and further up the ranks. Looking for another solid push. Through the slalom, the riders will be finding it difficult as the clouds come in and the wind picks up, the waves will elevate. It's getting darker here as well. Not quite so glorious and baked in sunshine as once it was. So the riders have got to take these things into account. On to the long lap goes David Poznik. He was 2.6 behind Arkadiusz Junora. He may be thinking, well, if the wind's going to pick up and the waves are going to get bigger, I may as well give myself a bit of clear water here. And so he takes to the long lap to make life a little easier for himself. Jiri Renner, therefore, is elevated into 2nd place. I think Faltasek should just come through into third. Oh, no, not quite. Poznik does rejoin in 3rd. And that's because Faltasek also went to the long lap. So that should promote Lishakratishvili up a place, although he also went on the long lap. So Arkadiusz Junora leads the way here. The Polish rider starting to think about his first long lap. He's got to take 3 of them. Does he go straight on? Indeed he does. He wants a breather from the onslaught of these buoys. And it's a great start to proceedings thus far from Arkadiusz Junora. Jiri Renner, 6 seconds back at the last timing line. But how much of a gain has David Poznik made by going onto the long lap a little earlier than Arkadiusz Junora? Has he gained time? Not enough to take the lead away from him, that's for sure. Jiri Renner on his long lap now. He was 2nd, he's now back down to 3rd as a result of going on the long lap, because Poznik has got back in front of him. Poznik only 2.3 back from Arkadiusz Junora at the last split. So the top 5 are as they started. The only change, in fact, is Matoshka having got ahead of Tibor, and that's only because Abraham Tibor has gone on to 2 of the long laps. So it's going really well at the moment. Fantastic run. So a very interesting battle continues on here as Arkadia Zenora comes off the long lap this time. Having taken a second long lap, Poznik's gone with him. Jiri Renner may well be able to jump them. In fact, that's exactly what's happened. So Renner has jumped them and got into the lead for the moment. Working their magic through the far side of the course in the shadow of the Technology Museum here in Stockholm. We've got a lot of technology here, of course, out on the water. Along with these motor surfboards, we've also got the Formula Nordic racer for Vortex Performance out on the far side. Exactly what he needs to do to take back the lead. There is Poznik on his third and last long lap for the moment. Good performance from the contenders to try and close up, but Poznik is now 3.6 back from Arkadia Zenora after his second long lap. So the race leader, Arkadia Zenora, cannot afford to make a single mistake. Zenora going well. Through the two left buoys, back into the slalom. But you can see that the pace has really dropped in the slalom because the waves are getting bigger. The wind has picked up. The weather's starting to turn. This is going to be very tricky to continue on. Arkadia Zenora's got traffic to deal with as well going into his last lap. So the Pole's just got to stay focused as he goes on to his last lap and his last long lap. Poznik and Renner have got to do the same as well. So David Poznik and Jiri Renner will also go on to their last long lap. Petr Faltisek and Roman Kratishvili have already done all three long laps, hoping that the tactics are going to come back to them. But it looks as though Jorgen Chile getting out of the way of Zenora as Zenora returns to the track, and he's still got the lead that he wanted. Beautifully done, masterfully executed, and Arkadia Zenora returns to the course 4 seconds clear of David Poznik. Hopefully he can just bring it home to finish the job. There's Petr Faltisek, he's jumped Jiri Renner. That's great news for the Jet Surf Pardubice team. So they've managed to get ahead of the Jet Surf base squad of Jiri Renner. So it'll be Jet Surf Pardubice second and third. The Tenzi Motor Surf Racing team looking good for a second win of the day for Arkadia Zenora. From the front, he's going to keep it out front. Fabulous run through the slalom, out to the final two buoys, and it's been a masterclass ride. Not once, but twice for Arkadia Zenora. The Pole has got it done 2 times out of 3. Poznik in second. Third is Petr Faltisek. Fourth will be Jiri Renner. And there's only 10 seconds covering all of them. It tells you just how competitive things can be in the Masters Men category. 4 riders covered by a whisker over 10 seconds. Anything could have happened, anything could have gone wrong, but they've really made the work. Roman Kratishvili will come through. The Austrian set to come home in 5th position. 6th place for Abraham Tibor of Hungary. 9th is going to be the Turkish rider, 7th I should say, is going to be the Turkish rider Murat Jorgen. And then Pavel Matoshka, still riding, still confident, still strong, as he completes the course in 8th place. So there is Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian, who we're going to see out shortly for the Electric Challenge Championship. That'll be the competition that we get just after the Masters Women. But those clouds overhead are really starting to look quite ominous now. 30% chance of rain in the next hour. Looks a little bit more than 30% from where I'm standing. But it's a double victory in Heat 2 and 3 then in the Group B for Arkadia Zenora of Poland. He gets it done from David Poznik. Petr Faltisek in third from Jiri Renner. Roman Kratishvili, Abraham Tibor, Murat Jorgen, and Pavel Matoshka. Everyone completing all 3 mandatory long laps. So everyone is in the good books. From the Masters men, we move on to the juniors in both the girl and boy categories. It's been a race day of pure adrenaline for the girls up front. Nela Poznikova and Ellen Berdova. They've taken two really tough battles between them now. And Poznikova and Berdova are very evenly matched on pace. Poznikova got the job done in qualifying. Berdova has got the job done in the first two heats. But can Poznikova bounce back when it matters? Stan Kahut, Max Ryschka, Bibiana Bubnikova, Adela Pokorova, Leolisha Kvatishvili, and then Nika Sawangwan, Filip Pesha, and Natalie Ularova. And so to the starting lineup. The shyest two superstars in the paddock. Nela Poznikova and Ellen Berdova are not used to being TV sensations just yet. They're both very shy and very reserved. So they'll just focus on the job in hand. Thank you. First and second. Great mates. Real introverts. This man is a little bit more exuberant. Stan Kahut, ready for the SDKS squad to go to battle once again. But this man has beaten him twice so far today. Max Ryschka for the MS Czech talent team. Now for Bibiana Bubnikova. Big opportunity for her to bounce back after two difficult heats. And a great chance as she gets a hug there from, I believe, Matthias Barvik. Adela Pokorova, I'm here, I'm ready. P6, up in front of the Austrian. Leolisha Kvatishvili, always ready to steal the thunder from one of his competitors. 8th position for the American Nika Sawangwan. Great to see the 13-year-old from Seattle in Washington State. Great return to form for the 13-year-old Filip Pesha, flying the flag for Czech Republic. And then it's Natalie Ularova for the Rocket Racing team. So the juniors ready to race once again, as ever in the shadow of the Nordic and Vasa museums, on the gateway to the old town, overlooking the Djurgårdsvansbrücke, the Bay of Sweden, the gateway to the big city itself. 14 impressive islands make up the Stockholm city landscape, starting from Lake Mälaren all the way out to the Baltic Sea. Quite an incredible city, this. 1 million inhabitants in the city itself, a further 2.6 million around the surrounding districts. It is quite an incredible place. And here this weekend, for the UAE Motor Surf World Championship, of all the locations we could have picked, we're here in the Djurgårdsvansbrücke, which is a regular modern thoroughfare for all the walkers, joggers, runners, dog walkers, cyclists, scooter riders. They all want to come through here. And even those walking the dog come through here as well. And they've accidentally stumbled upon the third round of the 2026 UAM Moto Surf World Championship. The juniors getting ready for battle. 2 titles, of course, junior boy and junior girl. Many great riders have stepped out of that category in the past to go on to glory, including the likes of Matis Novotny and Eliska Maruskova, the reigning world champions in the elite men and women. The first spots of rain outside my commentary booth. It's not going to stop racing, but we're finally getting the first spots of rain. There was a 30% chance of it, and now it looks as though the tide is turning here in Stockholm. It's been an absolutely perfect, sun-kissed, glorious weekend thus far. And now for the first time in round 3 of the UAM Motor Surf World Championship, the rain in Stockholm has arrived on the Djurgårdsvansbrücke just before the junior race. Boy, are they going to find this tough. Off we go. And a great start from Ryschka. Great start from Pokorova. Pokorova on the far side, looking to try and make this up into 3rd place. Goes parallel to Ryschka. And that might just be enough to get into the top 3 by the time they come out of the slalom. But it's a great start for Poznikova and Berdova. Stan Kahut's got a fight to get himself back into the top 4 here. That's Ryschka! Ryschka has surged forward and got up into 2nd place. What a start from Max Ryschka. Poznikova leads the way. Ryschka in 2nd. 3rd is Berdova from Kahut, Pokorova. And then it is Lisha Kvatishvili, Bubnikova and Pesha. So it's only a 5-lap race in the juniors. 2 of those have got to be long laps. So you haven't got a lot of time to fool around in here. It's going to be very important for the riders to make the best of it. So Poznikova, Ryschka, Kohut, and Bubnikova, the four that haven't taken their long laps yet. Because Berdova, Pokorova, Lishokratishvili, and Nika Sawangwan have done that. Bosnikova really pushing the ragged edge. That's as close as you can get to falling off the board without actually managing to. She'll come through at the end of the second lap. She needs a resurgence. She needs to bounce back here. And this is the chance to do it. Rushka is not really racing her. Of course he is racing her, but in the junior category, the boys and girls have separate championship titles. So for pride, it's good if the boys can get ahead of the girls. But it's certainly not mandatory for Rushka, and certainly not his focus. He wants to stay in front of Stan Kohut. Kohut, the winner of the Grand Prix of Turkey and the Grand Prix of Czechia. But here in Sweden, Rushka has found a way to bounce back, and now he's looking on the warpath to try and get back some vengeance. It's just a little bit of drizzle at the moment, nothing particularly heavy out here on the water in Stockholm. And the juniors are certainly finding it relatively good going for the moment. I wonder how the Masters women will cope with it. So far so good though for Nela Poznikova. Still 1.6 clear of the pack. And now in second it's Stan Kohut. Poznikova goes on to the long lap for the first of two. Berdova has already done both of hers. Stan Kohut follows in pursuit of Poznikova because he also needs to do both his long laps. He's already had a fall on the long lap so far today. He doesn't want another one, especially not now. So Poznikova and Kohut 1.7 away from each other. Hrushka is still looking good to win the junior boy category as it runs at the moment. Bibiana Bubnikova, one long lap taken, another one still to do. But Berdova, Pokorova and Nika Sawangwan have all taken both of their long laps. So now with a second and a half between Poznikova and Kohut. Bubnikova moving into the top three for the moment. This is all going to be decided on who comes through after the long laps in a strong position. Here's Rushka. He's done both his long laps. Fifth position behind Berdova. So now we wait for the top three. Poznikova, Kohut and Bubnikova have all got to take their second long laps. Poznikova under some pressure from Kohut, but her real pressure is from Ellen Berdova. She wants to get out of the second long lap in front of Berdova. That's the key. Into the final lap and into the final long lap goes Poznikova. Kohut's got to go with her. Onto the long lap. And now we'll see where she emerges. By comparison to Ellen Berdova, there's not going to be much in this. Berdova has stayed out of the traffic. She's going to elevate her way forward, past Bubnikova, past Kohut. But will she get past Poznikova? She emerges onto the course. Is that Berdova in front? It is! Berdova's done the unthinkable. Oh, and Kohut's had to miss a beauty. Rushka got alongside him and stole the move away. So both Berdova and Rushka have made a fantastic move. They've all had to avoid the fallen rider in the water. That is Filip Pescia. So they've all had to raise the arm and dodge him to miss the beauty. But what a recovery from Ellen Berdova, taking both of her long laps nice and early. And so it will be the number two in qualifying who takes back the victory yet again. Here comes Berdova, victorious once more in Stockholm. A brilliant ride from Ellen Berdova. Poznikova second. Third is Rushka, who takes the boy victory just in front of Stan Kohut. That was tough. Adela Pokorova, good ride from her. She's going to come through in fifth position, ahead of Bibiana Bubnikova. Problems, I'm afraid, for Filip Pescia. He's going to struggle even to finish this one by the look of it. Nika Sawangwan having a great battle with Leo Lishokratishvili. And it's the Austrian who will finish up in front, I believe. 4 seconds between Nika Sawangwan. Oh no, there is Nika Sawangwan. He comes through in seventh. Leo Lishokratishvili comes through. It was Pescia and Ularova who were only covered by 7/10 of a second, a lap adrift. So Ellen Berdova gets another victory to chalk up on the board here after her weekend and season-long battle with Nela Poznikova in second. In the junior boy, it's going to be Max Rushka who just manages to take the win in the third heat away from from Stan Cahoot. Smile, you're on UAM Motor Surf coverage. So the junior girl win and the overall win goes the way of Ellen Berdova. She gets the victory after a fantastic battle. 2 early long laps put her back into the tactical advantage, and she secures the win. Second place for Nela Poznikova. And that is the way that the battle has been going all weekend long between the junior girls. Great to see Berdova take the win from Poznikova. In junior boy, Max Rushka gets the job done in third place, only a second ahead of Stan Cahoot. Then Adela Pokorova, Bibiana Pubnikova, Nika Sawangwan, Leolisha Kratishvili, and a lap down, Filip Pesha and Natalie Odorova. So the focus now moves from the juniors to the Masters women, the newest category in the UAM Moto Surf World Championship. And it's been one-way traffic since the start of the season in Turkey for the Korean sensation, Lee Eun-jun. Team Huski enjoying the battles that they've got out here on the course. But Lee Eun-jun on Korean Independence Day with a chance to go for win number 3. Teresa Bekakova, Jennifer Beckman, Terza Sawangwan, and Ekaterina Antonova will join her to try and get some decent results on the board. So there is the glamour girl of Korea, the 38-year-old from Seoul, Lee Eun-jun. 2 wins out of 2 thus far on Korean Independence Day. Can she make it a hat-trick? The youngest in the field, Teresa Bekakova, still the newest competitor in the world of moto surf. Second on the grid for this one. Jennifer Beckman, the pride of Deutschland here this weekend for Moto Surf Racing Team Germany. Fourth position, it's Terza Sawangwan, the superstar from Seattle in Washington State, back in the World Championship again. And joining her is Ekaterina Antonova, the new girl from Cyprus. The contenders are ready for another exciting run around the course here in Djurgårdsvansbruket. Brilliant part of the gorgeous capital city of Stockholm. As the riders venture out into the river once again. 3 different types of course so far this year. We've had the Ocean of the Black Sea for the first round in Turkey. The second race taking place on the Reservoir at Hostivar in the gorgeous Czechia capital of Prague. And now we're here in another capital city, Stockholm in Sweden, in the Royal Gardens, with the seal of approval of His Majesty the King himself. Perfectly happy to watch from the sidelines as the UAM Motor Surf races give us plenty of excitement. And so the riders get back onto the waters of the river once again. And we are ready for more exciting moto surf out here in Stockholm. A fabulous competition awaits us as the riders continue. This fabulous capital city made up of 14 phenomenal islands that come from Lake Mälaren to end up in the Baltic Sea. And of course, if you continue all the way down this river, past the Technica Museum, you are going to end up in the Baltic Sea, just out past Lille Sjötålen. It's a fabulous part of Stockholm, this. On the way past the Djurgården, this is the island that gives us plenty of great excitement. And in sporting pedigree, of course, this is the location for several athletic disciplines: the diving, the swimming, the pentathlon, the rowing, and the water polo during the 1912 Summer Olympic Games. Quite incredible stuff here. And of course, we have ourselves a fantastic competition in the Masters Women category. So fabulous to see all of the contenders getting themselves ready for continuation of competition. And of course, in the shadow of Greta Johansson, the statue of the last Swedish athlete to win a gold medal in the water in Sweden. The rain is now starting to come down a little bit harder now. The drizzle turning into a bit of a shower, but the sun is still trying to push through the rain clouds as Lee Eun-jin takes command of the Masters women class. Bekikova, Beckman, Sawangwan and Antonova will be chasing her down to the first buoy. You can even see the raindrops on our drone camera lens. And so the riders ready for the start. Are we going to get the flag drop? We do indeed. The Masters women go to battle for Heat 3. Good start by Antonova. She's made the jump on Tosa Sawangwan. And Bekikova holds station in front of Jennifer Beckman. So a relatively good start as Lee Eun-jin works her way through the slalom for the first time. Great battle coming from Bekikova and Beckman. Still they work their way through the slalom on the far side. Lee Eun-jin only just managing to get out in front of Teresa Bekikova this time. Bekikova is getting faster and faster by the race and very nearly pulled a fast one there on Lee Eun-jin. So Bekikova making massive ground. She was often the fourth fastest rider in the Czech Republic 3 weeks ago, behind Lee Eun-jin, Miki Tori of Japan, and Aneta Sasharova of the Czech Republic. So fabulous now that we get to see Teresa Bekikova really unlocking her untapped potential. Great to see her put in such a good amount of effort here to try and take on the Korean up front, who is so natural in the water. Crazy when you think she doesn't even like the stuff. So Lee Eun-jin making her way to the slalom for the second time. 7 laps of the course once more. And 3 of those laps need to be mandatory long laps. Careful. Lee Eun-jin having a bit of a moment there in the slalom. And that's okay as far as she's concerned, because there's no pressure now from Teresa Bekikova. Bekikova has dropped it in the slalom. And so Lee Eun-jin goes for #1 long lap without pressure. Here's Bekikova. Oh, the weight transfer kicks her back off the board. Nothing she could do. Poor Teresa Bekikova. Just as she was starting to put Lee Eun-jin under pressure, and it all falls away. She recovers, but it's game over for the win for the moment. Jennifer Beckman now taking up the challenge to try and go after Lee Eun-jin, but she's in 3rd place because she's taken her first long lap. So when Bekikova takes her long lap, that could be Beckman through into 2nd place. Very talented rider is Teresa Bekikova, but then so too is Jennifer Beckman. She represented Germany in the World Games last year at Chengdu, and of course with the next World Games taking place in Karlsruhe in 2029, you can bet that Jennifer Beckman is going to try and be there as teammate to Sebastian Lux one more time. So still the competitors push on. Teresa Bekikova trying to get back up to speed as quickly as possible. Now 5.5 seconds back from Beckman on the return run. But there is the top performer, Lee Eun-jin of Korea. What a day for her to be dominant. South Korean Independence Day. That'll do nicely. She spent all weekend trying to get on top of Miki Tori's form. And certainly the Japanese rider had her nailed all of Saturday. But on Sunday, Lee Eun-jin dug deep, found the pace, found her inner core strength, and was unvanquishable on the Sunday final in a race where she not only managed to beat Miki Tori for the first time in her career, but also managed to vanquish the original queen of moto surf, Aneta Sasharova, on her return to the category. Now, here in Stockholm, it's very tough for anybody to get close to Lee Eun-jin. The confidence that gave her the win in the Czech Grand Prix has really kicked her up a notch. Jennifer Beckman, 2nd place. Lee Eun-jin still doing a great job out in the lead. No problem for her at the moment. She works her way back up to the slalom, but this is all about stamina. It's not quite as rapid and fluid as it could be on the first lap or on a qualifying lap. Got to keep it going for all 7 laps. And in the Masters category, you do get periods where riders will be very fast and then they'll ease back off the power a little bit. They'll rein themselves in a bit to give themselves a little bit more of a chance as Lee Eun-jin goes on to the 3rd and final long lap. And she'll get them out of the way fairly early doors, actually. Beckman still trying to get clear of Bekikova. I think Bekikova may have had another off somewhere, because she's now 16 seconds back from Beckman, when a couple of minutes ago she was only a couple of seconds back. And there is the third fall, I believe, for Tereza Bekikova. It's getting tougher out there, that's why. And this slalom is going to catch everybody out. Oh, there goes the run. Face first as well. Not easy for Tereza Bekikova. Just as well, she's wearing the goggles. I do know a couple of riders who do ride without goggles. Lorenzo Tanda, back home in Italy. I'm looking at you, you absolute lunatic. So the competition still going strong and still putting in a great performance. Everyone's still looking forward to a really exciting continuation of the bout that we've already had. But it's Lee Eunjun all the way. No worries at all for her, just keeping it nice and tidy. 3 laps completed of the mandatory long lap quota. So now she can focus on the pure course for the rest of it. Good to see. Doesn't have to panic, doesn't have to put herself under undue duress. Just keeping it tidy. And that will do very nicely indeed. So the competition will continue, but it's certainly going to be a nice and easy one as far as the contenders are concerned. So the competitors still having a very good run of it. And the contenders are still giving us plenty to get excited about. But of course, the competition still going strong. For Lee Eunjun, domination. Jennifer Beckman, second place, 33 seconds back. That shows you how convincing Lee Eunjun has been here in the Masters Women's Championship. Tereza Bekikova still in her second ever Moto Surf World Championship event, riding a great run in third place. Terza Sawangwan and Ekaterina Antonova still just taking along in the hope that there's a little bit more for them. But Lee Eunjun has gone into her last lap. It doesn't need to be a long lap. She stays on the course, looking quick, looking very well poised. Even her stamina is improving. But she's got plenty of time in hand. She doesn't need to push. Jennifer Beckman, second position at the moment, still trying to make sure she can stay in front of Tereza Bekikova as she comes through the final 2 buoys on the course. That's Terza Sawangwan in the background. So Beckman goes across the line. Plenty of time in hand as Lee Eunjun. Doesn't need to work too hard. Is that Beckman? Beckman's gone. Beckman's dropped it on the first buoy. So Beckman makes the same mistake we saw from Tereza Bekikova. This is the continuation of the run, and Beckman, the back end just gets away and the weight transfer is too heavy, and so can't quite salvage it. But Lee Eunjun is in the slalom for the last time on South Korea's Independence Day. Lee Eunjun is going to make it 1 win to 2 wins to 3 wins in the Masters Women category. A fabulous performance from Lee Eunjun. Absolutely dominates the field. Terza Sawangwan looks over her shoulder just to make sure that everybody is a-okay to come through without too much drama in the closing stages. Sawangwan will come through for 4th place in front of Ekaterina Antonova. She's 1 lap adrift, and it's Bekikova who's now in a 2nd place. That's what that fall did for Beckman. Antonova crosses the line P5, and it's Tereza Bekikova who will come through 2nd. After a couple of falls, Beckman had a fall as well, and so Bekikova takes the win by, Bekikova takes 2nd place, 38 seconds back from the top spot, as Jennifer Beckman is going to struggle to finish off in 3rd position. A very physical race indeed for her. But at least now, the Masters women can relax until tomorrow morning, because their 3rd and final heat of the day is done for now. And so we continue for the Masters women with Lee Eun-jin dominating in proceedings. Today's Rebecca Korver second, Jennifer Beckman third, Teresa Swangman and Ekaterina Antonova finishing off strong. The next competition is going to be the Electric Challenge. And of course, for all the fans here in Stockholm, this is a big one. Alexander Lanner, pole position, the 20-year-old from Sweden. For Team Huski, up in front of Michel Ullard, Abraham Tibor and Alan Ung for Czechia, Hungary and Macau, respectfully. But of course, this particular body of water has only hosted a major international competition once before this event. That was the 1912 Summer Olympiad, 114 years ago here in the Yozgat-Vansbrucke. And following in the wake of Greta Johansson, the gold medalist in the 10-meter platform back in 1912, Alexander Lanner will take to the same body of water to go for a victory in the Electric Challenge. As for this man, Michel Ullard, he's already taken 2 of them. Third position for the Hungarian Abraham Tibor, top 3 in the championship last year in the Electric Challenge, behind Michel Ullard and the champion Jaro Vankersbilk. And for the Macanese racer, Alan Ung, or Ung Cho-hong, he's going to be there for the aerodynamic team on this brand new movie design board from China. So the fans on the bank here in Stockholm over the Yozgat-Vansbrucke will be hoisting the Huski flags aloft. Alexander Lanner going for a victory in the Electric Challenge. If he does get a win either today or tomorrow, he will be the first Swedish athlete to take a victory in an athletic discipline on these waters for 114 years. The last person to do that was Greta Johansson in the 10 meters diving platform competition in the 1912 Summer Olympiad. Who is Greta Johansson? Well, she's been looking at you all week long. Her statue is just on the far side on this walkway. So to the water goes the captain of the Swedish motorsurf ship, Alexander Lanner, the 20-year-old from here in Stockholm. He will take pole position for the Electric Challenge with a might of effort underneath him to go for the victory against Michel Ullard, Abraham Tibor and Alan Ung. Check it out. The Huski Wear boat is ready to greet him. They bow down before Alexander Lanner. Ringo Reimer is on the boat now. So Ringo Reimer is on the boat. You're getting distracted again, boys. Too right. Where else are you going to get such an incredible event like this with the pride of Sweden? Alexander Lanner and Ringo Reimer hoping to follow Greta Johansson into the Yozgat-Vansbrucke history books. It's amazing how so many people who just walk through here every day have actually stopped to come and watch the racing. And even the people out on the boats on the water itself have actually stopped on the side. And even the people on Yozgat Island itself who are walking past are now stopping to watch the competition from the far side bank. Of course, Sweden has only ever hosted the Olympic Games on one occasion on these waters in 1912. The only other time they were involved in the Summer Olympic Games at all was in 1956. The whole games were hosted in Melbourne, Australia, apart from the equestrian events, which took place in Stockholm. But of course, this body of water had nothing at all to do with that. So this weekend, showing this competition in World Championship status, the first of its kind for 114 years, not since the Summer Olympiad 1912. So it will be Lanner, Ullard, Tibor and Ung who will go to battle in the Electric Challenge once again. So Alexander Lanner controlling the pace, Ullard of Czechia, Tibor of Hungary and Ung of Macau. Watch for Alan Ung, he's been mighty off the starting blocks. That movie design board, off we go. Look at the charge again from Alan Ung. super rapid and goes straight into the lead. No worries at all for the movie design board from China. All the others are having to give chase and just watching the wake. How does he do that there, working on it? As Alexander Lanner tries his best to come through the slalom without too much difficulty, they can miss the final buoys, and Alexander Lanner's back in the lead. Brilliant push from Lanner. He takes back the lead of it from Alanung. Excellent work from Lanner. And this time, he leads, and it looks as though he's got the hang of the Electric Challenge board a little bit better on this occasion. So can Alexander Lanner keep pushing it? The 20-year-old from here in Stockholm, out in front of Alanung. Looks as though Ular and Tibor have decided to play the long game. Both of them have gone on to the long lap. Slowly, slowly, catchy monkey. Jano Vankersbilk, watching at home from Belgium, will know that trick of old. Those are the kind of tactics that win you the Electric Challenge Championship. He would know. So Alexander Lanner going very well here in front of Alanung, but neither of them have taken their first long lap yet. And it's all up to Alexander Lanner. He's got to stay on the board all the way. Works his way through the slalom. Keeps it going. And certainly going well. The flags for Huski wear really rampant here on the bank. As Alexander Lanner decides to go on the long lap. 2 laps completed, only a 5-lap race in the Electric Challenge. These boards are 15 kilograms heavier than their DFI counterparts. The direct fuel injection boards are 20 kilograms. These are about 35 or so. And of course, the power output makes it similar in terms of top speed in the Electric Challenge, but the boards are heavier. So turning through these buoys is much tougher. Alexander Lanner thought he had this nailed after qualifying yesterday, but in race trim, he's found it very hard thus far in Heat 1 and Heat 2. Alanung also goes on to the long lap. Will he emerge in front of Ular? Comes back on. Oh, he hasn't emerged in front of Ular. Ular's got in front of him. So Alanung now in third. Abraham Tibor looks like he's got problems. Tibor has not even completed the second lap yet. Now he has. So Tibor with some problems. But Alexander Lanner is the leader by 9 seconds. Michel Ular, though, is the man who won both of the heats earlier on. So this is a big push for Michel Ular. A very tough mission now. As Alexander Lanner, he's wasting time here, waving to the fans on the side. Don't wave before the race is over, Alex. 3 laps done, 2 laps to go. He's got a 9-second advantage. He goes on to the second long lap. He thinks he's got this nailed. He is the ultimate, consummate showman. But if you want to win, you've got to focus. Michel Ular is 10.4 seconds back. Alexander Lanner's got 1 more long lap to do. He's on it at the moment. Michel Ular's also got a long lap to do. I wonder if he stayed out. Yes, he did. So Michel Ular stayed out. He takes the lead for the moment. Alexander Lanner still going strong in second, but he doesn't have to take another long lap. Ular does. So can Michel Ular, who is now 10.5 seconds ahead of Lanner, it was the other way round. So on these heavier boards, it looks like they're losing about 20 seconds in the long lap. Either that or Alexander Lanner's got a real problem and is slowing down. He can't afford to lose this ground now that he's made so much on Michel Ular. So the double left buoy for Lanner. It's all about stamina. Works his way through. Out of the slalom. He can kick himself out. Doesn't have to navigate the last 2 buoys, because you don't have to in the Electric Challenge. Ular crosses the timing line. Lanner is still there with him. Pushing across. And the gap is 8.9. So Ular goes onto the long lap. Lanner doesn't have to. He's already done both of them. He's just got to keep it up right now. And Alexander Lanner retakes the lead on the last lap. So Michel Ular going well. But he's not going to be quick enough to get back on terms, as Abraham Tibor has now got ahead of Alanung. Although Alanung's done both of his long laps, Tibor's got 1 more to go. But Alexander Lanner's got to keep this going just a little bit longer. Michel Ular is still there. 11 seconds back. The last thing he wants to do is get complacent. But Alexander Lanner, don't Don't be too showboaty about this, Alex. Come on, you've got to bring it home yet. But as long as he stays upright, Alexander Lanner is going to do something that hasn't been done in these waters for 114 years. Grete Johansson took the gold medal in the 10 meters diving platform here in the Jøsgaardsvensbrücke in 1912. And now Alexander Lanner is a race winner in UAM Motosurf on the same body of water 114 years later in the Electric Challenge Championship. Alexander Lanner, the pride of Sweden. It took him 3 races to get there, but boy, was it worth the wait. Second place for Michel Ullard. Third position is going to be Alan Ung on this radical new movie design board. Third position in front of Abraham Tibor. But the fans here have witnessed a little bit of history. It may not be the most dramatic win in UAM Motosurf history, but for Alexander Lanner and the fans here in Stockholm, that's the first time a Swede has won on these waters in sporting competition for 114 years. Alexander Lanner takes the win from Michel Ullard, Alan Ung and Abraham Tibor. History is made for the first time this millennium. So there is Alexander Lanner returning to the bank. The last time a Swede won a sporting endeavor in these waters was Grete Johansson, 1912, in the 10 meters diving platform. Her statue is halfway down the run. And it's a wonderful day for Alexander Lanner to take the victory here in his native Sweden. And our course here at Jøsgaardsvensbrücke is in the shadow of the Vasa and Nordic Museums. That is the Nordic Museum building in the background. I urge you, the next time you're in Stockholm, or if you're here at the side of the course in Stockholm, go and check out the 3 or 4 museums that surround this perimeter. You've got the Nordic Museum, the Vasa Museum with the galleon that was recovered after 300 years underwater. And then, of course, the Museum of Technology on the other side behind us. Such incredible education, such amazing culture. There are very few cities quite like this one. Stockholm is just different. It hits different. We've still got some great battles to come. We will have the stock category for their 2 group races, then the Elite Women's World Championship and the Elite Men's World Championship. For now, though, let's head down to Matti Kozisek, who is with the CEO of the Motosurf World Championship, Martin Jacek.
Organizers, of course, are responsible for this amazing race here in Stockholm. Martin, what was it like organizing this race here in Stockholm?
Yeah, it's great to be back to Sweden, and it's great to work together with Team Huski and with the whole team, and to bring it to the city center of Stockholm. It just feels amazing. After Prague, the capital city of the Czech Republic, we are coming straight to the capital city of Sweden. And so we are super happy for that. We have a beautiful setup here. And from here we will be heading to Marbella in Spain, which is another top spot. So we can't wait to be there.
And we know that we're going to be racing in Marbella for the first time because it's a brand new venue. So I know that you, of course, want to surprise us, and keep it kind of a secret. But is there something that you can tell us about the upcoming race in Marbella? Some details, maybe.
Yes, Marbella will be something special because we are coming to race on the sea and on the open sea, but still on a very calm part of the sea. And of course, Andalusia is a beautiful part of Spain. It's a beautiful part of Europe, and Marbella is host of many events. They host huge events like triathlons, like marathons, different types of cycling events, golf tournaments, and so it's a great honor for us to bring motosurf to Marbella as well. And I hope that we can make a good spectacle there. Yeah, it's great to put Spain as a new country to the world of motosurf.
Yeah, I mean, the calendar this year looks absolutely stacked, absolutely amazing. One amazing venue after another. Obviously, after Spain, then we're going to be heading into the doubleheader in China. Can you also tell us something about next season's calendar as well?
Oh yeah, like I said, we are going to finish the season with doubleheader in China, which of course is also great to see that the first race in China will be hosted in Jinhua, where also the new brand participating in the Motorsport World Championship is coming from. So Movie as the new manufacturer into the electric challenge class, they come from Jinhua. The weekend after we will be racing in Shenzhen. And for the next year, yeah, we have a couple of new spots on the calendar. The Motorsport World Championship will come to Slovakia again. We will be racing close to Bratislava, the capital city again, in the Olympic Center in Chamorin, which is also a very, very beautiful place. And we are looking forward to open the season in Fujairah again, where we can't race this year, unfortunately, because of the situation in the Middle East. But I believe that the 2027 calendar looks very promising, and I hope we can come back to Prague and come back to Stockholm, to Spain again, and to have a very interesting season.
Yeah, I think I can speak for every single one of the riders here that we absolutely love Stockholm. How long did it take, or how much time did you put into organizing this race here? Because I know that I spoke to you earlier that this has been planned for quite a long time to race here.
Yes, with local organizers and with the local federation and with the Royal Yacht Club, it's taken some time because we race in the city center with quite heavy boat traffic. So the whole organization was very, very precise, and I think we've been given a fantastic support from all the local authorities, from the Swedish Federation as well, from KMK, and I believe that we made a fantastic setup on the water. So big thanks to Huski, Utsikt Communication, and to KMK and to Svemo as the Swedish national authority for the powerboating sport. We were able to bring it to this very, very premium location, and we are very, very happy for that.
Yeah, I also heard from Jake in the commentary booth that this venue was last used like more than 100 years ago, and that we're the first since the Summer Olympics here, after like I think he said like 114 years. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true, and I think that we can see the beautiful surrounding here. The place is very, very unique, and we just can be very, very thankful to be actually given this opportunity to use that land, to use that part of Stockholm, very close to many embassies, by the way. So super interesting spot to race at. So once again, we can't be any happier for the whole spot and for the GP of Sweden.
And lastly, tomorrow, which categories are you looking forward most to seeing race?
Well, all of them, I would say. But what I've seen so far, unfortunately, I haven't had much of the time to see the racing action. But I think it will be very, very intense in the elite women. I think Aneta and Sarah will be very, very close in front. I was very happy for Adam Ficek in the elite, seeing him taking the pole position. So it was great, and of course I'm also looking forward to see electric challenge with the new manufacturer stepping into the game. It will be very, very interesting to watch. So I think we have a very, very interesting day ahead of us tomorrow.
For sure, and we also hope that all of the audience will tune in tomorrow for the finals as well. and the fourth heat's in the morning. And now we're giving it back to you, Jake, in the commentary booth for the stock races in category A and B.
Thank you, Mate. Great to hear from the CEO of the Motor Surf World Championship, Martin Janschleck, the man so influential in the growth of the sport. And, of course, very excited for the continuation of that journey in the major international competitions. And, of course, the man behind all of the hard work in collaboration with the UIM and with the World Games in Chengdu to get us there for the first time in 2025. Hopefully we'll return at Karlsruhe in 2029. The championships continue here in the UAM Motor Surf World Championship. In a few short minutes, we'll take a technical break so that the marshals can get themselves ready for the continuation. 4 races to go here in Stockholm. The 2 stock racing category groups, followed by the Elite Women's and Elite Men's World Championship Heat 3. Out on the far side of the course as well. How tricky has it been to adapt?
I mean, it's a very tricky part of the track. I think one of the trickiest parts we had so far this season, because the right part of the split is actually very tight, so it slows down you a lot, and the buoys are very close together, so it's difficult to come through. The left side is a little bit easier, but it's a little bit longer, so it's worth it to risk and go to the right side of the split, which could actually, benefit you a lot, but in the same time you're risking that you're gonna fall. So I mean, this leaves a very nice tactical place for the riders to decide whether they're going to risk or just take the sure way in the left split. So I mean, yeah, so far this weekend it played a nice role, so I think the split is working perfectly.
Adam Kolar taking up residency in pole position in the stock men's category with Matthias Barvik, Jan Matoshka, Adam Milovchik, Stepan Šimek, David Zaplatilek, Ringo Reimer and David Kutska to continue on the challenge. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth. Alongside me for these next couple of races, Lukas Huski, the man who has done everything there is to do in the world of moto surf, from the World Cup title to the World Championship title to the gold medals in Chengdu last year. But this man is threatening to become a future superstar. Adam Collar, the 15-year-old for the Cucina Nera team, pole position. He is just turning into such a mega star in the stock category. But he's going to get a bit of pressure on him for this one. Mattis Bardvik, the reigning junior boy world champion, he is really starting to get the knack of the stock category. Jan Matoshka for the FG Forest Racing team, ever impressive, the 22-year-old from Rytkeny, looking forward to move his way further forward. And the only Slovak in the competition, Adam Milovchik, as Matis Novotny tried to gate crash us there. He's got a race to think about a bit later. Stepan Šimek, very impressive young individual, 15 years of age from Železný Brod, 7th in the Junior Boy Championship last year. Great to see him working his magic in the stock category. David Zaplatilek, the 18-year-old from Jitin, looking forward to work his way further forward after some difficult races leading up to this. Ringo Reimer, the 16-year-old, flying the flag for Sweden here in Stockholm. He lives just a couple of minutes away from this place. It's a wonderful opportunity for him to put on another great showcase. Alongside him, David Kutska, who on 2 occasions now has gone from a double DNF in qualifying at the back to 2nd place in his heats. Such amazing pace.
Yeah, I mean, he showed incredible strength in the past heats. He's been very strong. It was very unfortunate for him in the heat, in the qualification, but on the other hand, he's experienced rider, and he should know that he has to complete at least, 1 lap to get some time. But I'm really looking forward to see if he can get up to the victory, because it's going to be very difficult against Adam Collar, who is on total fire this weekend. I haven't seen him in such a form for quite a time. I'm very happy for him because he's been training a lot, pushing a lot, and obviously it's working out pretty nicely for him. He's dominating the stock class, which I think he's racing the first year in the stock, because last year was the stock R class, which is pretty impressive. On the other hand, Jake, I need to tell you that I don't see any of the usual riders in this heat, in this group. It's just the young guys. It's actually stock R class. I don't know if there's anybody over 20 years of age. It's just the young riders.
It's an interesting point because as far as I'm aware, there are only 4 riders here this weekend over the age of 20. You've got Alexander Lanner, Jan Matoshka, who is 22, of course, Vladimir Andel, who's been racing since time immemorial, and then, of course, Kim Dow. That's it. So many of the 20-somethings have obviously decided this is the one they have to take off as a break. But 10 years ago, this was you. You know exactly what these guys are going through. You know how hard it is to elevate yourself, to get yourself up to the top level, and how much hard work you've got to do to raise your game.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive to see the young guys, racing on such a level, competing with very experienced riders like Down Kim, who obviously has got a huge, work on his shoulders, because he's representing the old generation, let's say, like I'm. And you get the upcoming generation of the young riders. So we'll see, maybe some of them will decide to eventually step up in the lead class, and then it's going to be even more interesting. But let's now see the stock heat number 3.
It's quite an incredible location, this, on the Jørsgaardsvindebroek, which hasn't had, I keep stressing this, I know I've said it time and time again, but it still impresses me, as whoops, into the water.
Jan Matoshka.
That is Jan Matoshka, just getting it slightly wrong, so we'll go around again, and it gives us a time to talk about this, and you can tell us from your perspective. We've had some amazing locations in the last decade for racing across North and South America, across Asia, across Europe, but to be here at the location where we had the 1912 Summer Olympic Games, nobody has won any athletic competitions of any kind in these waters from Sweden since Grete Johansson, the girl that's on the statue over there, from 1912. And now here we are, 114 years later, in one of the most interactive, one of the most immersive, one of the most open venues that we've ever had in the World Championship, to have the people just here in amongst us.
Yeah, it's incredible nice venue. I mean, when you just look at this panorama, like right now at the screen, it's incredible to see, the church, the boats, the green countryside of the Stockholm city. It's one of the really most beautiful places we've been to so far. It's a little bit shame for the weather, which turned a little bit great right now, but I don't think any of the spectators is gonna regret coming here, because we're about to see some action. I'm expecting some push from the riders on the 2nd and 3rd place, but we'll see how that goes. I'll leave that up to Jake now.
Flag will drop for, no it won't, it will oscillate. We're not in position yet, so it's going to be Another time around, Adam Kolar and Matthias Barvik, the leaders of the young generation, from Jan Matoška and Adam Milovčić, the only Slovak in the field, of course, in the stock category this weekend. Then the likes of Stepan Šimek and David Zaplatilek.
Yeah, we should not forget there's also one Swede, you know, in the category. It's not just Czech riders.
That's true, yes. Ringo Reimer, who's making a big impact. He actually came and found me yesterday. He had a fall in the earlier heat, but he is so proud of the fact that he's actually been finishing races this time. In the first 2 rounds in Turkey and Prague, it was so difficult for him. You've got to remember.
Also big pressure on him right now in his home ground race.
Yes, indeed.
Must be difficult.
And he's got probably less experience than any of the other riders out there. He only raced twice, I think, last year in Junior Boy. So not easy to be at the same level as these guys who race and train week in, week out. So Adam Kolar, Matthias Barvik, Jan Matoška, Adam Milovčić. That's the flag. Off we go. Great start from Šimek. An even better start from Zaplatilek. He's going to try and cut across. He's beaten Šimek to the punch. Watch out for the 4. Milovčić trying to get round the outside of Matoška and try and take on Barvik. This is a big push from Milovčić. He could make his way all the way to second by the time we get out of the slalom. So out in the lead, no worries at all for the poleman Kolar. And Barvik is able to vanquish Milovčić on the way, but that's such a good start from Milovčić. So difficult to gain that momentum from round the far side.
Yeah, he did a spectacular job. He went on the outside, he found his clear water. He didn't go to the wide wash, so he was able to, you know, get on the right side of the split and just make a fast turns there and stay behind Matthias Barvik.
Good start from Kutska as well, up into 5th place, and he's immediately gone for the long lap. He is being so smart.
Yeah, that was a good tactical call, because now he gets on the, you know, clear water and he can really push the board and see where he can get.
See, if you're starting at the back of the field, you may as well just see what happens through the first slalom and then take all 3 long laps early. You've got yourself a completely clean bit of water. You can go for the pace. You can dictate it under your own steam. No dramas, no aggravation, no pressure on you, really. You can just dictate your own race. But this young man, Adam Kolar, he has been a real revelation since he stepped into the stock category. Might not be too long till he joins you in the lead.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Oh, is that Barvik? Has Barvik gone down? No, it is Matoška, I think.
Yeah, he went down from the 4th place. Barvik is 3.4 seconds behind Adam Kolar, who is putting an incredible job, but I'm surprised that Barvik is really trying to keep up with Adam. It's a very nice job.
So there is the issue for Matoška, and the board is buried. Once the board is under at least an inch of water, that's it. You're never going to survive from that.
It happened in the right side of the split, where when you lose the speed, and it's very difficult to gain the momentum again and get the board out of the water once you hit, you know, underneath the buoy.
It's why throttle control is so important. You need to make sure you've got good weight transfer, but also that you've got good lean angle to bring the front of the board up.
When you hit the right side of the split, which we spoke about earlier, where it's pretty technical, when you hit it in a high speed, and you lose that speed, you sink the board on the front, and you don't add the throttle, you immediately go under the water.
So Adam Kolar goes on to the first long lap in the shadow of the Nordic Museum. And parallel to Djursgården, this one of 14 islands that make up the city of Stockholm, stretching all the way up from Lake Mälaren all the way to the Baltic Sea. He's a very proud young man, isn't he? He's put together an amazing event with all the team here.
Exactly. They've done a spectacular job. It's incredible event.
There is the boy wonder, Ringo Reimer. All he wants to do this week is finish as many races as he can and see if he makes the final. That will be a big mission for Ringo Reimer, but it's a massive amount of progress he's made. He had actually a big fall in the second heat, and there's a big gash on his left leg. It's very easy to get a quick injury picked up here, because you can catch yourself on anything. When you fall, you can catch yourself on the cable of the throttle, on the side of the board, on the side of the buoy. So many things can go wrong. But Adam Kolar is making this look like child's play. Very strong race.
Totally in control of the race. I mean, he has got already one joke lap finished, and he's going for another one. Yeah, he's on a clear water, so I think for him it should be pretty nicely done race. But I'm really looking forward to see who comes up on the 2nd place. We got Matthias Barvik there, but we should not cut out David Krička, who is pushing since the first lap. He did a long lap in the first lap, so we don't know right now where he's standing at. But we shall find out pretty soon.
And certainly Kutska is going to be one to watch. There is Stepan Šimek, currently in 3rd place, having taken his first long lap, so he's going to drop back in behind Barvik.
I mean,
I know Kutska is actually leading. That's interesting because he's only taken one of the long laps.
Exactly.
That's perfect for Kutska.
That's exactly where you want to be, because you are now on the clear water and you are just waiting until the very last laps, where you just take the 2 another long laps. Because coming out of the long lap, it's much better than coming out of the track once you get to meet someone.
Oh, there goes a big push from Ringo Reimer on the far side. David Kutska smashing his way through the buoy to give himself a little bit of an advantage. This is a great comeback for David Kutska.
Yeah,
he was so miserable yesterday.
He goes on another long lap, but we see Collard, who is behind him, but he's already performed 2 long laps. So we see that the gap between Collard and there's going to be pretty tight. No, it's not going to be pretty tight.
Well, Bardovic has already done all 3, so he's worth keeping an eye on here.
Exactly. And he's not that far. He's 16 seconds behind Szczepan Šimek.
So how much time from your assessment, I mean, you're in the elite, so obviously it's the faster class, but roughly, how long is that long lap? It's very, very long in terms of distance compared to what we've seen in the previous 2 rounds. So is it costing, what, 14, maybe 15 seconds or so?
I think something like that, yeah. I actually, this is the first race I haven't looked up or yet how much does the Joker lap cost you, like the long lap cost you. Because I've been just pushing all weekend long, but I think it's around 13, 14 seconds. The problem is, for example, in this class with the stock boards, all of the guys have the same speed on the straights. So for them, you know, the Joker doesn't, or a long lap doesn't play much of a difference. But in the classes where you get tunings and modifications allowed, it's a place where you can get something.
Right, this is where it could all change, because Kutska's got to go on to the long lap. Bardovic doesn't, because he's taken his 3rd long lap. But now we've got Collard getting held up here. This is a big issue.
Yeah, this is Jan Matoška, who is actually, I think, a little bit holding him, because Matthias Bardovic is his teammate. But we can see that Adam is going to try to overtake him.
So where did Bardovic come through? Collard is in the whitewash. This is a real problem for Collard, because it's always going to be tougher to run in the whitewash. Matoška's trying to pinch him a little bit.
He should allow him to pass, because he's 1 lap down, so this is not really sportsmanship-like.
Yeah, we had an interesting conversation about this last time out in Prague, didn't we? A couple of riders were holding the field to ransom, and then because there's no direct rule like there is in racing cars, they said, well, I'll obviously hold back, and it ended up causing a little bit of an interesting conversation post-race. But the sporting thing to do, at least, is to get out of the way, and I don't think Collard needs him to. He's going to be so much stronger through the slalom. Yeah, it's not a problem in the end. Collard really digs deep and finds the magic, clears out to Matthias Bardovic by 7.5. Job done.
And he wins the race.
Perfect run from Collard in the end. Even a little bit of traffic doesn't get in his headspace. Matthias Bardovic gained a 2nd in the slalom, but it's still not enough. And well done to David Kutska, 3rd place.
Yeah, he wasn't that far, like considering where he started at. But I think there must have been some rather than issue in the race, because he lost out a lot compared to Bardovic. So I should see if he didn't fall, or, you know, missed a buoy or something.
But it's all about consistency and bagging the results. He's taken 2 seconds and a 3rd, so he's going to be right up in the top 5 for the final tomorrow if he repeats this in the 4th.
Yeah, that's a very nice thing, that even though you mess up a qualification, you can still, you know, get on the good place in the qualification. On the other hand, finishing 3rd, 4th means a lot to the championship points. He's losing out a lot with these finishes where he should finish like 1st or 2nd. So in the long-term perspective, it's actually a big loss for David Kutska.
Well, Ringo Reimer is finishing his race in style, because he's just got airborne in front of everybody on the bank.
And we could hear also the applause from the audience here. It's pretty nice.
Adam Collard taking the win then from Matthias Bardovic by 6.5. David Kutska only another 7 back. And then Stepan Šimek, Adam Milovčík, David Zaplatilek, Jan Matoška. A big difficulty for him there, but Ringo Reimer, okay, he's 8th place, but his mission was very clear this weekend. He wants to finish races. He wants to build up his mentality, his strength, his stamina. That was always his goal coming into this weekend.
Yeah, and he stays always positive. And whenever I see him in paddock, he's always smiling, you know, having a good time. They've got all the family here, all the friends, you know, fans. It's incredible to see the Swedish team cheering for each other and keeping, you know, this great mood in the paddock.
And now we've got the man who never ages on the top of the pole position, Kim Down. How does he still find this stamina week in, week out? It's unbelievable. Josep Pokora and Oliver Wolf, the teenagers giving chase. Alexander Lanner, the Swede from Stockholm, 4th on the grid from Enda Jorga Chile, Tomasz Stepanek, Vladimir Andel, and the returning Ryder Sawangwan. but this guy is just immense. Not only this weekend in Masters, but in stock as well. He could win both Grand Prix.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he knows that this is his race, this is his chance. He told me earlier today that, Lucas, I'm aiming for both victories.
Josip Pokora, Rexy, back in town once again on the workout land board. And how about this man, the youngest in the field, Oliver Wolf, only just recently turned 14. What an opportunity. He's in Spider-Man mode. And how about Alexander Lanner, the ultimate showman of Stockholm? Whether he's on the water or on the boat or on the bike or on the Grenadier, he is just everywhere here in Stockholm.
This race is most favorite rider for sure.
Ender Jorgen Schiele, he had the same treatment when we were in Çeşme in Turkey. The real pedigree for the nation. Thomas Stepanek, really impressive from him. Not had a lot of time out there on the water in the World Championships, but still putting in a good showcase. Vladimir Andel, he's been part of this shindig since Croatia 2023 in the stock category. And a welcome return for the youngster from Seattle in Washington State, Ryder Sawangwan, 17 years of age, the former junior and hobby champion of America in 2024. The last time we saw him was Fujairah 2025 in February to qualify for the World Games. He didn't manage it on that occasion, but that was the last time we saw him in competition, and it's great to see him back.
I think this is going to be even more interesting race because we got the young guns behind very experienced rider Down Kim trying to snatch the victory from him. I think it's going to be very interesting because you have to remember Down has already made 5 heats today compared to everyone else, where everyone else made just 2 appearances on the water. He has been already 5 times there. So I bet he must be exhausted. But as you said, he seems to never age and never be tired. Whenever I meet him, he's like, you know, super fresh, super ready. I just don't get it. I don't know what he's on, but it's incredible.
You kind of hope you're still as competitive as that at 42, aren't you?
Yes, I know I'm not going to be, but let's just hope.
He's got some supplements, so he can always help you with it if you're still fancying being that competitive at that age, but you don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really expecting Oliver Wolf and Josep Pokora to push on him. On the other hand, you know, he's been through a lot. He's been, you know, performing incredibly on the World Games last year. So he knows how to handle the pressure. But we could see some surprise. You never know. There's Murat Jorgensen cheering for his son, and there, you can see right now on the water. These are one of the most amazing persons in the paddock. They're always in a great mood, always smiling, always having a great time.
They are the absolute embodiment of the Moto Surf World Championship, of that ethos. You've only got one life. You may as well do what you want with it. You may as well enjoy it.
Yes, exactly.
That's what this whole sport has always been about.
Yeah, so we shall see how the start goes. As I told you earlier, I'm expecting to see some push from the Josep Pokora and Oliver Wolf. But we should not also forget the homeboy favorite, Alexander Lanner on 4th.
Yes, indeed, and he's just come off the back of his first win in the Electric Challenge. Here we go then, Kim Down up against the young generation, and Pokora's made a good start. Not a great one from Alexander Lanner, sadly. It looks as though he's going to get a little bit of a pushback from the man in P5, Ender Jorgen Schiele, trying to come forward. Lanner's going to try and respond and get parallel with Oliver Wolf. Pokora's made a decent start this time. He could well challenge Kim Down coming out of the slalom. He's not quite close enough. Lanner's going to go with Pokora. Wolf comes through to second. What a start from the 14-year-old.
Wow, what an effort from Oliver.
And Pokora's down. Pokora down in the final beauty. That's going to be Lanner through into 3rd. Jorgen Schiele through into 4th. Big pressure on Pokora, and it's all come unstuck at the end of the lap.
I don't know what just happened. He just fell down right out of nothing.
Well, it's a tough one, but Alexander Lanner now promotes himself up into 3rd position. But the man with the plan is Oliver Wolf, the 14-year-old, the youngest man in stock, is taking on the oldest man in stock.
Yeah, and Alexander, look at it, how nicely it worked out for him. He went to the long lap, and he immediately gets into the clear water.
Who's that having an issue?
I think it was Vita Angel.
Yes, I think it could be Vladimir Andel having a big problem there. So an issue there for him initially, but it's certainly not quite gone the way he was hoping to. Kim Down, though, still the dominant force. Oliver Wolf is only 3 seconds back, though. This is a great ride from Oliver Wolf. He really is taking him to task, and Kim Down does not have this his own way yet.
Yeah, he's doing an incredible job. I wish I could see the fall of Josep Pokora and what happened there, because it was just so unexpected. But Oliver Wolf staying right behind down Kim. That's an incredible effort for the 14-year-old.
I tell you who else is doing a great job in this race so far. Jorgen Schiele. He's only 5 seconds back from Wolf.
That's very nice job. I told him earlier that he needs to push and perform something, otherwise he's going to get kicked out of the team. So I think he's performing pretty well tonight.
So Alexander Lanner has taken the 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward approach. He took the first long lap, so did Wolf and Jorgen Schiele. That's enough to put Kim down in front. Now, what we saw from him earlier on was get out in front, pull out a decent gap, then uncork the bottle. But he hasn't really left the long laps to the very last moment. He's kind of measured it lap to lap to see what's favorable. He seems to be perfect at reading the traffic.
Yeah, he goes right after because he saw that Oliver Wolf went to long lap right before, so now he's going to cover him, so he doesn't give Oliver Wolf much of a chance to overtake him. So if now Oliver doesn't go to long lap, then yeah, he doesn't go. Or does he? We will see now.
Yeah, there's about a 15-second cover between the two of them. Will Wolf go? Yeah, he goes again.
So he knows now he's got another lap to try to catch him.
So Wolf is actually following in the whitewater and following in the tactical wash of Kim Down. This is fascinating for the 14-year-old. He really feels like he's got the authority now to take on the king. I mean, considering that he had the disaster of failing to qualify in Prague 3 weeks ago, the way he's bounced back has been euphoric.
Yeah, it's incredible performance from the young guy. On the other hand, he's 20 seconds down to down, so that's a lot, but we never know, you know, even down Kim like this multiple world champion can make a mistake. So we should never forget that, you know, this is racing, this is motorsport, and you never know what's going to happen in the next corner.
Yeah, and interestingly, while Kim Down has been the dominant force of the Masters, as always, he's looking for Grand Prix win number 13 out of 14 Masters Grand Prix that have ever taken place. That's records even you can't quite keep up with in the elite category. But, I mean, he's not had the best of seasons thus far in stock. That's where all his bad luck came in Turkey, in Czechia. It's never quite been as solid. But here in Stockholm, he seems to suit the course, he seems to suit the temperatures, he seems to suit the fluidity and the variations of the angles of the radiuses of these buoys.
Yeah, I think right now Down Kim is actually controlling the race. He's not really, you know, in a push mode because he knows he's got the time on Oliver Wolf. But interestingly, we still see Ender Jorgensen on third place, and he's got two long laps already.
And Lanner's done all 3, so keep an eye on Alexander Lanner, folks. In the first 3 laps, he's already completed all 3 long laps, so he could bounce back into the top 3 at any time. Kim Down goes for the long lap.
Number 2. For the long lap, number 2.
Yes, indeed. So that's the second one. So that's going to put him level with Wolf. So he's going to be about 6 seconds or so in front of Wolf if Wolf doesn't fall when they return to the water. Josip Pokora has had a nightmare since that first race. In fact, Pokora has now taken all 3 long laps to try and get himself back into the top 5 in some way. Kim Down returns to the course. Where is Oliver Wolf? At the last timing line, he was 22 seconds back. So where does he come through now as Kim Down goes through? Wolf is only going to be a few seconds back now, 4.8, so that's still on, that's still game on.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible for Oliver. He's racing very nicely.
He's certainly come out beyond his own limitations here in Stockholm. He's found the opportunity to raise the game. Lanner's up to 4th. He's only got to take on Ender Jorgen Schiele before he's starting to get after these
13 seconds behind it. That's going to be an interesting fight coming out of the Joker for Ender Jorgen Schiele, and it already happened, and he gets in front of Ender.
Yep, so Lanner has already made the jump on Jorgen Schiele. So that is Alexander Lanner totally through into 3rd position. He's made the jump. So now it's going to be Kim Down and Oliver Wolf both taking a long lap. Wolf is catching Kim Down. The gap's down to just sub 4, and Kim Down's got traffic. He's going to be stuck now behind Thomas Stepanek. So this could be a problem for Kim Down. All bets are off if Lanner has still got some stamina in him in this last lap. Well, there he is. He's a little bit too far back to jump them, so he'll stay in 3rd place. But Wolf
gets really close now to Kim Down. We could see that right on the left side of the screen, that he's really close. Look at that.
That's
him
Wolf!
Right behind him.
That's Wolf on Kim Down! He's literally right there. The 14-year-old is pushing the limits of the King of the Masters, and Lanner's down. Lanner's got to recover quickly. There's Jorgen Schiele. He takes back 3rd.
oh, now we're going to come to the split for Wolf and down. We really need to see that part. I'm interested to see.
The front end stuffs, he saves it, and then he can't quite shift the transfer of the weight.
Look at that. Wolf goes to the left split and down goes to the right split.
So now it's a drag race. Who's got the stamina? Who's going to get out of the slalom first? It's going to be tight, but Kim Down's just going to get there first. Brilliant racing from both men. Kim Down will take the victory for the third time in his group of heats. Where is Oliver Wolf? Did he fall in the slalom? He should have been right there with him.
Where is he?
Wolf did have a fall. Yes, he had a collapse there in the final couple of corners of the race. He comes through for second. No, he's lost it all. Jorgen Thiele comes through for Lanner. He's through in second. He got ahead of Jorgen Thiele in the slalom. Wolf has to crawl home in fourth position. So close for Wolf. He almost got Kim Down.
Almost got ahead of him. We really need to see those turns where he was right on his, you know what, on his back, let's say.
Oh my
What an
goodness.
effort. Whoa, such a shame for Oliver.
Yeah, he came so close to vanquishing Kim Down. That was right on the ragged edge, but it gives Alexander Lanner the chance to go head-to-head with Jorgen Thiele, and he vanquishes him, and so that's a second place for Alexander Lanner.
Wow.
What a way to end the
Incredible.
day, and that sets him up for a big push tomorrow.
Yeah, he's going to be in a great position in the finals. What an effort from Alexander. Really nice job. Nicely done.
Well, I can see that the adrenaline's starting to flow through your veins now because you've got a race to get ready for.
Yeah, I'll be leaving you right now, Jake, but it was incredible seeing the race from your perspective and listening to your commentary lively here. So I wish you guys a great action. And,
Bless you.
And I think it's going to be a blast because, you know, we were about to see some fighting on both classes, elite masters, elite women and elite men as well.
Yes, thanks, Lucas. Always good to get your feedback on it. We'll let you crack on and get ready for the Elite Men's World Championship Heat 3. Kim Down does get the win in Group 3B, but only just. Alex Lanner and Jorgen Thiele battle away for second. Oliver Wolf so close to beating Kim Down, but that final fall in the slalom costing him. Josip Pokora P5 from Ryder Sawangwan, Tomasz Stepanek and Vladimir Andel. And so now to the big two World Championship heats. The elite women will kick us off. Sadly, no Eliska Matuskova this weekend. She's on holiday for the first time in 7 years. And I think she's earned it, to be honest, as a three-time world champion and a double gold medalist. And so now we focus on the remaining contenders. Pole position and 2 wins so far for Aneta Stukalova. The 22-year-old from Putzhof has been unbeatable so far in Sweden, both in qualifying and in the heats. But she's got big pressure from the 15-year-olds on her tail. Sara Zuborova of Slovakia and Barbara Kolarova of Brno in the Czech Republic. Then Adela Ostrolova, Lola Markova, Emma Struchalova, Rosie Janora, Natalie Kashnikova, from Linda Lukscheider, Klara Melishorova, and Sara Volfova. A really exciting battle all the way through. And look at the fans. They are loving the way that the stock race has gone. Great performance from Ringo Rimmer to finish off. Loving that air guitar, mate. Teaching the old fogies how to do it. Well done, Ringo. And a fabulous run from Alexander Lanner to come home second in the stock class Heat 3. If he can pick up a win tomorrow, well, he's right in the hunt for the stock category Grand Prix. Well done to Alex Lanner. His best result of the season. Second in the stock heat. And so now to the elite women and the elite men, the 2 biggest world championship titles in our sport. Aneta Stukalova, pole position in elite women. The Jordak Racing 22-year-old from Putzhof, alongside the new pretender to the crown, Sara Zuborova, 15 years of age from Kostoviaska in Slovakia. Next up, Barbara Kolarova, the 15-year-old from Brno, the absolute challenger to the authority up front in the elite women's competition. The ever-improving and the ever-impressive Adela Ostrolova, certainly her strongest season yet. 5th position for Lola Markova. She's starting to get a little bit cold out there in Stockholm, but she's incredibly fast. The 17-year-old with a lot still to do. Emma Struchalova, back in the paddock, back on top, and back at the sharp end. Great to see her return to form. Rosalia Janora of Poland, 7th on the starting grid, having some difficulties in the first 2 heats. Hopefully it goes her way again. Next up, the doctor is back in session. Natalie Kashnikova, the world's fastest demovenerologist. I hope I said it right. Linda Lukscheider for the Twinsy team still batting with a full bar, top 5 last time. And in 10th position, Klara Milishirova taking over the A position. Looking forward to a very solid run from her. And in 11th on the grid, it is the artist, both on and off the course. For Autozentrum Vyškov, it's Sara Wolfova. Well, as Lukas Huski prepares for his challenge, he exits the commentary booth and goes to the elite men's category. I'm joined by my co-reporter. Different role for you this weekend, Matej Kozaszek.
Hello to all of the viewers. Lovely to be here in the booth with you, Jake. And we have a fantastic Heat 3 ahead of us. We saw at the end of Heat 2 the fantastic battle between Sara and Aneta, so I'm hoping that we get something similar this time.
Now, first order of business, I know a lot of your fans are very unhappy that you were not able to compete this year in the elite men's due to injury. How is the recovery and the recuperation going?
It's going good so far. You know, it's a slow process, but it's going well, and hopefully, maybe I will race one race this year or 2 races perhaps. I'm looking to make a return in China, but we'll obviously see what my knee has to say about that.
Unfortunately, it's all down to the recovery of the bones and the muscles, isn't it? It's all down to them. Right, let's turn our attention then to the Elite Women's Championship. The absence of Eliska Maruskova has actually created an interesting dynamic here. Aneta Shtukalova has seen this as her golden opportunity to get back into the championship fight. Sara Zuborova has actually had a lot more pressure this weekend than we thought we were going to get, because Barbara Kolarova has suddenly emerged as a contender. So there's a lot of fluidity in this battle this time.
It is, and I think most of the fans were expecting, and I think everyone was expecting Sara to absolutely dominate. But obviously, Aneta Shtukalova, she found an incredible form here in Sweden, and I don't think that any one of the riders will be able to catch her. So far, she's been absolutely unstoppable. And, you know, that the battle with Sara was a mistake. And now we'll see an amazing start from Aneta and Bara. She's been having amazing starts all day long. She's going to cut right in front of Sara Zuborova. And it looks like Sara is going to be 3rd. So it's Aneta, then Bara, then Lara Markova, and Adela Ostrachilova on the inside. We're going to see after the split section how it works out. There was a slight mistake from Bara, and I think Aneta is going to lead. And we saw, oh my God, I think that Sara Zuborova fell into the water somewhere.
Fall? Did she fall in the slalom for the 2nd time?
And she has, because Emma's 3rd.
Oh my word, that's Struchalova who's come through in 3rd. Sara Zuborova makes her first proper mistake of the 2026 season by dropping it in the slalom here in Stockholm. And that is a devastating problem for Sara Zuborova. That's going to drop her right down the field. I wonder if we'll get another look at it, but certainly for Barbara Kolarova, she now has a clear path to go after Shtukalova, and it's the returning Emma Struchalova. Very impressive for her in 3rd position, considering she missed the last round due to appendicitis.
Yeah, either Sara made a huge mistake somewhere and got overtook by a lot of the riders, or she fell down, but I think that we cannot see her anywhere. Yeah, that is Rosalia Yanora. So,
and
Kolarova is in the water.
Kolarova's gone as well. Oh my goodness, Zuborova and Kolarova both making mistakes in the first 2 laps. Yanora's going to go through. That's going to promote her to 3rd. What happened to Kolarova? She caught the first buoy and collapsed by the time she reached the 2nd.
That is a very unfortunate fall. So Aneta Shtukalova still in the lead, absolutely dominating, has built quite a gap to Emma Struchalova, and Rosalia Yanora is currently in 3rd position. That is an amazing performance, considering that she started from P7.
What an opportunity for the Pole, silver medalist in the Nations Cup of the World Games last year in Chengdu, and now she has a chance for a top 3 finish on what has been nothing short of a miserable day so far. What about this one? Emma Struchalova, absent from Prague, almost on a hospital bed on the same day as the race took place, give or take a couple of days. But Emma Struchalova, what an incredible return to form. She's got the stamina, the consistency, and the rhythm. There is Rosie Janora. What a star turn from her. Kolarova has recovered in 4th place on the long lap. Zuborova on the long lap as well in 5th.
And now Aneta Shtukalova is taking the long lap, which obviously I think is she doesn't really have to, you know, take into account the other riders since she has built such a lead. And but I don't think that she's aware of the fact that Barbara Kolarova and Sara Zuborova fell into the water, or maybe she is. But you know, if you're leading at the start, then it's really hard. You know, to look back and to tell what happened. But still, she's in the lead by quite a bit, and this is an absolutely fantastic ride so far from Aneta. You can see that style of hers when she swings her left hand into the backside turns. That's a very specific thing for Aneta Slokalova to do.
I mean, it's quite funny. I was speaking to Aneta in the technical break earlier on, and I said, what do you really think of the course now? We've had a couple of races. She said, it's one of the toughest I've ever raced on, but I seem to be getting the hang of it. I seem to have the flow here. Mind you, my favorite section of the course is the long lap, because it's the only time you get a breather when you're going flat on the throttle. Struchalova onto the long lap as well. So that's following in pursuit of Struchalova. Interestingly, Struchalova, she has taken a long lap, but the timing screen doesn't seem to think so. This is what caught out Lee Eun-jin earlier. She took 2 long laps according to the timing screen, but it was 3. She challenged it and she won her case.
And we can see Lara Markova letting Aneta Slokalova go there. She's a lap down, so that's obviously a nice thing, fair play thing to do from Lara Markova. And Barbara Kolazova is currently in the 4th position, so she's recovered quite well. We'll see if she makes it into the top 3, but she'll have to overtake Rosalia Yanora, still hanging on to that 3rd place. What an amazing start, and still going very strong in this heat.
What's particularly intriguing is that Barbara Kolarova has recovered better than Zuborova has done. We saw at the end of the 2nd heat that Zuborova was in a bad state. She was struggling even to walk back, because she says that the cold water here and the cold air temperature, she's been struggling to keep oxygen in her lungs at the right time.
I mean,
that can be a problem in some of these cooler conditions.
The thing about this course is that it isn't very technical. There's no really hard sharp turns as there were in Prague. The problem is the turns just keep coming, you know. There is no time to really rest, because it's just one turn after another. The muscles in your body, they have to turn every single few meters. So that's what's the challenging part really about this track.
So if you're Eliska Matuskova watching on your sunny vacation, you're probably not missing much in terms of the relaxed nature of this race meeting. All of the women are finding this so difficult, but then even the elite men are really pushing themselves to the extremes. We'll see that race come after this one. There's Emma Struchalova, 10.8 back only from Aneta Struchalova after 2 long laps apiece. That's really strong work from Emma Struchalova this time. Zuborova has now finally got ahead of Kolarova. That's moved her up into 3rd place, with Kolarova 4th. Luke Scheider is now 5th from Ostrolova, and Rosie Janora has clearly had a fall somewhere. She's now dropped back into 7th position. So that's not just pace, that's clearly something has gone wrong there.
Yeah, Rosie must have made a mistake somewhere. I think it could have been a fall, it could have been a missed buoy or something. We don't really know.
Well, Kolarova could still be in this fight for 2nd, because she's actually taken all 3 long laps here. So Strukalova has got the measure of Struchalova, 10 seconds to the good. Zuborova trying to put pressure on her fellow Slovak. 2nd position is up for grabs for those two, but Kolarova could vanquish both of them. So Stukalova's coming through. That's her in the lead, no problem. What about Kolarova? Can she get 2nd?
They'll have to take the long lap this lap. So I think Sara Zhuborova won't be able to actually overtake Emma, because both of them have to take the long lap in the same lap. And yes, now we can see that they have, and it appears that they are still in front of Barbara Kolazova.
Oh, Kolarova beat them out!
No, she
beat them out!
She did beat them.
She's beaten Struchalova and Zuborova out, so now it's going to be a straight fight for 2nd between these 3 at the slalom. And Zuborova is hunting down Struchalova. Can she beat them in the drag race? That's going to be important for 2nd place. They're trying not to get too held here by Melishorova, but out in front, Aneta Strukalova has done it again. Pole position, Heat 1, Heat 2, and now Heat 3. The former European champion, 5-time vice world champion, is making Stockholm her playground. Domination by Aneta Strukalova, but who's going to be 2nd? Will it be Kolarova, Struchalova, or Zuborova? I think Struchalova's got the measure of Zuborova. She can't catch her. She's even bailed out of the challenge. Kolarova's got it. Struchalova, what a ride to 3rd. Zuborova off the top 3. So rare to see that in 2026.
Well, I mean, what a fantastic recovery from Barbara Kolazova, though. She had a fall in lap 2 or lap 3, and she actually managed to get back into 2nd position. So that is a wonderful ride from Bara. I mean, there isn't really anything that we can say about Aneta Slokalova's ride, because it was absolutely perfect, absolutely flawless. every single long lap on the dot, exactly when it should have been taken. This was a professor-like ride from Aneta Slokalova.
And very competitive from the elite women in total, because even Sara Volfova is going to complete the full 7 laps. Only Melishirova, due to a fall, is lapped by the leader. So that's very indicative of just how close from the front to the back the elite women's are. Absolutely amazing. Aneta Shtukalova then, 12 seconds to the good from Barbara Kolarova, despite the fall, able to vanquish Struchalova and Zuborova to second place. Luke Scheider, a very strong P5. Adela Ostrolova, still her best season so far. Great to see her really taking on some prisoners. Markova, Kashtakova, Rosie Janora after some problems, and then Volfova and Melishirova to finish out the field. That's it for the elite women today. They'll come back for Heat 4, but can anybody even get into the head of Aneta Shtukalova? Just dominant so far.
Her form has been amazing in this race so far. I mean, in Prague she didn't look that strong. She was. She also had she wasn't feeling very physically well, so that could have been also the reason, you know, why she didn't do so well in Prague. But now she seems to have found her form. And the thing, what I wanted to talk about before we head into the elite men's category, is that this has become quite a problem for Sara Zhuborova now. Because if she doesn't win her heat tomorrow, there's a huge chance that she'll drop out of the top 3 for the final, in the grid in the final.
Very good point. So here is the grid in the elite men's final. Adam Fitek really striding forward to the promise that he came in with in 2026. Pole position, faster than this guy, Matthias Novotny, but in the races, the world champion has found his feet and won the first 2 races. The honorary Swede, Alex Lukscheider, in the Husky Wear team outfit. They've adopted him for this weekend. 4th position on the grid should be Lucas Zahorsky. Where is he? Hopefully he'll get there in time.
We also don't know Alex. Where is Lucas?
Mike Michailidis, the Cypriot, the reigning stock rookie Merlin Plus world champion. But what about the reigning stock world champion, the dirty banana himself from Charlotte, North Carolina, Anthony Squire. Alongside him, Jan Travnicek started the season in the stock class, elevated himself to the elite category from last time out in Prague. Yuri Renner, double duty for him, racing Masters and Elite, the first time he's raced in the Elite category since Croatia 2023.
I remember that race. I was racing with him that day.
Miroslav Kurbs, always the journeyman in the Elite category, will never downgrade to the Masters. And the rally driver turned moto surfer. Hello, Yuri Blahar. Where did you come from? Good to see the battle raging for Yuri Wolf.
Yeah, it's quite weird commentating on this category.
Especially considering that you should be there, Mate.
Exactly.
We know you're supposed to be there. But no doubt, by the time we get to China, hopefully you'll be joining them. But you know what these guys think. You know how these guys operate. And you know that in races like this, you leave absolutely nothing on the table. You take risks, you take gambles, you push to the limit. This is the Formula One of motosurf. You really do have to stretch beyond your own limits on every time you go out in the water.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And I'm really happy, you know, that my teammate, Adam Fitek, that he won qualifying. We've worked very hard since Prague on qualifying sessions, and it seems to have paid off. And, you know, now Adam just needs to find that race pace. We know he has it, but unfortunately in the first and second heat, he had some mistakes that, you know, made him drop positions. But we know that he has the pace to finish first or second in this heat. So I'm hoping that he does this time, because we know he's a fantastic racer. It's his debut season in the elite category, and the performances that he's putting on is absolutely something we've never seen before.
The sky here in Stockholm has gone very dark indeed. It's almost apocalypse now mode here in Stockholm as we get ready for the third heat of the Husky Wear Grand Prix of Sweden in the men's elite category. This is the premier class, and it is the last race of the day before we go into the morning session tomorrow for Heat 4. And then, of course, the winner of the final is the Grand Prix of Sweden. Even if they don't score the most points of the weekend, whoever wins the final wins the Grand Prix. We saw that in the junior girl in Turkey. Pozhnikova scored more points. Berdova won the final. She won the Grand Prix. And now they are absolutely at loggerheads in the junior girl category. I am fascinated to see which of them comes out on top this weekend. We'll find out that storyline tomorrow. But as the sun descends here in Stockholm, the last race of the weekend, what an absolutely stunning backdrop. The first professional sporting event on these waters since the 1912 Summer Olympic Games, 114 years ago. Quite astonishing. And there's Lucas Zahorski and Mateusz Nowotny slotting into position. So although Lucas was late to the grid, he is in position. Mateusz Nowotny just joins in time alongside Ficek.
Now,
So-
Mr. Paraglide himself, Adam Ficek, is going to start off this heat. We'll see if the flag drops, and it does. And Ficek's got a good start, but so did Lucas Zahorski. He's right next to Alex Lukscheider, trying to push him, and he does overtake him. And Mike Michaelides slips into that fourth position while Alex is fifth. Now he's sixth because Anthony Squire has overtaken him from the outside. And Mike Michaelides has squeezed Alex Lukscheider onto that buoy. Alex will lose positions as a result, and Adam Ficek is still in the lead.
Yeah, he's held
still
on.
in the lead.
Beautifully done. Nowotny still keeping that second place charge up behind him. Zahorski looking so much stronger. Both Nowotny and Zahorski go to the long lap. Squire is through in fourth place. Somehow he gets through the slalom ahead of both Lukscheider and Michaelides. Anthony Squire, where did that come from?
Now what Adam Ficek needs to do is he needs to push this lap and cover both Nowotny and Zahorski next lap. He needs to take the Joker lap next lap to cover them off.
See, it's an interesting narrative between Nowotny and Zahorski, because Nowotny's won both races thus far, so from his point of view, he can do no wrong. Zahorski needs a result this time. He's had a difficult couple of races. He's been down the order. He needs to salvage something before the likes of Lukscheider, maybe Michaelides, maybe even Squire takes a point or two off him. Anthony Squire, this is the ride of his day so far. And the American now in second in front of Lukscheider and Travnicek. And he's going to stay on the course. He's not going to the long lap yet. Squire is riding out of his skin. Everybody watching back home in Charlotte, North Carolina, including mum and dad who were with him in Prague 3 weeks ago, will be loving this.
So interesting, Adam Ficek actually decided to stay on the track because he believes in himself. You know, he thinks that his pace is fast enough to cover off both Zahorski and Nowotny in 2 laps. But now Nowotny is 16 seconds.
Oh, that's Michaelides and Lukscheider!
Oh my God, what happened?
Michaelides and Lukscheider both in the water together. It looks as though they've tangled. Let's have a look at it. Michaelides, was he the first one? They went completely separate from each other, both making the mistake. They didn't clatter into each other, they both got it wrong.
And now Adam Ficek is heading on to the long lap. We'll see on the return from the long lap if he managed to stay in front of Mateusz Nowotny. This is going to be super interesting. Come on, Adam, push.
So Ficek going for it to see if he can get out of the long lap in front of the double world champion. Where is Mateusz Nowotny? That, I believe, is him. He's just managed to vanquish Ficek. So Mateusz Nowotny has made the jump on Adam Ficek, only by a couple of seconds, but in this class, that's enough.
And now Adam Ficek has to fight to stay in front of Lucas Zahorski, who has 2 long laps. I think Alex Lukscheider won't be a problem for him, considering his poor start and his fall. Anthony Squire is still in P3.
Yeah, Squire is going to be the danger man for Ficek. He's 6 seconds back from him. Ficek can't afford another mistake like we saw earlier. There is the new leader, Mateusz Nowotny, the man who could do no wrong. He has the Motosurf Midas touch. Everything he touches turns to gold. And he is absolutely on form again here in Stockholm. Stays out on the course. He's got 4 laps in reserve to do 2 long laps. And now he's the one with the advantage. There
is Miroslav Kopš.
That's Kopš,
He has
so
a
he's
lap
lapped
down.
him. Yeah, Kopš has done all 3 long laps early to get them out of the way. And now he's the buffer. Ficek is only 3 seconds back. He's staying in the hunt. And there he is trying to stay with. Squire is now 9 seconds back. I think that's enough for him to be comfortable. So Ficek looking good for minimum 3rd, might even be 2nd, depending on how much time Zahorski's going to lose in the traffic.
While Nowotny still leads, and Adam Ficek now has to overtake Miroslav Kopš in the 2nd and the opposite split direction. We'll see if he manages that. He cannot do any errors there. We don't want Adam to fall into the water. And he's still behind Miroslav Kopš. So now he has to do the opposite. I think Adam has to take the joker right here.
So Novotny does take the joker, so does Ficek. 5.8, that's how much time he's lost. Stuck behind Miroslav Kups, nearly 3 seconds to the better for Novotny. And he is, I don't know how it is that Matěj Novotny can be so perfect so often. He's only made one mistake all year, to my knowledge, and that was in Prague in Heat 4. He dropped it and still won. Absolutely unbelievable the way he's got this incredible fight within him. This pure sense of belief, this unnatural, dogmatic stance. He's such an extrovert at the track. He's an introvert away from it, but he does all his best work on a jet surf. He is so emphatic when he gets on the board. Now, Anthony Squire, 3rd place, 2 long laps done. Jaworski, 3 long laps done. That's who Squire's racing here. Squire is racing Jaworski to see if he can vanquish the multiple. Jaworski's done 4.
And
what's happened there with Jaworski?
What has Zahorsky done there? Has he overcounted? I think he has.
Lucas Zahorsky never gets that wrong. My goodness, Stockholm is really starting to showcase some mistakes from people. Jaworski's so determined that he's not going to get it wrong that he actually goes one time too many.
And if that is correct, then Anthony Squire has his 2nd position, his 3rd position secured.
That's Novotny trying to get back in front of the A of Jiří Wolf, and he does so without too much difficulty.
Adam Ficek has now gone into the lead because Matěj Novotny obviously has taken the joker lap.
Yep.
So Adam Ficek will have to take the joker lap the very next lap.
He's in the slalom. It's the last lap of the race coming up for Ficek. It's got to be the long lap. But Matěj Novotny is rather hoping he doesn't get any traffic on that lap, because the last thing he needs now is a hold-up. There's about 15 seconds cover on the long lap. Ficek goes into the last lap and into the last long lap. Well timed from Ficek.
And oh no! Is that, oh, sorry.
Yeah, Ficek
yes,
on the long lap.
I thought there was a problem for him.
No,
he
needed,
seemed to have slowed down.
No, he needed to go onto the long lap. Here's Novotny. This is where the challenge will come from him as they come out of the run together. That's a back marker getting out of the way. Novotny's going to take back the lead. No worries at all there, so Matěj Novotny. But who comes out second? Is it going to be Ficek, or is it going to be Luke Scheider? Well, no, not Luke Scheider, because he's got to do the last long lap as well. So he's going to drop back. It's going to be Squire who comes through to 3rd position in front of Zahorsky. If Zahorsky's miscounted, then surely Anthony Squire is going to be 3rd. Ficek loses a couple of seconds on the long lap, but it's been a great effort, a much more valiant stance for Ficek. This time, he hasn't made that many mistakes. He's just been unlucky in the traffic. But for Matěj Novotny, still the king of elite, still top banana, out of the final turn. 3 from 3 for Matěj Novotny. He vanquishes all.
And oh no!
No,
Adam
that's
Ficek is into the water.
In the slalom. In the slalom. He's got to get back on before Anthony Squire comes through.
And does he manage to do that? I think he
yes,
did.
that is Squire in the background, so he's okay. Jaworski's pushing to try and get one over on Squire. Ficek just makes it a second. He loses about 8 seconds with the fall.
And this is going to be an amazing 3rd place for USA. Anthony Squire beats Lucas Zahorsky.
Well done, Anthony Squire, putting the field under pressure. The 30-year-old coming through to vanquish Lucas Zahorsky. You do not see that every day. And Anthony Squire can soak that up. Travnicek, P5. Great run from Travnicek. Let's see what happened to Ficek on the last run. There's the balance transfer. Oh, he thought he caught it. He thought he had it. And then it just got away from him. That 45-degree angle, that's what slays you.
What an amazing race and what an amazing performance from both Adam Ficek and especially Anthony Squire in P3.
Yep, Matěj Novotny taking the victory. Ficek in 2nd, unlucky, but still very fast. Anthony Squire 3rd from Lucas Zahorsky. Jan Travnicek, Mike Michailidis, Alex Luke Scheider will be so disappointed with that. Jiří Renner looks like he's going to get a penalty for only completing 2 long laps. And then Miroslav Kups and Jiří Wolf. Well, Mate, I'm not sure we expected such a big effort from Squire, but Ficek, he has the speed, he just needs the confidence.
Exactly. And I mean, what an accomplishment would it be if Anthony Squire got P3 or P2 tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah, he's really making good effort now. He said to me 3 weeks ago in Prague, I know why I'm slow, I know why I'm not doing well, it's my fault. I'm not training as well as I should be. I'm not giving it the full burn. So the fact that he's able to come here to Sweden put on a little bit more of an aggro and get to the top 3. Great effort from Squire. Really, really strong from the American. So that's it for the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden on Saturday. Saturday is Saturday, and now we work our way into the magic tomorrow as we get ourselves into the mix for the finals of the UIM Motosurf World Championship in Sweden 2026. Thanks to my colleagues in the booth, Lukas Huski and Mate Kozicek. There'll be more action tomorrow, and certainly as we get ourselves into the mix for the Huski Wear Grand Prix of Sweden finale, there could be some real surprises. Same time, same place tomorrow, folks. You don't want to miss it. Cancel your plans for Sunday and join us at the Gjersgaard Wienerbrücke for more great action from Motosurf à la Sweden.